Universal Occultism channel, new books every week. If you want to pass this knowledge on, leave a like and subscribe to the channel. The History of Magic by Eliphas Levi. Link to the physical book in the first pinned comment. Book 5. The Adepts and the Priesthood. Chapter 1. Priests and Popes accused of magic. We have explained that owing to the profanations and impieties of Gnostics, the Church prescribed magic. The condemnation of the Knights Templar completed the rupture, and from this time forward, compelled to seek concealment and plan revenge in the shadows, magic ostracized the Church in turn. More prudent than those arch-heretics who opposed altar to altar in public day, and thus entailed denunciation and the headsman's axe on themselves, the adepts dissimulated their resentment as well as their doctrines. They bound themselves together by dreadful oaths and, realizing the importance of first securing a favorable view at the tribunal of public opinion, they turned back on their accusers and judges the sinister rumors by which they were pursued themselves and denounced the priesthood to the people as a school of black magic. So long as his convictions and beliefs are not rooted in the irremovable foundations of reason, man ardently and indifferently desires both truth and falsehood. On either side he finds that there are cruel reactions. Who shall put an end to this warfare? Only the spirit of him who has said, "Render not evil for evil, but overcome evil by good." The Catholic priesthood has been charged with the spirit of persecution, though its mission is that of the Good Samaritan, for which reason it superseded the unpitying Levites, who continued their way without extending compassion to him who had fallen among thieves. It is in the exercise of humanity that priests prove their divine consecration. Hence it is a supreme injustice to cast upon sacerdotalism at large the crimes of certain men who are unfortunately sealed with the priesthood. For a man, as such, it is always possible to be wicked, but a true priest is, on the contrary, always charitable. Now, the false adept did not look at the question from this standpoint. For them the Christian priesthood was made void and was hence an usurping power since the prescription of the Gnostics. What, said they, is a hierarchy whose degrees are no longer regulated by conscience. The same ignorance of the mysteries and the same blind faith drive into the same fanaticism or the same hypocrisy the prime leaders and lowest ministers of the sanctuary. The blind are leaders of the blind. The supremacy between equals is no longer anything but the result of intrigue and chance. The pastors consecrate the sacred elements with a gross and disordered faith. They are jugglers in bread and eaters of human flesh. They are no longer thaumaturgists, but sorcerers. Such was the sectarian verdict. To support the calumny they invented fables, affirming, for example, that the popes had been given over to the spirit of darkness ever since the 10th century. The learned Gerbert, who was crowned as Sylvester II, made confession, as it is said, to this effect on his deathbed. Honorius III, being he who confirmed the order of St. Dominic and preached the Crusades, was himself an abominable necromancer, author of a grimoire which still bears his name and is reserved exclusively to priests. The same false adepts paraded and commented on this grimoire, seeking in such manner to turn against the Holy See the most terrible of all popular prejudices at that period, the mortal hatred of those who, wrongly or rightly, passed publicly for sorcerers. Some malevolent or credulous historians have favored these lying inventions. Thus Platina, a scandalous chronicler of the papacy, reproduces from Martinus Polonius the calumnies against Sylvester II. According to this fable, Gerbert, who was proficient in mathematical science and the Kabbalah, performed an evocation of the devil and required his assistance to attain the pontificate. The fulfillment of his ambition was not only promised by the demon, but it was affirmed further that he should not die except at Jerusalem, to which place it will be understood readily that the magician determined inwardly that he would never go. He became pope as promised, but on a certain day when he was saying Mass in a church at Rome, he felt seriously ill, and remembering suddenly that the chapel wherein he was officiating was dedicated to the Holy Cross of Jerusalem, he realized what had come to pass. He caused a bed to be put up in the chapel and, summoning his cardinals, confessed publicly that he had engaged in commerce with demons. He ordained further that his dead body should be placed upon a chariot of green wood and should be drawn by 2 virgin horses, one black and the other white, that they should be started on their course but neither led nor driven, and that his remains should be interred wherever a halt was made. The chariot proceeded in this manner across Rome and stopped in front of the Lateran. Loud cries and groans were heard for a few moments, after which there was silence and the burial took place. So ends a legend, the proper place of which is in the Hawker's chapbooks. Martinus Polonus, on the faith of whom Platina repeats such reveries, had borrowed them on his own part from a certain Galfridus and from Gervase, a maker of chronicles, whom Naud terms the greatest forger of fables and the most notorious liar that ever took pen in hand. From sources of similar value, the Protestants have derived a scandalous and obviously apocryphal story concerning a pretended Pope Joan, who was also a sorceress, as we have all heard. Indeed, she is one to whom books on black magic are still attributed. We have glanced at a memoir of this female pope by a Protestant historian and have taken note of 2 very curious engravings contained therein. They are assumed to be portraits of the heroine, but are in reality ancient tarots, representing Isis crowned with a tiara. It is well known that the hieroglyphic figure on the second tarot card is still called the female pope, being a woman wearing a tiara on which are the points of the crescent moon, or the horns of Isis. One example in the Protestant book is even more remarkable. The hair of the figure is long and scanty. There is a solar cross on the breast. She is seated between the 2 pillars of Hercules, and behind her flows the ocean, with lotus flowers blooming on the surface of the water. The second portrait represents the same divinity, with attributes of the sovereign priesthood and holding her son Horus in her arms. As Kabbalistic documents, the 2 pictures are of singular value, but they are little to the purpose of those who are concerned with Pope Joan. To dispose of the accusation of sorcery in respect of Gerbert, supposing that it could be taken seriously, it would be enough to mention that he was the most learned man of his century, and having been preceptor of 2 sovereigns, he owed his election to the gratitude of one of his august pupils. He had extraordinary proficiency in mathematics, and his knowledge of physics may have exceeded that of his epoch. In a word, he was a man of universal erudition and great ability, as the letters which he left bear witness, though he was not a denouncer of kings like the terrible Hildebrand. He chose to instruct princes rather than excommunicate them, and enjoying the favor of 2 French kings and 3 emperors, he had no need, as Naud has judiciously pointed out, to sell himself to the devil for the archbishoprics of Reims and Ravenna, or for the papacy in succession to these. It is too that he attained the successive positions, to some extent in spite of his merit. It was an age when able politicians were taken for possessed people and those who were learned for enchanters. Gerbert was not only a great mathematician, as we have said, and a distinguished astronomer, but he excelled also in mechanics, and, according to William of Malmesbury, he erected at Reims such wonderful hydraulic machines that the water itself executed symphonies and played most enchanting airs. Moreover, according to Dittmar, he adorned the town of Magdeburg with a clock which registered all the motions of heaven and the times when the stars rose and set. Finally, by the evidence of Naud, whom we cite once again with pleasure, he made that test of brass which was devised so ingeniously that the before-mentioned William of Malmesbury was himself deceived thereby and referred it to magic. Further, Onufrius states that he saw in the Farnese library a learned book on geometry composed by this same Gerbert, and for myself I estimate that, without adjudicating on the opinion expressed by Urterdiensis and some others, who regard him as the maker of timepieces and of arithmetic as these exist now among us, all these evidences are sufficiently valid to warrant the conclusion that those who had never heard of cube, parallelogram, dodecahedron, almacanter, valsagora, almagrippa, cathalsum and other names, familiar enough in these days to such as understand mathematics, conceived that they were those of the spirits invoked by Gerbert, and that such a multitude of things so rare could not emanate from a single personality in the absence of extraordinary advantages, from the possession of which it followed therefore that he must have been a magician. To indicate the lengths impertinence and bad taste reached by makers of chronicles, it remains to say that Platina, that maliciously naive echo of all Roman pasquinades, affirms that the tomb of Sylvester II itself turned sorcerer, weeping prophetically at the approaching downfall of each pope, and that the reprobate bones of Gerbert shook and rattled together when one of them was about to die. An epitaph engraved on the tomb lends color to these wonders. So adds unblushingly the librarian of Sixtus IV. Such are the proofs which pass among historians as sufficient to certify the existence of a curious historical document. Platina was librarian of the Vatican. He wrote his History of the Popes by order of Sixtus IV. He wrote also at Rome, where nothing could be easier than to verify the truth or falsehood of such an assertion, which, notwithstanding the pretended epitaph, never existed outside the imagination of the authors from whom Platina borrowed with incredible lack of caution, a circumstance which moves justly the indignation of honest Naud, whose further remarks shall follow. It is a pure imposture and manifest falsehood, both in respect of the experience, being the pretended prodigies at the tomb of Sylvester II, the same having never been witnessed by anyone, and of the alleged inscription on the tomb, that inscription, as it exists really, having been composed by Sergius IV and so far from supporting the supposed magical fables, is, on the contrary, one of the most excellent testimonies that could be desired to the good life and integrity of Sylvester. It is truly a shameful thing that so many Catholics should be abettors of a slander concerning which Marianus Scotus, Glaber, Dittmer, Helgandus, Lambert, and Hermann Contract, who were his contemporaries, make no mention. Proceeding now to the grimoire of Honorius, it is to the third bearer of that name, or to one of the most zealous pontiffs of the 13th century, that this impious book is attributed. Assuredly Honorius III was eminently likely to be hated by sectarians and necromancers, and well might they seek to dishonor him by representing him as their accomplice. Cencius Savelli, crowned pope in 1216, confirmed that order of Saint Dominic which proved so formidable to Albigensians and Vaudois, those children of Manichaeans and sorcerers. He established also the Franciscans and Carmelites, preached a crusade, governed the church wisely, and left many decretals. To charge with black magic a pope so eminently Catholic is to cast similar suspicion on the great religious orders which he instituted, and the devil thereby could scarcely fail to profit. Some old copies of the grimoire of Honorius bear, however, the name of Honorius II, but it is impossible to make a sorcerer of that elegant Cardinal Lambert who, after his promotion to the sovereign pontificate, surrounded himself either with poets, to whom he gave bishoprics for elegies, as in the case of Hildebert, Bishop of Mans, or with learned theologians like Hugh de Saint Victor. But it so happens that the name of Honorius II is for us a ray of light pointing to the true author of the frightful grimoire in question. In 1061, when the empire began to take umbrage against the papacy and sought to usurp the sacerdotal influence by fomenting troubles and divisions in the Sacred College, the bishops of Lombardy, impelled by Gilbert of Parma, protested against the election of Anselm, Bishop of Lucca, who had been raised to the papal chair as Alexander II. The Emperor Henry IV took the part of the dissentients and authorized them to elect another pope, promising to support them. They chose Cadulus or Cadalus, an intriguing bishop of Parma, a man capable of all crimes and a public scandal in respect of simony and concubinage. He assumed the name of Honorius II and marched at the head of an army against Rome. He was defeated and condemned by all the prelates of Germany and Italy. Returning to the charge, he gained possession of part of the Holy City and entered St. Peter's. He was expelled and took refuge in the castle of St. Angelo, whence he obtained leave to retire only on the payment of a heavy ransom. It was then that Otho, Archbishop of Cologne, the emperor's envoy, dared to reproach Alexander II in public for having usurped the Holy See, but a monk named Hildebrand took up the cause of the lawful pontiff with such force of eloquence that the emperor drew back in confusion and asked pardon for his own criminal attempts. The Hildebrand in question was already in the sight of Providence that fulminating Gregory VII, who was to come, and who thus inaugurated the work of his life. The antipope was deposed by the Council of Mantua, and Henry IV obtained his pardon. Catullus returned into obscurity, and it is then probably that he decided to become the high priest of sorcerers and apostates, in which capacity, and under the name of Honorius II, he composed the grimoire that passes under this name. What is known of the antipope's character lends color to an accusation of the kind. He was daring in the presence of the weak, groveling in that of the strong, debauched and intriguing, devoid of faith and morals, seeing nothing in religion but an engine of impunity and rapine. For such a person the Christian virtues were obstacles, and faith in the clergy was a difficulty which had to be overcome. He would therefore make priests after his own heart, or capable, that is to say, of all crimes and sacrileges. Now, this would seem to have been the purpose in chief of the grimoire called that of Honorius. The work in question is not without importance for those who are curious in the science. It appears at first sight to be a mere tissue of revolting absurdities, but for those who are initiated in the signs and secrets of the Kabbalah, it is literally a monument of human perversity, for the devil appears therein as an instrument of power, to utilize human credulity and to turn the bugbear which dominates it to the account of the adept and his caprices. Such is the secret of the work. It aspires to make darkness darker before the eyes of the multitude by usurping the torch of science, which at need, and in bold hands, may become that of butchers and incendiaries. To identify faith with servitude, reserving power and liberty for oneself, is indeed to imagine the reign of Satan on earth, and it should not be surprising if the authors of such a conspiracy against public good sense and religion should hope to manifest and, in a sense, to incarnate on earth the fantastic sovereign of the evil empire. The doctrine of this grimoire is the same as that of Simon and the majority of the Gnostics. It is the substitution of the passive for the active principle. A pantacle which forms a frontispiece to the work gives expression to this doctrine, being passion as predominant over reason, sensualism deified and the woman in priority to the man, a tendency which recurs in all anti-Christian mystic systems. The crescent moon of Isis occupies the center of the figure, and it is encompassed by 3 triangles, one within another. The triangle is surmounted by a crux ansata with double crossbar. It is inscribed within a circle, and within the space formed by the 3 segments of the circle there is on one side the sign of the Spirit and the Kabbalistic seal of Solomon, on the others the magic knife and the initial letter of the binary, below a reversed cross forming the figure of the lingam, and the name of God also reversed. About the circle is written, "Obey your superiors and be subject unto them, for they will see that you do." Rendered into a symbol or profession of faith, this pantacle is therefore textually as follows: Fatality reigns by virtue of mathematics, and there is no other God than nature. Dogmas are aids to sacerdotal power and are imposed on the multitude to justify sacrifices. The initiate is above any religion and makes use of all, but that which he says is the antithesis of that which he believes. The law of obedience prescribes and does not explain. Initiates are made to command and those who are profane to obey. All who have studied the occult sciences know that the old magicians never expressed their doctrine in writing but formulated it by the symbolical characters of pantacles. On the second page of the book there are 2 circular magical seals. In the first is the square of the tetragram with an inversion and substitution of names. Instead of Jehovah, the 4 sacred words signifying. The absolute being is Jehovah, the Lord in 3 persons, God and the hierarchy of the Church. The author of the grimoire has substituted which signifies. Jehovah, the Lord, is none other than the fatal principle of eternal rebirth, personified by this same rebirth in the absolute being. About the square within the circle is the name of Jehovah in its proper form, but also reversed. On the left is that of Adonai and on the right are the 3 letters ACHV, followed by 2 points, the whole meaning. Heaven and hell are each the reflection of each. That which is above is as that which is below. God is humanity, humanity being expressed by the letters ACHV, which are the initials of Adam and Eve. On the second seal is the name Ararita, and below it is Rash, encircling 26 Kabbalistic characters. Below the seal are 10 Hebrew letters, given in the following order. The whole is a formula of materialism and fatality which is too long, and it may be too perilous for explanation in this place. The prologue of the grimoire comes next in order and may be given at full length. The Holy Apostolic Chair, unto which the keys of the kingdom of heaven are given by those words that Christ Jesus addressed to St. Peter. I give unto thee the keys of the kingdom of heaven, and unto thee alone the power of commanding the prince of darkness and his angels, who, as slaves to their master, do owe him honor, glory, and obedience, by virtue of those other words of Christ Jesus, addressed to Satan himself. Thou shalt worship the Lord thy God, and him only shalt thou serve. Hence by the power of these keys the head of the church has been made the Lord of hell. But seeing that until this present the sovereign pontiffs have alone had the charge of evoking and commanding spirits, His Holiness Honorius II, being moved by his pastoral care, has desired benignly to communicate the science and power of evocations and of empire over spirits to his venerable brethren in Jesus Christ, with the conjurations which must be used in such case. Now therefore the whole is contained in the bull which here follows. Here in all truth is the pontificate of hell, that sacrilegious priesthood of antipopes which Dante seems to stigmatize in the raucous cry uttered by one of his princes of perdition. Pope Satan, Alep. Let the legitimate pontiff continue as Prince of Heaven. It is enough for the antipope Catalyst to be the sovereign of hell. Be he the God of good, for God of evil am I. We are divided, but my power is equal. The bull of the infernal pontiff follows, and the mystery of darksome evocations is expounded therein with a terrific knowledge concealed under superstitious and sacrilegious forms. Fastings, watchings, profanation of mysteries, allegorical ceremonies, and bloody sacrifices are combined with artful malice. The evocations are not deficient in poetry or in enthusiasm, mingled with horror. For example, the author ordains that an operator should rise at midnight on the Thursday in the first week of evocations, should sprinkle his room with holy water and light a taper of yellow wax, prepared on the previous day and pierced in the form of a cross. By the uncertain light of this candle, he must enter a church alone and read the office of the dead in a low voice, substituting in place of the 9th lesson at Matins the following rhythmic invocation which is here translated from the Latin, preserving its strange form and its refrains, which recall the monotonous incantations of old-world sorcerers. O Lord, deliver me from the infernal terrors. Exempt my spirit from sepulchral larvae. To seek them out I shall go down to their hell unaffrighted. I shall impose my will for a law upon them. I will call upon night and its darkness to bring forth splendor. Rise up, O sun, and moon, be thou white and brilliant. To the shades of hell I will speak and confess no terror. I shall impose my will for a law upon them. Dreadful in aspect are they, their forms in appearance fantastic. I will that the demons shall once again become angels, whence to their nameless distortion I speak, never fearing. I shall impose my will for a law upon them. These shades are illusions evoked by the eye affrighted. I and I only can heal their loveliness blasted, and into the deeps of hell I plunge unaffrighted. I shall impose my will for a law upon them. After many other ceremonies there comes the night of evocation. In a sinister place, in the light of a fire kindled with broken crosses, a circle is traced with the embers of a cross, reciting while so doing a magical hymn containing versicles of several psalms. It may be rendered as follows. O Lord, the King rejoices in thy power. Let me finish the work of my birth. May shadows of evil and specters of night be as dust blown before the wind. O Lord, hell is enlightened and shines in thy presence. By thee do all things end and all begin by thee. Jehovah, Sabaoth, Elohim, Eloi, Helion, Helios, Jodheva, Shaddai. The Lion of Judah rises in his glory. He comes to complete the victory of King David. I open the 7 seals of the dread book. Satan falls from heaven, like summer lightning. Thou hast said to me, Be far from thee hell and its tortures. They shall not draw to thy pure bodies. Thine eyes shall withstand the gaze of the basilisk. Thy feet shall walk fearlessly on the sap. Thou shalt take up serpents, and they shall be conquered by thy smile. Thou shalt drink poisons, and they shall in no wise hurt thee. Elohim, Elohab, Sabaoth, Helios, Ihye, Iazarai, O Theos, Sahiros. The earth is the Lord's and the fullness thereof. He hath established it over the gaping abyss. Who shall go up unto the mountain of the Lord? The innocent of hands and clean of heart, he who hath not held truth in captivity, Noi hath received it to let it remain idle. He who hath conceived the height in his soul and hath not sworn by a lying word. The same shall receive strength for his domain, and hereof is the infinite of human birth, generation by earth and fire, the divine bringing forth of those who seek God. Princes of nature, enlarge your doors, yoke of heaven, I lift thee. Come to me, ye holy cohorts. Behold the King of glory. He hath earned his name. He holds in his hand the seal of Solomon. The Master hath broken the black bondage of Satan and hath led captivity captive. The Lord alone is God, and he only is King. To thee only be glory, O Lord, glory and glory to thee. One seems to hear the somber Puritans of Walter Scott or Victor Hugo accompanying, with fanatic psalmody, the nameless work of sorcerers in Faust or Macbeth. In a conjuration addressed to the shade of the giant Nimrod, the wild huntsman who began the Tower of Babel, the adept of Honorius menaces that ancient reprobate with the riveting of his chains and with torture increased daily, should he fail in immediate obedience to the will of the operator. It is the sublimity of pride and delirium, and this antipope, who could only understand a high priest as a ruler of hell, seems to yearn after the usurped and mournful right of tormenting the dead eternally, as if in revenge for the contempt and rejection of the living. Chapter 2. Appearance of the Bohemian nomads. At the beginning of the 15th century, hordes of unknown swarthy wanderers began to spread through Europe. Sometimes denominated Bohemians because they claimed to come from Bohemia, sometimes Egyptians, because their leader assumed the title of Duke of Egypt. They exercised the arts of divination, larceny, and marauding. They were nomadic tribes, bivouacking in huts of their own construction. Their religion was unknown. They gave themselves out to be Christians, but their orthodoxy was more than doubtful. Among themselves they practiced communism and promiscuity, and in their divinations they made use of a strange sequence of signs, allegorical in form, and depending from the virtues of numbers. Whence came they? Of what accursed and vanished world were they the surviving waifs? Were they, as superstitious people believed, the offspring of sorceresses and demons? What expiring and betrayed Savior had condemned them to roam forever? Was this the family at large of the wandering Jew, or the remnants of the 10 tribes of Israel, lost sight of in captivity and long enchained by Gog and Magog in unknown regions? Such were the doubting questions at the passage of these mysterious strangers, who seemed to retain only the superstitions and vices of a vanished civilization. Enemies of toil, they respected neither property nor family. They dragged their women and children after them. They pestered the peace of honest house-dwellers with their pretended divinations. However all this may be, their first encampment in the vicinity of Paris is told by one writer as follows. In the next year, 1427, on the Sunday after the middle August, being the 17th of the month, there came to the environs of Paris 12 so-called penitentiaries, a duke, earl, and 10 men, all on horses, saying that they were good Christians, originally of Lower Egypt. They stated further that in former times they were conquered and turned to Christianity, those refusing being put to death, while those who consented to baptism were left as rulers of the country. Sometime subsequently the Saracens invaded them, and many who were not firm in the faith made no attempt to withstand or defend their country, as in duty bound, but submitted, became Saracens and abjured our Savior. The Emperor of Germany, the King of Poland and other rulers, having learned that the people renounced their faith so easily, becoming Saracens and idolaters, fell upon them and conquered them again easily. It appeared at first as if they had the intention to leave them in their country, so that they might be led back to Christianity, but after deliberation in council, the emperor and the rest of the kings ordained that they should never own land in their native country without the consent of the Pope, to obtain which they must journey to Rome. Thither they proceeded in a great body, the young and the old, involving great suffering for the little ones. They made confession of their sins at Rome, and the Pope, after considering with his advisers, imposed on them, by way of penance, a 7 years wandering through the world sleeping in no bed. He ordained further that every bishop and crozier abbot should give them, once and for all, 10 livres of the Tours currency as a contribution towards their expenses. He presented them with letters to this effect, gave them his benediction, and for 5 years they had been wandering through the world. Some days afterwards, being the day of the martyrdom of St. John the Baptist, or August 29th, the general horde followed and were not permitted to enter within Paris, but were lodged at the Chapelle Street Denis. They numbered about 120 persons, including women and children. They stated that when they left their own country they consisted of 1,000 or 1,200 souls, the others had died on the road, their king and queen among them. The survivors were still expecting to become possessors of worldly goods, for the Holy Father had promised them good and fertile lands when their penance was finished. While they were at the chapel there was never so great a crowd at benediction, for the people flocked to see them from St. Denis, Paris, and the suburbs. Their children, both boys and girls, were the cleverest tricksters. Nearly all had their ears pierced, and in each ear were 1 or 2 silver rings, which they said were a sign of good birth in their own country. They were exceedingly dark and with woolly hair. The women were the ugliest and blackest ever seen. Their faces were covered with sores. Their hair was black as the tail of a horse. Their clothes consisted of an old flossoir or sciavina tied over the shoulder by a cord or morsel of cloth, and beneath it a poor shirt. In a word, they were the most wretched creatures who had ever been seen in France, within the memory of the oldest inhabitant. Their poverty notwithstanding, they had sorceresses among them who inspected the hand, telling what had happened to the person, consulting them in their past life and what awaited them in the future. They disturbed the peace of households, for they denounced husband to wife and wife to husband. And, what was still worse, while talking to people about their magic art, they managed to fill their purses by emptying those of their hearers. One citizen of Paris who gives account of these facts adds that he himself talked to them 3 or 4 times without losing a halfpenny. But this is the report of the people everywhere, and the news reached the Bishop of Paris, who went thither taking a Minorite friar called the Little Jacobin. And he, by the bishop's command, preached a great sermon and excommunicated all, male and female, who had told fortunes and all who had shown their hands. The horde was ordered away and departed accordingly on September 8th, proceeding towards Pontoise. It is not known whether they continued their journey north of the capital, but their memory has survived in a corner of the department du Nord. As a fact, in a wood near the village of Hamel, 500 feet from a druidic monument consisting of 6 stones, there is a fountain which is called the Sorcerer's Kitchen, and it is there, according to tradition, that the Karamaras rested and quenched their thirst. Now these were assuredly the Kharazmar, namely the Bohemians, or wandering sorcerers and diviners, to whom ancient Flemish charters granted the right to be fed by the inhabitants. They left Paris, but others came in their place, so that France was exploited as much as other countries. There is no record of their landing in England or in Scotland, but before very long the latter kingdom numbered more than 100,000. They were called seared and cared, as much as to say artisans, craftsmen, for the Scots word is derived from the Sanskrit whence comes the verb to do, the Carabin of the Gypsies and the Latin Surdo or Bungler, which they are not. If there was no trace of them at the same period in northern Spain, where the Christians took refuge against the Moslem domination, it was doubtless because the Arabs in the south were more to their liking. However, under John II the Gypsies' refuge against the Moslem domination, it was doubtless because the Arabs were clearly distinguished from these latter, though no one knew whence they came. To sum up, it came about that, from the time in question forward, they were generally known over the whole European continent. 1 The bands of King Sindel appeared at Ratisbon in 1433, while Sindel himself, accompanied by his reserve, camped in Bavaria in 1439. He seemed to have come from Bohemia, for the Bavarians, unaware that in 1433 the tribe had given themselves out as Egyptians, termed them Bohemians, under which name they reappeared in France and so have been known therein. Willy-nilly they were tolerated. Some perambulated the mountains, seeking gold in the rivers, some forged shoes for horses and chains for dogs. Others, more marauders than pilgrims, crept about, ferreting everywhere, and everywhere thieved and pilfered. A few of them, weary of shifting and fixing their tents continually, came to a stand and hollowed out hovels, square huts of 4 to 6 feet, underground and covered with a roof of green branches, the ridge of which, set across 2 stakes, in the form of a Y, rose scarcely more than 2 feet above the soil. It was in this den, of which little more than the name has remained in France, that the whole family was huddled together pell-mell. In such a lodging, with no opening but the door and a hole for the smoke, the father hammered, the children, crouched round the fire, blew the bellows and the mother boiled the pot, which contained only the spoil of poaching. Among old clothes, a bridle and a knapsack hung from long wooden nails, with no other furniture than an anvil, pincers and hammer. There met credulity and love, maid and knight, lady of the manor and page. There they shewed their bare white hands to the penetrating glance of the Sibyl. Their love was purchased, happiness was sold, and lying found its recompense. Thence came mountebanks and card-sharpers, the star-spangled robe and peaked hat of the magician, the vagrants and their slang, street dancers and daughters of joy. It was the kingdom of idleness and truffery, of villon manners and free meals. They were people who were continually busy in doing nothing, as a simple storyteller of the Middle Ages terms it. A scholar who is equally modest and distinguished, M. Valiant, author of a history of the Romuni or Bohemians, some of whose pages we have cited, gives no more flattering portrait, though he ascribes to the gypsies great importance in the sacerdotal history of the ancient world. He recounts how these strange Protestants of primitive civilization, traveling through the ages with a malediction on their foreheads and rapine in their hands, excited curiosity at first, then mistrust, finally proscription and hatred on the part of medieval Christians. It will be readily understood what dangers might attach to this people without a fatherland, parasites of the whole world and citizens of nowhere. They were Bedouins who perambulated empires like deserts. They were nomadic thieves who gilded about everywhere and remained nowhere. It came to pass speedily that the people regarded them as sorcerers, even as demons, casters of lots, stealers of children, and there was some ground for all this. Moreover, the nomads began to be accused everywhere of celebrating frightful mysteries in secret. They were held responsible for all unknown murders, for all mysterious abductions, as the Greeks of Damascus accused the Jews of killing one of their fraternity and drinking his blood. It was affirmed that they preferred boys and girls from 12 to 15 years old. Here was an effectual way to ensure that they should be held in horror and avoided by the young, but it was odious all the same, for the child and the common people are only too credulous, while a fear begets hatred, so also it tends to breed persecution. It was this which came to pass. They were not only avoided and fled from, but they were refused fire and water. Europe became like India in their respect, and every Christian was a Brahmin armed against them. In some countries, if a young girl approached one of them to give alms out of charity, her distracted governess would warn her to beware, for the gypsy was a catcaon, an ogre, who would suck her blood when she was asleep in the night. The girl drew back trembling. If a boy passed near enough for his shadow to fall on the wall near which they were seated, and where perhaps a whole gypsy family was eating or basking in the sun, his master would cry, "Keep off, child. These vampires will steal your shadow and your soul will dance at their Sabbath through all eternity." So did Christian hatred resuscitate the lemur es and goblins, the vampires and ogres, as a ground of their impeachment. They were descended from Mambers, whose miracles competed against those of Moses. They were sent by the king of Egypt to spy everywhere on the children of Israel and render their lot intolerable. They were the murderers made use of by Herod to exterminate the firstborn of Bethlehem. They were pagans indeed, for others, but they did not understand a single word of Egyptian, their language comprising, on the contrary, a good deal of Hebrew, and they were therefore the refuse of that abject race, who slept in the tombs of Judea after devouring the corpses which they contained. They were otherwise those miscreant Jews who were tortured, chased and burned in 1348 for having poisoned our wells and cisterns, and they had returned once again to the work. As a final alternative, whether Jews or Egyptians, Essenians or Chusans, Pharaonians or Caphtorians, Assyrian Balistari or Philistines of Canaan, they were renegades, and it was testified in Saxony, France, and everywhere that they were fit only for burning and hanging. The proscription which came upon them fell also on that strange book in which they used to consult destiny and to obtain oracles. Its colored cards bearing incomprehensible figures are undoubtedly the monumental summary of all ancient revelations, the key to Egyptian hieroglyphics, the keys also of Solomon, the Primeva, scriptures of Enoch and Hermes. The author to whom we refer gives proof here of uncommon sagacity, speaking of the tarot as a man who as yet does not understand it perfectly but has made it a profound study. What he says is as follows. The form, disposition, arrangement of these tablets, and of the figures which they depict, though considerably modified by time, are so manifestly allegorical, while the allegories correspond so closely to the civil, philosophical, and religious doctrine of antiquity, that one is compelled to regard them as a synthesis of the matter of faith among ancient peoples. We have sought to make evident already that the tarot is a deduction from the sidereal book of Enoch, who is Henokia, that it is modeled on the astral wheel of Ather, who is Astaroth, that, like the Indian Otera, which is the polar bear or Arctura in the northern hemisphere, it is the force major, Teri, on which rests the solidity of the world and the sidereal firmament of earth. Consequently, like the polar bear, which is regarded as the chariot of the sun, the chariot of David and Arthur, it is the Greek fortune, the Chinese destiny, the Egyptian hazard, the lot of the Romanes, and that, in their unceasing revolution about the polar bear, the stars pour down on earth those auspices and fatalities, that light and shadow, cold and heat, whence flow the good and evil, the love and hatred which make up human happiness. If the origin of this book is so lost in the night of time that no one knows where or when it was invented, everything leads us to believe that it is of Indo-Tartaric origin and that, variously modified among ancient nations, according to the phases of their doctrines and the characteristics of their wise men, it was one of their books of occult science, possibly even one of their Sibylline books. We have sufficiently indicated the road by which it has reached us. We have seen that it must have been known to the Romans and that it came to them not only from the first days of the empire but of the republic itself, by the intervention of those numerous strangers of Eastern origin, who were initiated into the mysteries of Bacchus and of Isis, and who brought their knowledge to the heirs of Numa. Valiant does not say that the 4 hieroglyphical signs of the tarot, being wands, cups, swords, and deniers or golden circles, are found in Homer, sculptured on the shield of Achilles, but according to him, the cups are the arcs or arches of time, the vessels or ships of heaven. The deniers are the constellations, fixed and movable stars. The swords are fires, flames, rays. The wands are shadows, stones, trees, plants. The Ace of Cups is the vase of the universe, the arch of celestial truth, the principle of earth. The Ace of Deniers is the sun, the great eye of the world, the sustenance and element of life. The Ace of Swords is the spear of Mars, whence come wars, misfortunes, and victories. The Ace of Wands is the serpent's eye, the pastoral crook, the cowherd's goad, the club of Hercules, the emblem of agriculture. The Two of Cups is the cow, Io or Isis, and the bull, Apis or Nevis. The Three of Cups is Isis, the moon, lady and queen of night. The Three of Deniers is Osiris, the sun, lord and king of day. The Nine of Deniers is the messenger Mercury, or the angel Gabriel. The Nine of Cups is the gestation of good destiny, whence comes happiness. Finally, M. Valiant tells us that there is a Chinese diagram consisting of characters which form great oblong compartments, of equal size and precisely that of the tarot cards. These compartments are arranged in 6 perpendicular columns, the first 5 consisting of 14 compartments each, making 70 in all, whilst the 6th is only half filled and contains 7 compartments. Moreover, this diagram is formed after the same combination of the number 7. Each complete column is of twice 7 or 14 compartments, while the half column contains 7 compartments. It is so much like the tarot that the 4 suits of the latter occupy the 4 first columns. In the 5th column are the 21 trumps, while the 7 remaining trumps are in the 6th column, the last representing the 6 days constituting the week of creation. Now, according to the Chinese, this diagram goes back to the first epoch of their empire, being the drying up of the waters of the deluge by Iao. The conclusion is, therefore, that this is either the original tarot or a copy thereof, that in any case the tarot is anterior to Moses, is referable to the beginning of the ages, 01 the epoch of the formulation of the zodiac, and that its age is consequently 6,600 years. Such is the Romani tarot, from which by transposition the Hebrews have made the word Torah, signifying the law of Jehovah. So far, then, from being a game, as it is at the present day, it was a book, and a serious book, the book of symbols and of emblems, of analogies or the relations between stars and man, the book of destiny, by the aid of which the sorcerer unveiled the mysteries of fortune. Its figures, their names, their number, and the oracles drawn from these made it naturally regarded by Christians as the instrument of a diabolical art, a work of magic. It will be hence understood with what severity they prescribed it, the moment it became known to them by that abuse of confidence which the rashness of the Sagi committed on public credulity. In this manner, faith being lost in its message, the tarot became a game, while its pictures underwent modification according to the taste of nations and the successive spirit of centuries. It is to the work in this trivial form that we owe our modern playing cards, the combinations of which are comparable to those of the tarot in the same way as the game of drafts is comparable to the game of chess. It follows that the origin of cards is attributed wrongly to the reign of Charles VI, and it may be noted further that the initiates of the Order of the Belt, established before 1332 by Alphonse XI, King of Castile, pledged themselves not to play cards. Lusage tells us that, in the days of Charles V, Saint Bernard of Siena condemned cards to be burnt, and that they were then called triumphals after the game of triumph played in honor of the victorious Osiris or Ormuzd, represented by one of the tarot cards. Furthermore, that king himself prescribed cards in 1369, and the reason that little Jean de Sainter was honored by his favor was because he did not play. In those days cards were termed napes in Spain and naibi in Italy, the naibi being she-devils, sibyls, and pythonesses. Valiant, from whom we have been again quoting, considers therefore that the tarot has been modified and altered, which is true for the German examples bearing Chinese figures, but not for those of Italy, which have only been altered in details, nor for those of Besançon, in which traces remain of primitive Egyptian hieroglyphics. In the doctrine and ritual of transcendental magic, we have shown how untoward in their results were the labors of Attila or Aliette in respect of the tarot. This illuminated hairdresser, after working for 30 years, only succeeded in producing a bastard set, the keys of which are transposed, so that the numbers no longer answer to the signs. In a word, it is a tarot suited to Attila and to the measure of his intelligence, which was not of great extent. We are scarcely in agreement with M. valiant when he suggests that the gypsies were the lawful proprietors of this key to initiations. They owed it doubtless to the infidelity or imprudence of some Kabbalistic Jew. The gypsies originated in India, or their historian has at least shown the likelihood of this theory. Now the extant tarot is certainly that of the gypsies and has come to us by way of Judea. As a fact, its keys are in correspondence with the letters of the Hebrew alphabet, and some of its figures reproduce even their forms. What then were the gypsies? As a poet has said, they were the debased remnant of an ancient world. They were a sect of Indian Gnostics, whose communion caused them to be proscribed in every land. As they may be said to admit practically, they are profaners of the great arcanum, overtaken by a fatal malediction. A horde misled by some enthusiastic fakir, they had become wanderers through the world, protesting against all civilizations in the name of a pretended natural law which dispensed them from almost every duty. Now the law which seeks to prevail in violation of duty is aggression, pillage and rapine. It is the hand of Cain raised against his brother, and society in defending itself seems to be avenging the death of Abel. In 1840 certain mechanics of the Faubourg Saint-Antoine, weary, as they put it, of being hoodwinked by journalists and of serving as tools for the ambition of ready speechmakers, resolved to found and to edit a journal of pure radicalism and of logic apart from evasion or circumlocution. They combined therefore and deliberated for the firm establishment of their doctrines. They took as their basis the Republican device of liberty, equality, and the rest. But liberty seemed to them incompatible with the duty of labor, equality with the law of property, and they therefore decided on communism. One of them, however, pointed out that in communism the sharpest would preside over the division and would get the lion's share. It was decreed thereupon that no one should have the right to intellectual superiority. But it was further remarked that even physical beauty might constitute an aristocracy. So they decreed that there should be an equality in ugliness. Finally, as those who till the ground are yoked to the ground, it was settled that true communists could not follow agriculture, must have only the world for their fatherland and humanity itself for their family, whence it became them to have recourse to caravans and go round the world eternally. We are not relating a parable. We have known those who were present at the convention in question, and we have read the first number of their journal, which was entitled The Humanitarian and was suppressed in 1841. As to this, the press reports of the period may be consulted. Had the journal continued and had the incipient sect recruited proselytes for the Icarian emigration, as the old attorney Cabot was doing at the same period, a new race of Bohemians would have been organized, and vagabondage would have counted one race the more. Chapter 3. Legend and History of Raymond Lully. We have explained that the Church proscribed initiation because it was indignant at the profanations of the Gnosis. When Muhammad armed Eastern fanaticism against faith, he opposed savage and warlike credulity to the piety which is ignorant but which prays. His successors set foot in Europe and threatened to overrun it speedily. The Christians said, "Providence is chastising us," and the Moslems answered, "Fatality is on our side." The Jewish Kabbalists, who were in dread of being burnt as sorcerers in countries called Catholic, sought an asylum among the Arabs, for these in their eyes were heretics but not idolaters. They admitted some of them to a knowledge of their mysteries, and Islam, which had already conquered by force, was before long in a position to hope that it might prevail also by science over those whom educated Araby termed in its disdain the barbarians of the West. To onslaughts of physical force, the genius of France opposed the strokes of its own terrific hammer. Before the flowing tide of Mohammedan armies, a mail-clad finger had traced a clear line, and a mighty voice of victory cried to the flood, "Thou shalt go no further." The genius of science raised up Raymond Lully, and he reclaimed the heritage of Solomon for that Savior who was the son of David. It was he who for the first time called the children of blind faith to the splendors of universal knowledge. The pseudo-scholars, and the people who are wise in their own conceit, continue to speak with scorn of this truly great man, but the popular instinct has avenged him. Romance and legend have taken up his story, with the result that he is pictured as one impassioned like Abelard, initiated like Faust, an alchemist even as Hermes, a man of penitence and learning like Saint Jerome, a rover after the manner of the wandering Jew, a martyr in fine like Saint Stephen, and one who was glorious in death almost as the Savior of the world. Let us make our beginning with the romance. It is one of the most touching and beautiful that have come within our knowledge. On a certain Sunday, in the year 1250, a beautiful and accomplished lady, named Ambrosia di Castello, originally of Genoa, went, as she was accustomed, to hear Mass in the church of Palma, a town in the island of Majorca. A mounted cavalier of distinguished appearance and richly dressed, who was passing at the time in the street, noticed the lady and pulled up as one thunderstruck. She entered the church, quickly disappearing in the shadow of the great porch. The cavalier, quite unconscious of what he did, spurred his horse and rode after her into the midst of the affrighted worshippers. Great was the astonishment and scandal. The cavalier was well known. He was the Seigneur Raymond Lully, seneschal of the Isles and mayor of the palace. He had a wife and 3 children, while Ambrosia di Castello was also married and enjoyed, moreover, an irreproachable reputation. Raymond Lully passed therefore for a great libertine. His equestrian entrance into the church of Palma was noised over the whole town, and Ambrosia, in the greatest confusion, sought the advice of her husband. He was apparently a man of sense, and he did not consider his wife insulted because her beauty had turned the head of a young and brilliant nobleman. He proposed that Ambrosia should cure her admirer by folly as grotesque as his own. Meanwhile, Raymond Lully had written already to the lady, to excuse, or rather to accuse himself still further. What had prompted him, he said, was strange, supernatural, irresistible. He respected her honor and the affections which, he knew, belonged to another, but he had been overwhelmed. He felt that his imprudence required for its expiation high self-devotion, great sacrifices, miracles to be accomplished, the penitence of a stylite and the feats of a knight-errant. Ambrosia answered, to respond adequately to a love which you term supernatural would require an immortal existence. If this love be sacrificed heroically to our respective duties during the lives of those who are dear to each of us, it will, beyond all doubt, create for itself an eternity at that moment when conscience and the world will permit us to love one another. It is said that there is an elixir of life, seek to discover it, and when you are certain that you have succeeded, come and see me. Till then, live for your wife and your children, as I also will love for the husband whom I love, and if you meet me in the street, make no sign of recognition. It was evidently a gracious congé, which put off her lover till doomsday, but he refused to understand it as such, and from that day forth the brilliant noble disappeared to make room for the grave and thoughtful alchemist. Don Juan had become Faust. Many years passed away, the wife of Raymond Lully died. Ambrosia di Castello in her turn became a widow, but the alchemist appeared to have forgotten her and to be absorbed only in his sublime work. At length, one day, the widow being alone, Raymond Lully was announced, and there entered the apartment a bald and emaciated old man, who held in his hand a phial filled with a bright and ruddy elixir. He advanced with unsteady step, seeking her with his eyes. The object which they sought was before them, but he did not recognize her, who in his imagination had remained always young and beautiful. "It is I," she said at length. "What would you with me?" At the accents of that voice, the alchemist startled violently. He recognized her whom he had thought fondly to find unchanged. Casting himself on his knees at her feet, he offered her the phial, saying, "Take it, drink it, it is life. 30 years of my own existence are comprised in it, but I have tried it, and I know that it is the elixir of immortality." "What," asked Ambrosia with a sad smile, "have you yourself drunk it?" "For 2 months," replied Raymond, "after having taken a quantity of the elixir equal to that which is contained here, I have abstained from all other nourishment. The pangs of hunger have tormented me, But not only have I not died, I am conscious within me of an unparalleled accession of strength and life. I believe you, said Ambrosia, but this elixir, which preserves existence, is powerless to restore lost youth. My poor friend, look at yourself, and she held up a mirror before him. Raymond Lully recoiled, for it is affirmed by the legend that he had never surveyed himself in this manner during the 30 years of his labors. And now, Raymond, continued Ambrosia, look at me, and she unbound her hair, which was white as snow. Then, loosening the clasps of her robe, she exposed to him her breast, which was almost eaten away by a cancer. Is it this, she asked piteously, which you wish to immortalize? Then, seeing the consternation of the alchemist, she continued, for 30 years I have loved you, and I would not doom you to a perpetual prison in the body of an infirm old man. In your turn, do not condemn me. Spare me this death which you term life. Let me suffer the change which is necessary before I can live again truly. Let us renew our nature with an eternal youth. I have no wish for your elixir, which prolongs only the night of the tomb. I aspire to immortality. Raymond Lully thereupon cast down the phial, which was broken on the ground. I deliver you, he said, and for your sake I remain in prison, live in the immortality of heaven, while I am condemned forever to a living death on this earth. Then, hiding his face in his hands, he went away weeping. Some months after, a monk of the Order of St. Francis assisted Ambrosia di Castello in her last moments. This monk was the alchemist Raymond Lully. The romance ends here and the legend follows. This legend merges several bearers at different periods of the name Raymond Lully into a single personality, and thus endows the repentant alchemist with a few centuries of existence and expiation. On the day when the unfortunate adept should have expired naturally, he experienced all the agonies of dissolution. Then, at the supreme crisis, he felt life again take possession of his frame, like the vulture of Prometheus resuming its banquet. The Savior of the world, who had stretched forth his hand towards him, returned sorrowfully into heaven, and Raymond Lully found himself still on earth, with no hope of dying. He betook himself to prayer, and devoted his existence to good works. God granted him all graces save that of death. But of what profit are the others in the absence of that which should complete and crown them all? One day the tree of knowledge was shown to him, laden with its luminous fruits. He understood being and its harmonies. He divined the Kabbalah. He established the foundations and sketched the plan of universal science, from which time he was saluted as the illuminated doctor. So did he obtain glory, that fatal recompense of toil which God, in his mercy, seldom confers upon great men till after their death, because it intoxicates and poisons the living. But Raymond Lully, who could not by death give place to the glory after, might have occasion to fear that it would perish before himself, and meanwhile it could seem to him only a derision of his immortal misfortune. He knew how to make gold, so that he might purchase the world and all its kingdoms, yet he could not assure to himself the humblest tomb. He was the pauper of immortality. Everywhere he went begging for death, and no one was able to give it him. The courtly nobleman had become an absorbed alchemist, the alchemist a monk, the monk became preacher, philosopher, ascetic, saint, and, last of all, missionary. He engaged hand to hand with the learned men of Arabia. He battled victoriously against Islamism, and had everything to fear from the fury of its professors. Everything to fear, this means that he had something to hope, and that which he hoped for was death. He engaged a young Arab of the most fanatical class as his attendant, and posed before him as the scourge of the religion of Muhammad. The Arab assassinated his master, which was what he expected, but Raymond Lully did not die. It was the assassin that he would have forgiven who killed himself in despair at his failure, so that conscience had an added burden instead of deliverance and peace. He was scarcely cured of his wounds when he embarked for Tunis, in which place he preached Christianity openly, But the Bey, in admiration of his learning and his courage, protected him against the madness of the crowd and caused him to re-embark with all his books. Before long he returned to the same parts, preaching at Bone, Bujia, and other African towns. The Moslems were stupefied and feared to lay hands upon him. In the end he revisited Tunis, and collecting the people in the streets, he proclaimed that, though driven from the place, he had come back to confound the impious doctrines of Muhammad and to die for Jesus Christ. This time there was no protection possible. The enraged people hunted him. A veritable insurrection broke out. He fled, to encourage them further. Already he was broken by many blows, pouring with blood, covered with wounds, and yet he continued to live. He sank finally, buried, literally speaking, under a mountain of stones. On the same night, says the legend, 2 Genoese merchants, Stephen Colon and Louis de Pastorga, sailing over the open sea, beheld a great light shining from the port of Tunis. They changed their course and, approaching the shore, discovered a mound of stones, which diffused far and near this miraculous splendor. They landed in great astonishment and finally discovered the body of Raymond Lully, mangled but still breathing. He was taken on board the ship and carried to Majorca, where in sight of his native land the martyr was permitted to expire. God set him free by a miracle, and his penance was so finished. Such is the Odyssey of the fabulous Raymond Lully. Let us come now to the historical realities. Raymond Lully, the philosopher and adept, being the one who deserved the title of illuminated doctor, was the son of that seneschal of Majorca who was made famous by his ill-starred passion for Ambrosia di Castello. He did not discover the elixir of immortality, but he made gold in England for King Edward III, and this gold was called aurum Raymunii. There are extant certain very rare coins which are called Raymundans by experts. Louis Figuier identifies these with the rose nobles which were struck during the reign in question, and suggests, a little frivolously, that the alchemy of Raymond Lully was only a sophistication of gold which would be difficult to detect at a period when chemical processes were much less perfect than they are at the present day. This notwithstanding, he recognizes the scientific importance of Lully and gives his judgment concerning him as follows. Raymond Lully, whose genius embraced all branches of human knowledge, and who brought together in the Ars Magna a vast system of philosophy, summarizing the encyclopedic principles of science as it then stood, could not fail to bequeath a valuable heritage to chymists. He perfected and described carefully various compounds which are used widely in chemistry. We owe him the preparation of carbonate of potassium by means of tartar and byewood ashes, the rectification of spirits of wine, the preparation of essential oils, the cupellation of silver, and the preparation of sweet mercury. Other scientists, feeling sure that the rose nobles were pure as gold, have speculated that, having regard to the very imperfect processes of practical chemistry during the Middle Ages, such transmutations as those of Raymond Lully, and indeed other adepts, were merely the separation of the gold found in silver mines, and purified by means of antimony, which is actually indicated, in a great number of hermetic symbols, as the efficient and chief element in the powder of projection. We agree with them that chemistry was non-existent at the period in question, and we may add that it was created by adepts, or rather that the adepts, while keeping to themselves those synthetic secrets which were the treasure of the magical sanctuaries, instructed their contemporaries as to some of the analytical processes. These were afterwards perfected, but they have not as yet led men of science to reach that ancient synthesis which constitutes Hermetic philosophy, in the proper sense of the term. In this philosophical testament, Raymond Lully has set forth all the principles of this science, but in a veiled manner, following the practice and indeed the duty of adepts. He also composed a key to the testament mentioned, and finally a key to the key, or, more definitely, a codicil, which is in our opinion the most important of his writings on alchemy. Its principles and modes of procedure have nothing in common either with the sophistication of pure metals or with the separation of alloys. As a theory, it is in conformity with the principles of Geber, and as a practice with those of Arnaldus de Villanova, In respect of doctrine, it is in conformity with the most exalted ideas of the Kabbalah. Those earnest minds who refuse to be discouraged by the discredit into which ignorance brings the great things should study Kabbalistically the codicil of Raymond Lully, if they seek to carry on that research of the Absolute which was followed by the greatest men of genius in the elder world. The whole life of this preeminent adept, the first initiate after St. John who was devoted to the hierarchic apostolate of Holy Orthodoxy, his entire life, we repeat, was passed in pious foundations, in preachings, in immense scientific labors. Thus, in 1276, he established at Palma a college of Franciscans dedicated to the study of Oriental languages, and Arabic especially, with the object of refuting the works of Mohammedan doctors and of preaching the Christian faith among the Moors. John 21:0 confirmed this institution by a pastoral letter dated from Viterbo on December 16, in the first year of his pontificate. From 1293 to 1311 Lully solicited and obtained from Pope Nicholas IV and from the kings of France, Sicily, Cyprus, and Majorca the establishment of many other colleges for the same purpose. Wherever he went he gave instructions in his great art, which is a universal synthesis of human knowledge, and has as its prime object the institution of one language among men as also one mode of thought. He visited Paris and there astonished the most learned doctors. Afterwards he crossed over to Spain, tarried at Complut, where he founded a central academy for the study of languages and sciences. He reformed a number of convents, went on to Italy and recruited soldiers for a new military order, the institution of which he advocated at the very Council of Vienna which condemned the Templars. The Catholic science and the true initiation of St. John were intended thereby to rescue the protecting sword of the temple from faithless hands. The great ones of this world derided poor Raymond Lully, and yet in their own despite they did all that he desired. This illuminated personality, termed by derision Raymond the Fantastic, seems to have been Pope of Popes and King of Kings. He was poor as Job and gave alms to sovereigns. He was called a fool, and he was of that order of folly which confounds sages. The greatest politician of the period, Cardinal Ximenes, whose mind was as vast as it was serious, never spoke of him except as the divine Raymond Lully and the most enlightened doctor. He died in 1314, according to Genebrard, or in 1315, according to the author of the preface to the Meditations of the Hermit Blackern. He was 80 years old, and the end of his toilsome and holy existence came on the festival of the martyrdom of St. Peter and St. Paul. A disciple of the great Kabbalists, Raymond Lully sought to establish an absolute and universal philosophy by substituting for the conventional abstractions of systems a fixed notion of natural actualities, and by substituting a simple and natural mode of expression for the ambiguous terms of scholasticism. He condemned the definitions of the scholars at his period because they perpetuated disputes by their inexactitude and amphibology. According to Aristotle, man is a reasonable animal, but it may be replied that he is not an animal and is only rarely reasonable. Moreover, the words animal and reasonable cannot be brought into harmony. A fool, in this sense, would not be a man, and so forth. Raymond Lully defined things by their right names and not by their synonyms or approximations. Afterwards he explained the names by etymology. To the question, what is man? He would therefore reply that the word, in its general acceptation, signified the state of being human, but taken in a particular acceptation it designates the human personality. What, however, is this human personality? Originally, it is the personality which God made by breathing life into a body compounded of earth, humus, literally, it is you, it is I, it is Peter, Paul, and so on. Those who were accustomed to scientific jargon protested to the illuminated doctor that anyone could talk like this, that on the basis of such a method the whole world might pose as learned, and that popular common sense would be preferred before the doctrine of academies. That is just what I wish, was the answer of Raymond Lully in his great simplicity. Hence the reproach of puerility made against his enlightened theory, and puerile it was in a sense, but with the puerility of his counsel, who said, except ye become as one of these little ones, ye shall not enter into the kingdom of heaven. Is not the kingdom of heaven also that of science, seeing that the celestial life of God and men is but understanding and love. The design of Raymond Lully was to set the Christianized Kabbalah against the fatalistic magia of the Arabs, Egyptian traditions against those of India, the magic of light against black magic. He testified that, in the last days, the doctrines of Antichrist would be a materialized realism, and that there would be a recrudescence of all the monstrosities of evil magic. Hence he sought to prepare minds for the return of Enoch, or otherwise for the final revelation of that science, the key of which is in the hieroglyphical alphabets of Enoch. This harmonizing light of reason and faith is to precede the messianic and universal reign of Christianity on earth. So was Lully a great prophet for true Kabbalists and seers, while for skeptics who at least can respect exalted characters and noble aspirations he was a sublime dreamer. Chapter 4. On certain alchemists. Nicholas Flamel belongs to alchemy exclusively, and he enters into our consideration only because of the hieroglyphical book of Abraham the Jew, in which the scrivener of the Rue Saint-Jacques-la-Boucherie found the absolute keys of the great work. This book was founded on the keys of the tarot and was simply a hieroglyphical and hermetic commentary on the Sefer Yetzirah. We find as a fact, by the description of Flamel himself, that the leaves were 21 in number, making 22 with the title, and that they were divided into 3 septenaries, having a blank leaf at every 7th page. Let us here bear in mind that the Apocalypse, that sublime Kabbalistic and prophetic summary of all occult types, also divided its symbols into 3 septenaries, between each of which there is silence in heaven, thus instituting a striking analogy with the uninscribed leaf in the mystic book of Flamel. The septenaries of the Apocalypse are 7 seals to open, meaning 7 mysteries to be learned and 7 difficulties to be overcome, 7 trumpets to sound, being 7 utterances to understand, 7 vials to empty, which signify 7 substances which must be volatilized and fixed. In the work of Flamel, the first 7th leaf has as its hieroglyphical character the wand of Moses overcoming the serpents brought forth by the magicians of Pharaoh. They are seen devouring one another, and the figure as a whole is analogous to the victor of the tarot, yoking to his cubic chariot the white and black sphinxes of Egyptian magic. The symbol in question corresponds to the 7th dogma in the Creed of Maimonides. We acknowledge but one prophet, who is Moses. It represents the unity of science and the work. It represents further the mercury of the wise, which is formed by the dissolution of composites and by the reciprocal action of the sulfur and salt of metals. The emblem on the 14th page was the brazen serpent set upon a cross. The cross represents the marriage of the purified sulfur and salt, as also the condensation of the astral light. The 14th trump card in the tarot depicts an angel, who is the spirit of the earth, mingling the liquids in 2 ewers, one of gold and one of silver. It is the same symbol formulated after another manner. On the 21st leaf of Flamel's book there was the type of space and universal life, represented by a desert with springs of water and serpents gliding hither and thither. In the tarot, space is typified by the 4 signs allocated to the cardinal points of heaven, and life is represented by a naked girl dancing in a circle. Flamel does not specify the number of springs and serpents, but the former would probably be 4, springing from one source, as in the Pantacle of Eden the serpent would be 4, 7, 9 or 10. On the 4th leaf was the figure of time, preparing to cut off the feet of Mercury. Close by was a rose tree in blossom, the root being blue, the stem white, the leaves red, and the flowers golden. The number 4 is that of elemental realization. Time is atmospheric niter, his scythe is the acid which is extracted from this niter, and the mercury is fixed thereby, being transformed into salt. The rose tree represents the work and the successive colors which characterize its stages. It is the mastery passing through the black, white, and red aspects, out of which gold is produced as a blossom that buds and unfolds. The number 5 is that of the great mystery, and on the 5th page blind men were represented digging up the ground round the rose tree in search of the grand agent which is present everywhere. Some others, who were better advised, were weighing a white water, resembling a solidified air. On the reverse side of this page was the massacre of the innocents, with the sun and moon descending to bathe in their blood. This allegory, which is the literal secret of Hermetic art, has reference to that process of taking air into air, as Aristius puts it, or, to speak intelligible language, of using air as force, expanding it by means of astral light, just as water is changed into steam by the action of fire. This can be accomplished by the aid of electricity, magnets, and a powerful projection of the operator's will, when directed by science and good intent. The children's blood represents that essential light which is extracted by philosophical fire from elementary bodies. When it is said that the sun and moon come down to bathe, the meaning is that the silver therein is tinctured into gold, and that the gold acquires a grade of purity by which its sulfur is transformed into the true powder of projection. We are not writing a treatise on alchemy, although this science is really transcendental magic put into operation. We reserve its revelations and wonders for other special and more extended works. Popular tradition affirms that Flamel did not die and that he buried a treasure under the tower of St. Jacques la Boucherie. According to illuminated adepts, this treasure, contained in a cedar box covered with plates of the 7 metals, was the original copy of the famous book attributed to Abraham the Jew, with commentaries in the writing of Flamel and sufficient specimens of the powder of projection to transmute the sea into gold, supposing that the sea were mercury. After Flamel came Bernard Trevisan, Basil Valentine, and other famous alchemists. The 12 keys of Basil Valentine are at once Kabbalistic, magical, and hermetic. Then in 1480 appeared Trithemius, who was the master of Cornelius Agrippa and the greatest dogmatic magician of the Middle Ages. Trithemius was an abbot of the order of Saint Benedict, of irreproachable orthodoxy and unimpeachable conduct. He was not so imprudent as to write openly on occult philosophy, like his venturesome disciple Agrippa. All his magical works turn on the art of concealing mysteries, while his doctrine was expressed in a panticle, after the manner of true adepts. This panticle is excessively rare, and is found only in a few manuscript copies of his tract De Septem Secundis. A Polish gentleman and man of exalted mind and noble heart, Count Alexander Berniski possesses a curious example which he has kindly shown to us. The panticle consists of 2 triangles joined at the base, one white and the other black. At the apex of the black triangle there is a fool crouching, who turns his head with difficulty and gazes awestruck into the triangle, where his own likeness is reflected. On the apex of the white triangle stands a man in the prime of life, armed as a knight, having a steady glance and an attitude of strong and peaceful command. In this triangle are inscribed the letters of the divine tetragram. The natural and exoteric sense of the emblem may be explained by an aphorism as follows. The wise man rests in the fear of the true God, but the fool is overwhelmed by the terror of a false god made in his own image. By meditating on the panticle as a whole, and thereafter on its constituents successively, the adepts, however, will find therein the last word of Kabbalism and the unspeakable formula of the great arcanum. In other words, it is the distinction between miracles and prodigies, the secret of apparitions, the universal theory of magnetism, and the science of all mysteries. Trithemius composed a history of magic, written entirely in panticles under the title Veterum Sephorum Sigilla et Imagines Magica. In his steganography and polygraphy, he gives the key to all occult writings and explains in veiled terms the real science of incantations and evocations. Trithemius is in magic the master of masters, and we have no hesitation in proclaiming him the most wise and learned of adepts. It is otherwise with Cornelius Agrippa, who was a seeker all his life and attained neither science nor peace. His books are full of erudition and assurance. He was himself of an independent and fantastic character, so it came about that he passed for an abominable sorcerer and was persecuted by the priesthood and princes. In the end, he wrote against the sciences which had failed to bring him happiness, and he died in misery and abandonment. We now come to the mild and pleasing figure of that learned and sublime Postel, who is known only by his over-mystical love for an elderly but illuminated woman. There is something far different in Postel from the disciple of Mother Jean, but vulgar minds prefer to disparage rather than to learn and have no wish to see anything better in him. It is not for the benefit of these that we propose to make known the genius of William Postel. He was the son of a poor peasant, belonging to the district of Barenton in Normandy. By force of perseverance and much sacrifice, he contrived to teach himself and became the most learned man of his time. But poverty pursued him always, and want occasionally compelled him to sell his books. Full of resignation and sweetness, he worked like a laboring man to win a morsel of bread, and then went back to his studies. He acquired all known languages and sciences of his period. He discovered rare and priceless manuscripts, including the apocryphal Gospels and the Sefer Yetzirah. He initiated himself into the mysteries of the transcendental Kabbalah, and in his simple admiration for that absolute truth, for that supreme reason of all philosophies and dogmas, it was his ambition to reveal it to the world. He therefore spoke the language of mysteries openly and wrote a book entitled The Key of Things Kept Secret from the Foundation of the World. He dedicated this work to the fathers assembled at the Council of Trent, entreating them to enter the path of conciliation and universal synthesis. No one understood him. Some accused him of heresy, and the most moderate were contented to say that he was a fool. The Trinity, according to Postel, made man in its image and its likeness. The human body is dual, and its triadic unity is through the union of the two halves. The human soul is also dual. It is animus and anima, or intellect and emotion. It has also two sexes, the male being resident in the head and the female in the heart. Redemption in its completion must also be dual in humanity. The mind by its purity makes good the errors of the heart, and then the generosity of the heart must rescue the egoistic barrenness of the brain. Christianity, from Postel's standpoint, has been so far understood only by the reasoning mind and has not entered into the heart. The Word has been made man, but the world will be saved when the Word shall have been made woman. The sublime grandeurs of the spirit of love will be taught by the maternal genius of religion, and then reason will be harmonized with faith, because it will comprehend, interpret, and restrain the sacred excesses of devotion. Observe, he remarks, how religion is understood by the majority of Christians. It is only as an ignorant and persecuting partiality, a superstitious and stupid stubbornness, and fear, base fear, above all. Why is this? Because those who profess it have not the woman heart, because they are foreign to the divine enthusiasms of that mother love which explains all religion. The power that has invaded the brain and binds the spirit is not that of the good, understanding, and long-suffering God. It is of the wicked, imbecile, and cowardly Satan. It comes about in this manner that there is far more fear of the devil than love for the divine. The frozen and shriveled brain weighs on the dead heart like a tombstone. What an awakening will it be for understanding, what a rebirth for reason, what a victory for truth, when the heart shall be raised by grace. Why am I the first and almost the only person to comprehend this? And what can one who has attained resurrection perform alone among the dead, who can hear nothing? Come therefore, and come quickly, O Mother Spirit, who appeared to me at Venice in the soul of a virgin inspired by God. Descend and teach the women of the New World their redeeming mission and their apostolate of holy and spiritual life. It is a fact that Postel owed these noble inspirations to a pious woman named Jean, whose acquaintance he had made at Venice. He was the spiritual advisor of this elect soul, and was drawn into the current of mystic poetry which eddied about her. When he administered the Eucharist to her, she became radiant and transfigured in his eyes. And although she was more than 50 years old, the poor priest confesses innocently that he would have taken her for less than 15. So did the sympathy of their hearts transform her in his eyes. One must have followed the life of asceticism to understand such celestial hallucinations and lyrical puerilities, such a mystic marriage between two virginal beings, such extraordinary enthusiasms of love in two pure souls. In her he discerned the living spirit of Jesus Christ by which the world would be regenerated. I have seen, says he, this light of the heart which will drive the hideous spectre of Satan from all minds. It is no chimera of my dreams. She has appeared in the world, has taken flesh in a maid, in whom I have hailed the mother of the world to come. This is analyzing rather than translating Postel, but the rapid abridgment of his sentiments and language will make plain that he spoke figuratively, and, as maintained by the learned Jesuit Desbillens in his notice on the life and works of Postel, that nothing was further from his thoughts than to represent, as some have pretended, a second incarnation of divinity in this poor hospital sister, who had only drawn him by the brightness of her humble virtues. We are utterly certain that all those who have slandered and ridiculed Postel are not worth one Mère Jeanne. The mystical relations of Postel and the nun continued for about 5 years, at the end of which time she died, assuring her confessor that she would never be parted from him but would help him when freed from the bond of material life. She kept her promise, says Postel. She has been with me at Paris, has enlightened me with her own light and has harmonized my reason and my faith. 2 years after her ascent into heaven, her spiritual body and substance descended into me and permeated sensibly my whole body, so that it is she rather than myself who lives in me. After this experience, Postel always regarded himself as a risen being and signed himself Postellus Restitutus. As a matter of fact, one curious result followed. His white hair became again black, his wrinkles disappeared, and the ruddy color of youth was assumed by his countenance, previously made thin and pallid by his austerities and vigils. His derisive biographers assert that he dyed his hair and painted his face. It was insufficient to picture him as a fool, and so out of his noble and generous character they produced a juggler and charlatan. Assuredly the imbecility or bad faith of cold and skeptic minds, when they pass judgment on enthusiastic hearts, is more wonderful than the eloquent unreason of the latter. It has been imagined, writes Father Desbillens, and is still, I understand, believed that the regeneration supposed to have been accomplished by Mother Jeanne is the foundation of his system. It had however been completely developed before he was aware of her existence, and he never departed from it unless indeed he did so a few years before his death. It had come into his mind that the evangelical reign of Jesus Christ, established by the apostles, could be no longer maintained among Christians or propagated among infidels unless enforced by the light of reason. To this principle, which affected him personally, he added another, being the destination of the King of France to universal monarchy. The way of the Second Advent must be prepared by conquest of hearts and conviction of minds, that there may be henceforth but one faith and Jesus Christ reigning over the whole world in the person of a single king and in virtue of one law. According to Father Desbillens, this proves that Postel was mad. Mad for having thought that religion should reign over minds by the supreme reason of its doctrine, and that the monarchy, to be strong and permanent, should bind hearts together by the victories of public prosperity under the dominion of peace. Mad for having believed in the coming of that kingdom about which we say daily, his kingdom come. Mad because he believed in reason and justice on earth. Well, they spoke truly, poor Postel was mad. The proof of his madness is that he wrote, as already said, to the fathers of the Council of Trent, entreating them to bless the whole world and to launch anathemas against no one. As another example, he tried to convert the Jesuits and cause them to preach universal concord among men, peace between sovereigns, reason among priests, and goodness among the princes of this world. In fine, as a last and supreme madness, he neglected the benefits of this world and the favor of the great, lived always humbly and in poverty, possessed nothing but his knowledge and his books, and desired nothing but truth and justice. May God give peace to the soul of poor William Postel. He was so mild and so good that his ecclesiastical superiors took pity upon him and, thinking probably, as was said later on of La Fontaine, that he was more silly than wicked, they were contented with shutting him up in his convent for the rest of his days. Postel was grateful for the quiet thus ensured towards the close of life, and he died peaceably, retracting everything that his superiors required. The man of universal concord could not be an anarchist. He was before all things the sincerest of Catholics and humblest of Christians. The works of Postel will be rediscovered one of these days and will be read with wonder. Let us pass to another maniac who was called Theophrastus Aurelius Bombast and was known in the world of magic under the famous name of Paracelsus. There is no need to recapitulate what has been said concerning this master in our Doctrine and Ritual of Transcendental Magic, but something may be added on the occult medicine restored by Paracelsus. This truly universal medicine is based upon a spacious theory of light, called by adepts fluid or potable gold. Light, that creative agent, the vibrations of which are the movement and life of all things, light, latent in the universal ether, radiating about absorbing centers, which, being saturated thereby, project movement and life in their turn, so forming creative currents, light, astralized in the stars, animalized in animals, humanized in human beings, light, which vegetates in plants, glistens in metals, produces all forms of nature and equilibrates all by the laws of universal sympathy. This is that light which exhibits the phenomena of magnetism, divined by Paracelsus, which tinctures the blood, being released from the air as it is inhaled and discharged by the hermetic bellows of the lungs. The blood then becomes a true elixir of life, wherein ruby and magnetic globules of vital light float in a slightly gilded fluid. These globules are actual seeds, ready to assume all forms of that world whereof the human body is an abridgment. They can become rarefied and coagulated, so renewing the humors which circulate in the nerve, and in the flesh encompassing the bones. They radiate outside, or rather, in rarefying, they are drawn by the currents of light and circulate in the astral body, that interior and luminous body which is dilated by the imagination of ecstatics, so that their blood sometimes colors objects at a distance when these have been penetrated and identified with the astral body. In a special work on occult medicine, that which is stated here will be proved, however strange and paradoxical it may seem at first sight to men of science. Such were the bases of medicine as put forward by Paracelsus. He cured by sympathy of light. He administered medicaments not to the outward material body, which is entirely passive, which can be rent and cut up without feeling anything when the astral body has withdrawn, but to the inward medium, to that vehicle which is the source of sensations. The quintessence of these he renewed by sympathetic quintessences. For example, he healed wounds by applying powerful reactives to the spilt blood, thus sending back its physical soul and purified sap to the body. To cure a diseased limb, he made a limb of wax and, by willpower, transferred thereto the magnetism of the diseased limb. Then he treated the wax with vitriol, iron, and fire, thus reacting by imagination and magnetic correspondence on the sick person himself, to whom the limb of wax had become an appendix and supplement. Paracelsus knew the mysteries of blood. He knew why the priests of Baal made incisions with knives in their flesh, and then brought down fire from heaven. He knew why Orientals poured out their blood before a woman to inspire her with physical love. He knew how spilt blood cries for vengeance or mercy and fills the air with angels or demons. Blood is the instrument of dreams and multiplies images in the brain during sleep, because it is full of the astral light. Its globules are bisexual, magnetized and metalled, sympathetic and repelling. All forms and images in the world can be evoked from the physical soul of blood. At Baroche, says the estimable traveler Tavernier, there is a first-class English house, which I reached on a certain day with the English president, on my way from Agra to Surat. There came also certain jugglers, asking leave to exhibit some of their professional skill, and the president was curious to see it. In the first place they lighted a great fire, at which they heated iron chains, then wound them about their bodies and pretended that they were suffering in consequence, but no harm followed. They next took a morsel of wood, set it in the ground, and asked one of the spectators to choose what fruit he liked. His choice fell upon mangoes, and thereupon one of the performers put a shroud about him and squatted on the ground 5 or 6 times. I had the curiosity to ascend to an upper room, where I could see through a fold in the sheet what was being done by the man. He was actually cutting the flesh under the armpits with a razor and rubbing the wood with his blood. Each time he rose up, the wood grew visibly. On the 3rd occasion there were branches and buds thereon. On the 4th the tree was covered with leaves, and on the 5th it was bearing flowers. The English president had brought his chaplain from Ahmedabad to baptize a child of the Dutch commander, the president acting as godfather. The Dutch, it should be mentioned, do not have chaplains except where soldiers and merchants are gathered together. The English clergyman began by protesting that he could not consent to Christians assisting at such spectacles, and when he saw how the performers brought forth from a bit of dry wood, in less than half an hour, a tree of 4 or 5 feet in height, having leaves and flowers as in springtime, he felt it his duty to put an end to the business. He announced, therefore, that he would not administer communion to those who persisted in witnessing such occurrences. The president was thus compelled to dismiss the jugglers. Dr. Clever de Maldegny, to whom we owe this extract, regrets that the growth of the mangoes was thus stopped abruptly, but he does not explain the occurrence. To our mind it was a case of fascination by the magnetism of the radiant light of blood, a phenomenon of magnetized electricity, identical with that termed palingenesis, by which a living plant is made to appear in a vessel containing ashes of the same plant long since perished. Of such were the secrets known by Paracelsus, and it was in the application of these hidden natural forces to purposes of medicine that he made at once so many admirers and enemies. For the rest, he was by no means a simple personality like Postal. He was naturally aggressive and of the mountebank type. So did he affirm that his familiar spirit was hidden in the pommel of his great sword, and never left his side. His life was an unceasing struggle. He traveled, debated, wrote, taught. He was more eager about physical results than moral conquests, and while first among practical magicians, he was last among adepts of wisdom. His philosophy was one of sagacity, and, on his own part, he termed it Philosophia Sagax. He divined more than anyone without knowing anything completely. There is nothing to equal his intuitions, unless it be the rashness of his commentaries. He was a man of intrepid experiences, intoxicated with his own opinions, his own talk, intoxicated otherwise on occasion, if we may believe some of his biographers. The works which he has left are precious for science, but they must be read with caution. He may be called the divine Paracelsus, understood in the sense of diviner. He is an oracle but not a true master. He is great above all as a physician, for he had found the universal medicine. This notwithstanding, he could not prolong his own life, and he died while still young, worn out by work and by excesses. He left behind him a name shining with fantastic and ambiguous glory, due to discoveries by which his contemporaries failed to profit. He had not uttered his last word, and is one of those mysterious beings of whom it may be said, as of Enoch and St. John, he is not dead, and he will come again upon earth before the last day. Chapter 5. Some famous sorcerers and magicians. Amidst a great multiplicity of commentaries and studies on the work of Dante, no one, that we are aware, has signalized its characteristic in chief. The masterpiece of the glorious Ghibelline is a declaration of war against the papacy by a daring revelation of mysteries. The epic of Dante is Johannite and Gnostic. It is a bold application of Kabbalistic figures and numbers to Christian dogmas, and is further a secret negation of the absolute element therein. His visit to the supernatural worlds takes place like an initiation into the mysteries of Eleusis and Thebes. He is guided and protected by Virgil amidst the circles of the New Tartarus, as if the tender and melancholy prophet of the destinies of the son of Pollio were, in the eyes of the Florentine poet, the illegitimate yet true father of the Christian epic. Thanks to the pagan genius of Virgil, Dante emerges from that gulf above the door of which he had read the sentence of despair. He escapes by standing on his head, which means by reversing dogma. So does he ascend to the light, using the demon himself, like a monstrous ladder. By the force of terror he emerges from terror, from the horrible by the power of horror. He seems to testify that hell is without egress for those only who cannot go back on themselves. He takes the devil against the grain, if I may use so familiar an expression, attains emancipation and by audacity. This is truly Protestantism surpassed. And the poet of Rome's enemies has already divined Faust ascending to heaven on the head of the defeated Mephistopheles. Observe also that the hell of Dante is but a negative purgatory, by which is meant that his purgatory seems to take form in his hell, as if in a mold it is like the lid or stopper of the gulf, and it will be understood that the Florentine Titan in scaling paradise meant to kick purgatory into hell. His heaven is composed of a series of Kabbalistic circles divided by a cross. Like the Pantacle of Ezekiel, in the center of this cross a rose blossoms, thus for the first time manifesting publicly and almost explaining categorically the symbol of the Rosicrucians. We say for the first time because William of Loris, who died in 1260, 5 years before the birth of Dante, did not complete the Romance of the Rose, his mantle falling upon Cloppenel some 50 years later. It will be discovered with a certain astonishment that the Romance of the Rose and the Divine Comedy are two opposite forms of a single work, initiation by independence of spirit, satire on all contemporary institutions and an allegorical formula of the grand secrets of the Brotherhood of the Rosy Cross. These important manifestations of occultism coincide with the fall of the Templars, since Jean de Meung or Cloppenel, a contemporary of Dante in the old age of the latter, flourished during his best years at the court of Philip the Fair. The Romance of the Rose is the epic of old France, a profound work in a trivial form, a revelation of occult mysteries as instructed as that of Apuleius. The Roses of Flamel, Jean de Meung and Dante belong to the same bush. A genius like Dante could not be an arch-heretic. Great men give an impetus to intelligence, and the impetus takes effect subsequently in activities which are startled by restless mediocrities. It may have been that Dante was never read, and he would assuredly not have been understood by Luther. This notwithstanding, the mission of the Ghibellines, made fruitful by the potent thought of the poet, raised up the empire against the papacy by slow degrees. It was continued from century to century under various names, and in the end it made Germany Protestant. It was certainly not Luther who produced the Reformation. It was the latter which took possession of Luther and impelled him forward. This square-shouldered monk could boast only obstinacy and daring, but he was the needful instrument for revolutionary ideas. Luther was the Danton of anarchic theology, superstitious and rash. He believed that he was obsessed by the devil. It was the devil who dictated his arguments against the church, made him declaim, spout nonsense, and above all things write. The inspiring genius of all the Cains asked nothing at that time but ink, preassured that, given this fluid flowing from the pen of Luther, there would be presently a sea of blood. Luther was conscious of the fact, and he hated the devil because he was another master. One day he threw the inkhorn at his head, as if to satiate him by the violent libation. The episode recalls that jocular regicide who daubed his accomplices with ink when he signed the death warrant of Charles I. The device of Luther was Turk rather than Papist, and as a fact Protestantism at its root is, like Islamism, simple deism organized into a conventional cultus, or if it differs therefrom it is only by its remnants of Catholicism imperfectly effaced. From the standpoint of the negation of Catholic dogma, the Protestants are Muslims with a few superstitious the more and a prophet the less. Men renounce God less unwillingly than they give up the devil, as the apostates of all times have proved abundantly. Speedily subdivided by anarchy, the disciples of Luther had but one bond of belief in common. All had faith in Satan, and this specter, magnifying in proportion as their spirit of revolt took them the farther from God, reached terrible proportions at last. Carlos Tad, Archdeacon of Württemberg, being one day in the pulpit, saw a black man enter the temple, take a seat in front of him and stare at him with dreadful fixity through the entire length of his sermon. He became anxious, left the pulpit and questioned the assistants, but no one had seen the phantom. Carlos Tad returned home in a state of dismay. He was met by the youngest of his sons, who said that a stranger in black had inquired for him and promised to return in 3 days. There was no room for doubt in the mind of the hallucinated archdeacon. That stranger was the specter of his vision. A fever was brought on by his terror. He retired to bed and died before the 3rd day. These unhappy heretics were afraid of their own shadows. Their consciences had remained Catholic and consigned them to hell without pity. Walking one evening with his wife Catherine de Bora, Luther looked up to heaven, which was bright with stars, and said in an undertone as he sighed deeply, "Ah, beautiful sky, which I shall never see." "What?" exclaimed his wife. "Do you then think that you are condemned?" Luther answered, "Who knows whether God will not punish us for having been unfaithful to our vows?" Supposing that Catherine, seeing his lack of self-confidence, had cursed and left him, it may be that the reformer, overcome by the divine warning, would have recognized his criminal offense in betraying that church which was his first spouse and would have turned weeping towards the cloister which he had left willfully. But God, who withstands the proud, doubtless found him unworthy of this saving affliction. The sacrilegious comedy of Luther's marriage was the providential punishment of his pride, and as he remained obstinate in his sin, that punishment was always with him and derided him to the end. He died between the devil and his wile, appalled at the one and exceedingly embarrassed by the other. Corruption and superstition are well paired together. The epoch of the dissolute Renaissance, equally persecuting and credulous, was certainly not that of the second birth of reason. Catherine de' Medici was a sorceress. Charles IX consulted necromancers. Henry III played at devotion and debauch. It was the heyday then of astrologers, though a few of them were tortured from time to make them change their predictions. There were, moreover, the court sorcerers, who dabbled a little in poisoning and deserved the hangman's rope. Troischels, the magician of Charles IX, was a juggler and rogue. One day he made confession to the king, and his misdeeds were not peccadillos. The king lore gave him, but promised his cure on the gallows if he had a relapse. He did relapse and was hanged in due course. When the League vowed the death of the weakly and miserable Henri III, it had recourse to witchcraft and black magic. Latoile declares that a wax image of the king was set on the altars where priests of the League said Mass, and that the image was stabbed with a knife during a prayer embodying maledictions and anathemas. When the king failed to die with sufficient celerity, it was concluded that he was also a sorcerer. Pamphlets were published representing Henri III as holding conventions where the crimes of Sodom and Gomorrah were but the prelude of more frightful and unheard-of outrages. Included among the king's minions there was said to be one who was the devil in person, and young virgins were abducted and prostituted by force to Beelzebub. The people believed these fables, and a fanatic was found at last to execute the threats of sorcery. Jacques Clement suffered from visions and imperious voices, which commanded him to kill the king. He sought regicide like a martyr and died laughing like the heroes of Scandinavian mythology. Scandal-mongering chronicles have pretended that a great lady of the court supplemented the inspirations of the monk's solitude by the magnetism of her caresses, but the anecdote is wanting in probability. It was the monk's continence which promoted his exaltation, and had he begun to lead the blind life of passion, an insatiable appetite for pleasure would have possessed his entire nature, and he would not have been willing to die. Whilst religious wars incommoded the world, secret Illuministic associations, which were nothing but theurgic and magical schools, were incorporated in Germany. The most ancient of these seems to have been that of the Rosicrucians, whose symbols go back to the times of the Guelphs and the Ghibellines, as we see by the allegories in the poem of Dante and by the emblems in the Romance of the Rose. The rose, which from all times has been the type of beauty, life, love, and pleasure, expressed mystically the secret thought of all protests manifested at the Renaissance. It was the flesh in rebellion against the oppression of spirit. It was nature testifying that, like grace, she was a daughter of God. It was love refusing to be stifled by the celibate. It was life in revolt against sterility. It was humanity aspiring towards natural religion, full of reason and love, founded on the revelations of the harmony of being, of which the rose, for initiates, was the living floral symbol. It is in truth a pantacle. The form is circular. The leaves of the corolla are heart-shaped and rest harmoniously on one another. Its tint offers the most harmonious shades of the primitive colors. Its calyx is of purple and gold. We have seen that Flamel, or rather the Book of Abraham the Jew, represents it as the hieroglyphical sign of the fulfillment of the great work. Here is the key to the romance of Clopinol and William Dolores. The conquest of the rose was the problem offered by initiation to science, whilst religion was at work to prepare and to establish the universal, exclusive and final triumph of the cross. The problem proposed by high initiation was the union of the rose and the cross, and in effect occult philosophy, being the universal synthesis, must take into account all phenomena of being. Considered solely as a physiological fact, religion is the revelation and satisfaction of a need of souls. Its existence as a fact is scientific, and to deny it would be a denial of humanity itself. No one has invented it like laws and civilizations. It is formed by the necessities of moral life. From this merely philosophical and restrained standpoint, religion must be regarded as fatal if one explains all by fatality, and as divine if one confesses to a supreme intelligence as the mainspring of natural laws. Hence it follows that the characteristic of every religion, properly so called, being to depend directly from divinity by a supernatural revelation, no other mode of transmission providing a sufficient sanction of dogma, it must be concluded that the true natural religion is religion that has been revealed. This is to say, it is natural to adopt a religion only on the understanding that it has been revealed, every true religion exhorting sacrifices, and man having neither the power nor right to impose the same on his fellow creatures, outside and especially above the ordinary conditions of humanity. Proceeding from this strictly rational principle, the Rosicrucians were led to respect the dominant hierarchic and revealed religion. They could be therefore no more the enemies of the papacy than of legitimate monarchy, while if they conspired against popes and kings, it was because they considered these or those personally as apostates in respect of duty and supreme abettors of anarchy. What in fact is a despot, whether spiritual or temporal, but a crowned anarchist? It is possible to explain in this manner the Protestantism and even radicalism of certain great adepts, who were assuredly more Catholic than some popes and more monarchic than some kings, of certain eccentric adepts, such as Henry Cunrath and the true Illuminati of his school. By all but those who have made a particular study of the occult sciences, Cunrath is practically unknown. He is a master notwithstanding, and one of the first rank. He is a sovereign prince of the Rosy Cross, worthy in all respects of this scientific and mystical title. His pantacles are splendid as the light of the Book of Splendor, called Zohar. They are learned as Trithemius, precise like Pythagoras, complete in their disclosure of the great work as the Book of Abraham and Nicholas Flamel. Cunrath, who was chemist and physician, was born in 1502, and he was 42 years old when he attained transcendent theosophical initiation. The Amphitheatre of Eternal Wisdom, which is the most remarkable of his works, was published in 1598, for the approbation of the Emperor Rudolf annexed thereto was dated on June 1st of the year in question. Though professing a radical Protestantism, the author claims loudly the titles of Catholic and Orthodox. He testifies that he possesses, but keeps secret as he ought, a key to the apocalypse, which key is one and threefold even as universal science. The division of the work is sevenfold, and through these sections are distributed the 7 degrees of initiation into transcendental philosophy. The text is a mystical commentary on the oracles of Solomon, and the work ends with a series of synoptic schedules which are the synthesis of magic and the occult Kabbalah, so far as concerns that which can be made public in writing. The rest, being the esoteric and inexpressible part of the science, is formulated in magnificent panticles carefully designed and engraved. These are 9 in number as follows: the dogma of Hermes, magical realization, the path of wisdom and the initial procedure in the work, the gate of the sanctuary enlightened by 7 mystic rays, a rose of light, in the center of which a human figure is extending its arms in the form of a cross, the magical laboratory of Kunrith, demonstrating the necessary union of prayer and work, the absolute synthesis of science, universal equilibrium, a summary of Kunritha's personal doctrine, embodying an energetic protest against all his detractors. It is a hermetic panticle surrounded by a German caricature, full of liveliness and ingenuous color. The philosopher's enemies are depicted as insects, zanies, oxen, and asses, the whole being decorated with Latin legends and gross German epigrams. Kunrith is shown on the right in the garb of a citizen, and on the left in that of his student's apartment. In both he makes faces at his adversaries. As a townsman he is armed with a sword and tramples on the tail of a serpent. As a student he is carrying a pair of tongs and is crushing the serpent's head. In public he demonstrates and at home instructs. But, as indicated by his gestures, the truth is the same always and expressed with disdain for the impure breath of his adversaries. The latter, notwithstanding, is so pestilential that the birds of heaven fall dead at their feet. This exceedingly curious plate is wanting in many copies of the work. The book as a whole contains all mysteries of the highest initiation. As the title announces, it is Christo-Kabbalistic, divine magical, physico-chemical, threefold one, and universal. It is a true manual of transcendental magic and hermetic philosophy. A more complete and perfect initiation cannot be found elsewhere, unless indeed it is in the Sefer Yetzirah and Zohar. In the 4 important corollaries which follow the explanation of the third figure, Kunrith establishes that the cost of accomplishing the great work, apart from the operator's maintenance and personal expenses, should not exceed the sum of 30 thalers. He adds, I speak with authority, having learned from one who had knowledge. Those who expend more deceive themselves and waste their money. It follows that either Kunrith had not himself composed the philosophical stone or did not wish to admit it for fear of persecution. He proceeds to establish the duty of the adept not to devote more than the 10th part of his wealth to his personal use, the rest being consecrated to the glory of God and works of charity. Finally, he affirms that the mysteries of Christianity and nature interpret and illuminate one another, and that the future reign of Messiah will rest on the dual foundation of science and faith. The oracles of the gospel being thus confirmed by the book of nature, it will be possible to convince Jews and Mohammedans regarding the truth of Christianity on the grounds of science and reason, so that, with the help of divine grace, they will be converted infallibly to the religion of unity. He ends with this maxim: the seal of nature and of art is simplicity. Contemporary with Kunrith, there was another initiated doctor, hermetic philosopher and disciple of Paracelsian medicine. This was Oswald Crollius, author of the Book of Signatures, or True and Vital Anatomy of the Greater and Lesser World. The preface to this work is a sketch of hermetic philosophy. Exceedingly well done, Crollius seeks to demonstrate that God and nature have, so to speak, signed all their works, that every product of a given natural force bears the stamp of that force printed in indelible characters, so that he who is initiated in the occult writings can read, as in an open book, the sympathies and antipathies of things, the properties of substances, and all other secrets of creation. The characters of different writings were borrowed primitively from these natural signatures existing in stars and flowers, on mountains and the smallest pebble. The figures of crystals, the marks on minerals, were impressions of the thought which the Creator had in their formation. The idea is rich in poetry and grandeur, but we lack any grammar of this mysterious language of worlds and a methodical vocabulary of this primitive and absolute speech. King Solomon alone is credited with having accomplished the dual labor, but the books of Solomon are lost. The enterprise of Crollius was not a reconstitution of these, but an attempt to discover the fundamental principles obtaining in the universal language of the creative word. It was recognized on these principles that the original hieroglyphics, based on the prime elements of geometry, corresponded to the constitutive and essential laws of forms, determined by alternating or combined movements, which, in their turn, were determined by equilibratory attractions. Simples were distinguished from composites by their external figures, and by the correspondence between figures and numbers it became possible to make a mathematical classification of all substances revealed by the lines of their surfaces. At the root of these endeavors, which are reminiscences of Edenic science, there is a whole world of discoveries awaiting the sciences. Paracelsus had divined them, Crollius indicates them. Another who shall follow will realize and provide the demonstration concerning them. What seemed the folly of yesterday will be the genius of tomorrow, and progress will hail the sublime seekers who first looked into this lost and recovered world, this Atlantis of human knowledge. The beginning of the 17th century was the great epoch of alchemy. It was the period of Philip Muller, John Tornberg, Michael Meyer, Ortelius, Paterius, Samuel Norton, Baron de Beausoleil, David Planus Camp, Jean Duchesne, Robert Flood, Benjamin Mustafa, de Spagnat, the cosmopolite, who was in the first rank, de Newsmont, who translated and published the cosmopolite's writings, John Baptist van Helmont, Irenaeus Philalethes, Rodolphe Glauber, the sublime shoemaker Jacob Boehme. The chief among these initiates were devoted to the researches of transcendental magic, but they concealed most carefully that detested name under the veil of hermetic experiments. The mercury of the wise which they desired to discover and hand on to their disciples was the scientific and religious synthesis, the peace which abides in the sovereign unity. The mystics themselves were but blind believers in the true Illuminati, while Illuminism, properly so called, was the universal science of light. In the spring of 1623, the following strange proclamation was placarded through the streets of Paris. We who are the authorized messengers of the Brothers of the Rosy Cross, making visible and invisible sojourn in this town, by the grace of the Most High, towards whom the hearts of sages turn, do give instruction, without external means, in speaking the language of the countries wherein we dwell, and do rescue men who are our fellow workers from terror and from death. If anyone shall seek us out of mere curiosity, he will never communicate with us, but if he be actuated by an earnest desire to be inscribed on the register of our fraternity, we, who are discerners of thoughts, will make manifest to such an one the truth of our promises, so only that we do not disclose the place of our abode, since thought in its union with the firm will of the reader shall be sufficient to make us known to him, and him likewise to us. Public opinion took hold of this mysterious manifesto, and if anyone asked openly who were those Brothers of the Rosy Cross, an unknown personage would perchance take the inquirer apart and say to him gravely, "Predestined to the reformation which must take place speedily in the whole universe, the Rosicrucians are depositaries of supreme wisdom, and as undisturbed possessors of all gifts of nature, they can dispense these at pleasure. In whatsoever place they may be, they know all things which are going on in the rest of the world better than if they were present amongst them. They are superior to hunger and thirst and have neither age nor disease to fear. They can command the most powerful spirits and genii. God has covered them with a cloud to protect them from their enemies, and they cannot be seen except by their own consent. Had anyone eyes more piercing than those of the eagle? Their general assemblies are held in the pyramids of Egypt, but, even as the rock whence issued the spring of Moses, these pyramids proceed with them into the desert and will follow them until they enter the promised land. Chapter 6. Some magical prosecutions. The Greek author of the allegorical tablet of Sebes gives expression to this admirable conclusion. There is one only real good to be desired, and this is wisdom. There is but one evil to fear, and it is madness. Moral evil, wickedness, and crime are indeed and literally mania. Father Hilarion Tizot has therefore our heartfelt sympathy when he proclaims without ceasing in his extravagantly daring pamphlets that in place of punishing criminals we must take them under our charge and cure them. But, sympathy notwithstanding, reason rises in protest against excessively charitable interpretations of crime, the consequence of which would be to destroy the sanction of morality by disarming law. We liken mania to intoxication, and seeing that the latter is nearly always voluntary, we applaud the wisdom of judges who punish the misdemeanors and crimes committed in the state of drunkenness, not regarding the voluntary loss of reason as an excuse. There may come even a day when the self-induced condition will be counted as an aggravating circumstance, and when the intelligent being who by his own act sets himself outside reason will find that he is also outside the pale of law. Is not law the reason of humanity? Woe to him who gets drunk, whether with wine, pride, hatred, or even love. He becomes blind, unjust, the sport of circumstance. He is a walking scourge and living fatality. He may slay or violate. He is an unchained fool, and let him be denounced as such. Society has the right of self-defense. It is more than a right, it is duty, for society has children. These reflections are prompted by the magical prosecutions of which we have to give some account. The Church and society have been too often charged with the judicial murder of fools. We admit that the sorcerers were fools, but theirs was the folly of perversity. If some innocent but diseased persons have perished among them, these things are misfortunes for which neither society nor the Church can be held responsible. Every man who is condemned according to the laws of his country and the judicial forms of his time is condemned justly, his possible innocence being henceforth in the hands of God. Before men he is and must remain guilty. In a remarkable romance called The Sorceress's Sabbath, Ludwig Tieck depicts a holy woman, a poor old creature outworn by macerations, mentally enfeebled by fasts and prayers, who, being full of horror at sorcerers, yet disposed by excessive humility to accuse herself of all crimes, ends in believing that she is a witch, confesses it, is convicted by error and prejudgment, and finally is burnt alive. What would such a history prove, supposing that it were true? Neither more nor less than the possibility of a judicial blunder. But if such mistakes are possible in fact, they cannot be so in equity, or what would become of human justice? Socrates, condemned to death, might have had recourse to flight, and his own judges would have furnished the means, but he respected the laws and resolved therefore to die. The severity of certain sentences must be blamed to the laws and not the tribunals of the Middle Ages. Was Gilles de Laval, whose crimes and their punishment have been narrated, condemned unjustly, and must he be absolved as a fool? Were those horrible imbeciles innocent who composed philters from the fat of little children? Moreover, black magic was the general mania of this unfortunate epoch. By their incessant application to questions of sorcery, the very judges occasionally ended by thinking that they also had committed the same crimes. The plague became epidemic in many localities, and executions seemed to multiply the guilty. Demonographers like Delanker, Del Rio, Sprenger, Bowden, and Torreblanca give reports of many prosecutions, the details of which are equally tedious and revolting. The condemned creatures were mostly hallucinated and idiotic, but they were wicked in their idiocy and dangerous in their hallucination. Erotic passion, greed, and hatred were the chief causes which brought about disorder in their reason. They were indeed capable of anything. Sprenger says that sorceresses were in league with midwives to secure dead bodies of newborn children. The midwives killed these innocents at the very moment of their birth, driving long needles into the brain. The babe was said to have been stillborn and was buried as such. On the night following, the Striges dug up the ground and removed the corpse, which they stewed in a pan with narcotic and poisonous herbs, afterwards distilling this human gelatin. The liquor did duty as an elixir of long life, and the solid part, pounded and incorporated with soot and the grease of a black cat, was used for magical rubbing. The stomach turns with loathing at such abominable revelations, and pity is silenced by anger. But when one refers to the trials themselves, sees the credulity and cruelty of judges, the lying promises of mercy employed to extract admissions, the atrocious tortures, obscene examinations, shameful and ridiculous precautions, and finally the public execution, with the derisive ministrations of a priesthood which surrendered to the secular arm and asked mercy on those whom it had just condemned to death, amidst all this chaos one is forced to conclude that religion alone rests holy, but that human beings are all and equally either idiots or scoundrels. In the year 1598, a priest of Limousin, named Pierre Aupetit, was burned alive for ridiculous confessions extracted from him by torture. In 1599, a woman named Antide Callas was burned at Dole because there was something abnormal in her sexual conformation, and it was regarded as explicable only by a shameful intercourse with Satan. Repeatedly put to the torture, stripped, scrutinized by doctors and judges, overwhelmed with shame and suffering, the unfortunate being confessed everything that she might somehow end it all. Henri Boguet, judge of St. Claude, relates how he caused a woman to be tortured as a sorceress because there was a piece missing from the cross of her rosary, and it was a certain sign of witchcraft in the view of this ferocious maniac. A child of 12 years, brought up by the inquisitors, accused his own father of taking him to the Sabbath. The father died in prison as the result of his sufferings, and it was proposed to burn the boy, which was opposed by Boguet, who made a virtue of the clemency. Rolande de Vernoise, 35 years old, was imprisoned in such a freezing dungeon that she promised to admit herself guilty of magic if she might be allowed to go near a fire. As soon as she felt its warmth, she fell into frightful convulsions, accompanied by fever and delirium. In this condition she was put to the torture, made every required statement, and was dragged in a dying condition to the stake. A storm broke out, extinguished the fire, and thereupon Boguet gloated over the sentence which he had pronounced, since she who in appearance was thus protected by heaven must really and incontestably be aided by the devil. This same judge burnt Pierre Gaudelin and Pierre Legros for traveling by night, the one in the form of a hare and the other in that of a wolf. But the prosecution which caused the greatest stir at the beginning of the 17th century was that of Messire Louis Gaufridi, cure of the parish of Occult at Marseille. The scandal of this affair created a fatal precedent, which was only followed too faithfully. It was a case of priests accusing a priest of a minister dragged before a tribunal of his associates in the ministry. Constantine had said that if he found a priest dishonoring his calling by some shameful sin, he would cover him with his own purple, which was a beautiful and royal saying, for the priesthood ought to be stainless, even as justice is infallible in the presence of public morality. In December 1610, a young woman of Marseille went on a pilgrimage to Saint Baume in Provence, and there fell into ecstasy and convulsions. She was named Magdalene de la Palade. Louise Capot, another devotee, was similarly seized some short time after. The Dominicans and Capuchins believed that it was possession by the devil and had recourse to exorcisms. The result was that Magdalene de la Palade and her fellow victim presented that spectacle which was renewed so often a century later during the epidemic of convulsions. They screamed, writhed, begged to be beaten and trampled underfoot. One day 6 men walked successively over the breast of Magdalene without the slightest suffering on her part. While in this state she made confession of the most extraordinary licentiousness, saying that she had given herself, body and soul, to the devil, to whom she had been affianced by a priest named Gaufridi. So far from incarcerating the distracted girl, she obtained a hearing, and the exorcising monks dispatched 3 Capuchins to Marseille for the purpose of secretly acquainting the ecclesiastical superiors with the state of affairs at Saint Baume, the object, if possible, being to bring the cure Gaufridi thither and confront him with the supposed demons. Furthermore, the monks put on record the infernal inspirations of the 2 hysterics, which were discourses full of ignorant and fanatical devotion, presenting religion as this was understood by the exorcists themselves. In a word, the possessed women seemed to be relating the dreams of those who exorcised them. It was precisely the phenomena of table rapping and mediums in our own days. The devils assumed names not less incongruous than those of the spirits in America. They declaimed against printing and books, delivering sermons worthy of the most fervent and illiterate Capuchins. In the presence of demons made in their own image and their own likeness, the fathers were confirmed in the fact of the possession and in the veracity of the infernal spirits. The phantoms of their diseased imaginations assumed bodily shape and living manifestation in the two women, whose obscene admissions at once stimulated their curiosity and their indignation, full of secret lust. Such were their dispositions when the unhappy Louis Gaufridi was at length brought before them. Gaufridi was an all too worldly priest, of agreeable countenance, weak character and more than dubious morality. He had been the confessor of Magdalene de la Pallade and had inspired her with an insatiable passion, which, being changed by jealousy into hatred, became a fatality and drew the unfortunate priest into its whirlpool of madness, by which he was carried ultimately to the stake. Whatsoever was said by the accused in his own defense was turned against him. He called on God and Christ Jesus, on the Blessed Mother of Christ and the precursor St. John Baptist, but they answered, "You are excellent at reciting the litanies of the Sabbath. By God you understand Lucifer, by Jesus Christ, Beelzebub, by the Holy Virgin, the apostate mother of Antichrist, by St. John Baptist, the false prophet and precursor of Gog and Magog." Gaufridi was put to the torture and promised mercy if B would sign the declarations of Magdalene de la Pallade. Distracted, circumvented, broken, the poor priest signed whatever was required. It was sufficient for his burning, and this was the object in view. This also was the frightful spectacle which the Provençal Capuchins gave to the people as a lesson in violating the privileges oi the sanctuary. They shewed how priests are killed, and the people remembered later on. A rabbi who witnessed the prodigies which went before the destruction of Jerusalem by Titus exclaimed, "O holy temple, what is it that possesses thee, and why frighten thyself in this manner?" Neither chair of Peter nor bishops protested against the murder of Gaufridi, but the 18th century was to come, bringing the revolution in its wake. One of the possessed women who had destroyed the cure of Occult testified that the demon was leaving her to prepare the murder of another priest, whom she named prophetically in advance and in the absence of all personal knowledge. This was Urbain Grandier. It was then the reign of that terrible Cardinal de Richelieu, for whom absolute authority alone could guarantee the salvation of states. Unfortunately, his tendencies were political and subtle rather than truly Christian. One limitation which characterized this great man was a certain narrowness of heart, which made him sensible to personal offense and also implacable in revenge. And further, that which he was least ready to pardon in talent was independence. While he preferred men of parts for auxiliaries rather than flatterers, he took a certain pleasure in destroying whatsoever desired to shine apart from him. His ambition was to dominate all. Father Joseph was his right hand and Laubardement his left. There was then in the provinces at Loudun an ecclesiastic of remarkable genius and exalted character, possessed also of learning and talent but lacking in circumspection. Made to please multitudes and attract the sympathies of the great, he might on occasion have become a dangerous partisan. Protestantism was at that period bestirring in France, and the cure of St. Peter's at Loudun, predisposed to the new ideas by his dislike of ecclesiastical celibacy, might prove at the head of such a party a preacher more brilliant than Calvin and not less daring than Luther. He was named Urbain Grandier. Serious differences with his bishop had already given instances of his ability and his inflexible character, but by mischance it was maladroit ability, since from enemies who were powerful he had appealed to the king and not, unhappily, to the cardinal. The king held that he was right, but it remained for the cardinal to teach him how far he was wrong. Grandier meanwhile had gone back in triumph to Loudun, and had indulged in the unclerical display of entering the town bearing a branch of laurel. From that time he was lost. The Lady Superior of the Ursuline nuns at Loudun was named Mother Jeanne de Angers in religion, otherwise Jeanne de Belfield, granddaughter of the Baron de Caux. She could not be termed fervent in piety, and her convent was not to be ranked among the strictest in the country. In particular, nocturnal scenes took place which were attributed to spirits. Relatives withdrew boarders, and the house was on the point of being denuded of all resources. Grandier was responsible for certain intrigues and was a little careless regarding them, while he was much too public a character for the idleness of a small town not to make a noise over his shortcomings. The pupils of the Ursulines heard them discussed mysteriously by their parents. The nuns spoke of them, deploring the scandal and dwelling over much upon him through whom it arose. Of that which they talked by day they dreamed by night, and so it came about that at night they saw him appear in their dormitories under circumstances which were conformable with his alleged morals. They uttered cries, believed themselves obsessed, and in this manner the devil was let loose among them. The directors of the nuns, who were mortal enemies of Grandier, did not fail to perceive the advantage they could draw from the affair in the interests of their rancor and in those of the convent. They began to perform exorcisms, at first privately and afterwards in public. The friends of Grandier felt that there was a plot hatching, and were anxious that he should exchange his benefice, in order to leave Loudun, believing that everything would quiet down when he was gone. But Grandier was brave and could not tolerate yielding to calumny. He remained therefore and was arrested one morning as he entered his church, clothed in sacerdotal vestments. He was treated forthwith as a state prisoner. His papers were seized, seals were placed on his effects, and he was conducted under a strong guard to the fortress at Angers. Meanwhile a dungeon was prepared for him at Loudun which seemed intended for a wild beast rather than a man. Richelieu, informed of everything, had dispatched Laubardemont to make an end of Grandier and forbade the Parliament to take cognizance of the affair. If the conduct of the cure of Saint-Pierre had been that of a worldling, the demeanor of Grandier, a prisoner on a charge of magic, was that of a hero and a martyr. So does adversity reveal great souls, and it is much easier to withstand suffering than prosperity. He wrote to his mother, "I bear my affliction with patience and pity yours more than my own. I am very unwell, having no bed, try to have mine brought me. For if the body does not rest, the mind gives way. Send me also my breviary, a Bible, and St. Thomas for my consolation. For the rest, do not grieve. I hope that God will vindicate my innocence." There is no question that God does sooner or later take the part of persecuted innocence, but he does not invariably deliver it from enemies on earth, save indeed by death. This lesson was about to be learned by Grandier. On our own part, do not let us represent men worse than they are in fact. His enemies did not believe in his innocence. They pursued him with fury, but he whom they pursued was for them a great criminal. The phenomena of hysteria were little understood at the time, and somnambulism was quite unknown. The convulsions of nuns, the bodily motions exceeding all normal human power, their astonishing evidences of second sight, were things of a nature to convince the least credulous. A well-known atheist of the day, being the Sieur de Cariolet, councillor in the Parliament of Brittany, came to witness the exorcisms and to deride them. The nuns, who had never seen him, addressed him by name and published sins which he supposed to be unknown to anyone. He was so overwhelmed that he passed from one extreme to another. Like all hot-headed natures, he shed tears, made his confession, and dedicated his remaining days to the strictest asceticism. The sophistry of the exorcists of Loudun was that absurd unreason which M. de Mireville has the courage to sustain at the present day. The devil is the author of all phenomena which cannot be explained by known laws of nature. To this illogical maxim they joined another which was, so to speak, an article of faith. The devil who has been duly exorcised is compelled to speak the truth and can therefore be admitted as a witness in the cause of justice. The unfortunate grandeur was not therefore delivered into the hands of malefactors but rather of raving maniacs, who, strong in their rectitude of conscience, gave the fullest publicity to this incredible prosecution. Such a scandal had never afflicted the church, howling, writhing nuns, making the most obscene gestures, blaspheming, striving to cast themselves on grandeur like the Bacchantes on Orpheus, the most sacred things of religion mixed up with this hideous spectacle and drawn in the filth thereof. Amidst all grandeur alone calm, shrugging his shoulders and defending himself with dignity and mildness, in fine, pallid, distraught judges, sweating profusely, and Laubardment in his red robe, hovering over the conflict, like a vulture awaiting a corpse. Such was the prosecution of urbane grandeur. Let us say for the honor of humanity that one is compelled to assume good faith in exorcists and judges alike. For such a conspiracy as would be involved in the legal murder of the accused is happily impossible. Monsters are as uncommon as heroes. The mass is composed of mediocrities, equally incapable of great virtues and great crimes. The holiest persons of the day believed in the possession at Loudun. Even St. Vincent Delaware Paul was not unacquainted with its history, and was asked to give his opinion about it Richelieu himself, though he might in any case have lounged some way getting rid of grandeur, ended by believing him guilty. His death was the crime arising from the ignorance and prejudice of the period. It was a catastrophe rather than a murder. We spare our readers the details of his tortures. He remained firm, resigned, patient, although confessing nothing. He did not even affect to despise his judges, but prayed mildly for the exorcists to spare him. And you, my fathers, he said to them, abate the rigor of my torments, and reduce not my soul to despair. Through this moan of complaining nature one discerns all the meekness of the Christian who forgives. To hide their emotion, the exorcists replied with invectives, and the executioners wept. 3 nuns, in one of their lucid moments, cast themselves before the tribunal, crying that grandeur was innocent, but it was believed that the devil was speaking by their mouth, and their declaration only hastened the end. Urbane grandeur was burnt alive on August 18, 1634. He was patient and resigned to the end. When he was taken from the cart, his legs being broken, he fell heavily face down on the earth without uttering a single cry or groan. A Franciscan, named Father Grillo, squeezed through the crowd and raised up the sufferer, whom he embraced weeping. I bring you, said he, the blessing of your mother. She and I pray God for you. Thank you, my father, answered grandeur. You alone pity me. Console my poor mother and be a son unto her. The provost's lieutenant, deeply affected, then said to him, Sir, forgive me the part one am compelled to take in your anguish. And grandeur answered, You have not offended me and are obliged to fulfill the duties committed to your charge. They had promised to strangle him before the burning, but when the executioner sought to tighten the rope it proved to be knotted, and the unfortunate Cure de Saint Pierre fell alive into the flames. The chief exorcists, Fathers Tranquil and Lactance, died soon after in the delirium of violent frenzy. Father Surin, who succeeded them, became imbecile. Manuri, the surgeon who assisted at the torturing of grandeur, died haunted by the phantom of his victim. Laubardment lost his son in a tragical manner and fell into disgrace with his master. The nuns remained idiots. So is it true that the question was one of a terrible and contagious malady, the mental disease of false zeal and false devotion? Providence punishes people by their own faults and instructs them by the sad consequences of their errors. 10 years after the death of grandeur, the Loudun scandals were renewed in Normandy, where the nuns of Louviers accused 2 priests of having bewitched them. Of these priests, one was already dead, but they violated the sanctity of the tomb to disinter his corpse. The details of the possession were identical with those of Loudun and Saint Baume. The hysterical women translated into foul language the nightmares of their directors. Both priests were condemned to the flames, and, to increase the horror, a living man and a corpse were bound to the same stake. The punishment of Mezentius, that fiction of a pagan poet, came so to be realized by Christians. A Christian people assisted coldly at the sacrilegious execution, and the ministers did not realize that in thus profaning at once the priestly office and the dead, they gave a frightful precedent to impiety. When the call came, the 18th century arrived to extinguish the fires with the blood of priests, and, as it happens almost invariably, the good paid for the wicked. At the beginning of that century the burning of human beings still proceeded. Though faith was dead, hypocrisy abandoned the youthful Labar to the most horrible tortures because he refused to uncover when a procession went by. Voltaire was then in evidence and conscious in his heart of a vocation like that of Attila. While human passions were profaning religion, God sent this new destroyer to remove religion from a world which was no longer worthy of it. In 1731, a young woman of Toulon, named Catherine Cadier, accused her confessor, the Jesuit Girard, of seduction and magic. She was a stigmatized ecstatic who had long passed as a saint. Her history is one of lascivious swoons, secret flagellations, and lewd sensations. Where is the sink of infamy with mysteries comparable to those of celibate imagination disordered by dangerous mysticism? The woman was not believed on her mere word, and Father Girard escaped condemnation. The scandal for this reason was not less great, but the noise which it made was echoed by a burst of laughter. We have said that Voltaire was among us. Superstitious people till then had explained extraordinary phenomena oi the intervention of the devil and of spirits. Equally absurd on its own part, the school of Voltaire, in the face of all evidence, denied the phenomena themselves. It was said by the one side that whatsoever we cannot explain comes from the devil. The answer on the other side was that the things which we cannot explain do not exist. By reproducing under analogous circumstances the same series of eccentric and wonderful facts, nature protested in the one case against presumptuous ignorance and in the other against deficient science. Physical disturbances have, in all times, accompanied certain nervous maladies. Fools, epileptics, cataleptics, victims of hysteria have exceptional faculties, are subject to infectious hallucinations, and produce occasionally, in the atmosphere or in surrounding objects, certain commotions and derangements. He who is hallucinated exteriorizes his dreams and is tormented by his own shadow. The body is surrounded with its own reflections, distorted by the sufferings of the brain. The subject beholds his own image in the astral light. The powerful currents of that light, acting like a magnet, displace and overturn furniture. Noises are then heard and voices sound as in dreams. These phenomena, so often repeated at this day that they have become common, were attributed by our fathers to phantoms and demons. Voltairean philosophy found it more easy to deny them, treating the ocular witnesses of the most incontestable facts as so many imbeciles and idiots. What, for example, is better accredited than the extraordinary convulsions at the grave of Paris the Deacon, or at the meetings of St. Medard ecstatics? What is the explanation of the strange buffetings demanded by the convulsionaries? Blows rained by thousands on the head, compressions which would have crushed a hippopotamus, torsions of breasts with iron pincers, even crucifixion with nails driven into hands and feet, and then the superhuman contortions and levitations? The followers of Voltaire refused to see anything but sport and frolic therein. The Jansenists cried miracle, the true Catholic side, science which should have intervened, and that only to explain the fantastic disease, held aloof. It is to her nevertheless that there now belong the Ursulines of Loudun, the nuns of Louviers, the convulsionaries, and the American mediums. The phenomena of magnetism have placed science on the path of new discoveries, and the coming chemical synthesis will lead our physicians to a knowledge of the astral light. When this universal force is once known, what will prevent them from determining the strength, number, and direction of its magnets? A revolution will follow in science, and there will be return to the transcendental magic of Chaldea. Much has been talked about the presbytery of Sideville, de Mireville, Gougenot Desmissos, and other uncritical believers have seen in the strange occurrences which took place therein a contemporary revelation of the devil, but the same things happened at St. Maur in 1706, and thither all Paris flocked. There were great rappings on walls, beds rocked without being touched, other furniture was displaced. The manifestations finished in a climax during which the master of the house, a young man of 24 or 25 years old, and a person of weak constitution, fell into a deep swoon and believed that he heard spirits speaking to him at great length, though he could never repeat subsequently a single word that they said. One history of an apparition at the beginning of the 18th century may here follow. The simplicity of the account proves its authenticity. There are certain characteristics of truth which cannot be simulated by inventors. A pious priest of Valognes, named Bejuel, was invited to dinner on January 7, 1708, by a lady related to the Abbé de Saint-Pierre, the abbé being also of the company, and the priest recounted, at their request, the appearance of one of his deceased comrades in open day, some 12 years previously. In 1695 he told them that B was a young scholar, about 15 years old, and that he was acquainted with two lads, sons of Abaquin, a solicitor, who were scholars like himself. The elder was my own age, and the other, who was some 18 months younger, was named Desfontaines. We walked together and shared our amusements, and whether or not Desfontaines had greater friendship toward me, or was more lively, more affable, more intelligent than his brother, I know that I cared for him more. We were wandering in the cloister of the Capucins in 1696, when he told me that he had been reading a story of two friends who had promised one another that whichever of them died first should bring news of his condition to him who survived, that one of them who did pass away redeemed his pledge and told the survivor astonishing things. Desfontaines then said that he had a favor to ask me, which was to make a similar promise, he doing likewise on his own part. I was, however, unwilling and indeed declined the proposal. Several months passed away, during which he recurred frequently to the idea, I always resisting. About August 1696, when he was on the point of leaving to continue his studies at Cannes, he pressed me so much, and with tears in his eyes, at length I consented. He produced thereupon two little slips of paper on which he had written beforehand, one signed with his blood and in which he promised me, in the event of his death, to give me news of his state, the other in which I entered into a similar bond. I pricked my finger, and with the blood which issued therefrom I signed my own name. He was delighted to receive the promise and embraced me with 1,000 thanks. Some time after he left, accompanied by his brother, the separation was grievous to both of us. We wrote from time to time, and then there was a silence for the space of 6 weeks, after which the event happened that I am about to relate. On July 31st, 1697, being a Thursday and a day which I shall always remember, the late M. de Sorteville, with whom I lodged and who was always exceedingly good to me, begged me to go into a meadow adjoining the Franciscan monastery and help his people in haymaking. I had not been there for more than a quarter of an hour when, about 2:30, I suddenly felt giddy and overcome with weakness. It was to no purpose that I tried to lean on my hay fork. I felt obliged to lie down on the hay, and so remained for about half an hour, trying to recover my strength. The feeling passed away, but, having never had such an experience previously, it caused me some surprise, and I feared that it was the beginning of an illness. I have no special recollection regarding the remainder of the day, but on the following night I slept less than usual. At the same hour next day, as I was walking in the meadow with M. de Saint-Simon, grandson of M. de Sorteville, then about 10 years old, I was overcome in exactly the same way and sat down in the shade on a stone. It passed again, and we continued our walk. Nothing further occurred on that day, and the next night I slept scarcely at all. Finally, on the morrow, being the 2nd day of August, I was in the loft where they stacked the hay at precisely the same hour, when I was again seized with a similar giddiness and weakness, but more serious than before. I swooned and lost all consciousness. One of the servants saw me and asked what was the matter, to which it is said that I replied, stating that I had seen what I should have never believed. I do not, however, recollect either the question or answer. The memory which does remain with me is that I had seen someone in a state of nakedness to the waist, but it was not anyone whom I recognized. I was helped down the ladder, I held tight to the rungs, but when I saw Desfontaines, my comrade, at the foot of the ladder, the weakness returned, my head fell between two of the rungs, and again I lost consciousness. I was laid upon a wide beam which served for a bench. The Grande Place de Capucins. I saw nothing of M. de Sourdeville nor of his servants, though they were present, but I observed Desfontaines, still by the foot of the ladder, signaling for me to come to him, and I drew back on my seat as if to make room for him. Those who were by me, and whom I did not see, though my eyes were open, observed this movement. He did not respond, and I rose to go towards him. He then came forward, and taking my left arm in his own right arm, he led me some paces forward into a quiet street, with arms still interlocked. The servants, thinking that my giddiness had passed and that I was going about some business of my own, went back to their work, with the exception of one youth, who told M. de Sourdeville that I was talking to myself. He came up to me and heard me questioning and answering, as he has since told me. I was there for nearly 3/4 of an hour, talking to Desfontaines, who said, "I promised that if I died before you I would come and tell you. I was drowned the day before yesterday in the river at Cannes. It was just about this time, and I was walking with some friend. It was exceedingly warm, we decided to bathe. A weakness came over me and I sank to the bottom. My companion, the Abbé de Menelgene, dived to bring me up. I caught hold of his leg, and as I clung very tight he may have thought that it was a salmon, or he may have had to come up quickly. But he struck out so roughly with his leg that I received a blow upon the chest, throwing me again to the bottom, where the depth is considerable at that point. Desfontaines subsequently told me all that had happened in their walk and the subjects discussed between them. I was anxious to learn whether he was saved, whether he was damned, whether he was in purgatory, whether I was myself in a state of grace, and whether I should follow him speedily, but he continued speaking as if he had not heard or refused to listen. I tried to embrace him several times, but I seemed to embrace nothing, yet I felt him still holding me tight by the arm, and when I attempted to turn away my head, so as not to see him because of the grief which it caused me, he tightened his grasp as if to compel me to look as well as to listen. He seemed taller than when I had last seen him, and taller even than he was at the time of death, though he had grown a good deal during the 18 months since we met. I saw him as far as his waist only, and he was naked, his head bare and a white paper twisted in his beautiful fair hair over the forehead. The paper had writing on it, but I could read only the word, "Aen," etc. His voice was the same voice. He seemed neither gay nor sad, but in a calm and tranquil state. He begged me on his brother's return to give him certain messages for his father and mother. He begged me also to say the 7 penitential psalms, which had been imposed on him as a penance the previous Sunday and which he had not yet recited. Finally, he again advised me to speak to his brother, and then bade me farewell, saying as he went, "Till I see you again," which was our usual formula when we parted at the end of a walk. He told me also that at the time he was drowned his brother, who was making a translation, regretted having let him go apart from him in case of an accident. He described so well where he was drowned, and the tree in the Avenue de Louvigny on which he had cut some words, that 2 years afterwards, when in the company of the late Chevalier de Goddet, one who was with him at the time, I pointed out the very spot, and counting the trees on one side, as Desfontaines had specified, I went straight to the tree, there to find the inscription. I learned also that it was true about the 7 psalms which had been given him as a penance at confession. His brother also told me that he was writing his translation and reproached himself for not being with him. As a month went by before I was able to do as Desfontaines asked me in regard to his brother, he appeared to me on 2 other occasions before dinner in a country house a few miles away, to which I had been invited. Feeling unwell, I made an excuse of being tired, saying that it was nothing and that I should return. I went into a corner of the garden, and Desfontaines reproached me for not having spoken to his brother. He talked to me for 1/4 of an hour, but would not answer questions on my own part. The second appearance was in the morning, as I was going to Notre Dame de la Victoire, but the apparition was for a shorter time. He impressed on me about speaking to his brother and left me, repeating, "Till I see you again," still without answering my questions. One remarkable fact is that I always had a pain in the arm where he had taken a hold of me the first time, and it remained till I had spoken to his brother. For 3 days I had no sleep owing to the astonishment in which I was. After the first conversation I told M. de Varenville, my schoolfellow and neighbor, that Desfontaines had been drowned, that he had appeared to me and told me so. He hurried to his relations, asking whether this was true. They had just had news on the subject, but, owing to a misunderstanding, believed that it was the elder boy. He assured me that he had seen the letter of Desfontaines and he thought that this was correct. I maintained that it must be wrong, for Desfontaines himself had appeared to me. He went again to his relatives and returned in tears, saying, "It is only too true. Nothing has happened to me since, and such was my experience simply. It has been told in many ways, but I have never related it otherwise than as I do now." The late Chevalier de Godit stated that Desfontaines also appeared to M. de Menelgene, but I do not know him. He is 50 miles from here, near Argentan, and I can tell you no more. We should notice the characteristics of dream which prevail throughout in this vision of a man who is awake, but in a state of semi-asphyxiation produced by the emanations of the hay. The astral intoxication following congestion of the brain will be recognized. The somnambulistic condition which followed showed M. Bejuel the last living reflection left by his friend in the astral light. He was naked and was visible down to the waist only, because the rest of his body was immersed in the water of the river. The supposed paper in his hair was probably a handkerchief used to confine his hair when bathing. Bejuel had further a somnambulistic intuition of all that took place, and it seemed to him that he was learning it from the lips of his friend. The friend appeared neither sad nor gay, an indication of the impression made upon him by an image which was lifeless and consisting only of reminiscence and reflection. On the occasion of the first vision, M. Bejuel, intoxicated by the scent of the hay, fell off the ladder and injured his arm. It seemed, with the logic of dreams, that his friend was grasping the arm, and when he came to himself he still felt the pain, which is explained quite naturally by the hurt that he had received. For the rest, the conversation of the deceased person was simply retrospective. There was nothing about death or the other life, proving once more how impossible is the barrier which separates this world from the next. In the prophecy of Ezekiel, life is represented by wheels which turn within one another. The elementary forms are symbolized by 4 beasts, which ascend and descend with the wheel and pursue one another without ever overtaking, like the signs of the zodiac. The wheels of perpetual movement never return on themselves. Forms never go back to the stations which they have quitted, to return whence one has come. The entire circle must have been traversed in a progress always the same and yet always new. The conclusion is that whatsoever manifests to us in this life is a phenomenon which belongs to this life, and it is not given here below to our thought, to our imagination, or even to our hallucinations and our dreams, to overstep even for an instant the formidable barriers of death. Chapter 7. The Magical Origin of Freemasonry. That great Kabbalistical association known in Europe under the name of Masonry appeared suddenly in the world when revolt against the Church had just succeeded in dismembering Christian unity. The historians of the order are one and all in a difficulty when seeking to explain its origin. According to some, it derived from a certain guild of Masons who were incorporated for the construction of the Cathedral of Strasbourg. Others refer its foundation to Cromwell, without pausing to consider whether the rites of English Masonry in the days of the Protector were not more probably developed as a counterblast to this leader of puritanical anarchy. In fine, some are so ignorant that they attribute to the Jesuits the maintenance and direction, if not indeed the invention, of a society long preserved in secret and always wrapped in mystery. Setting aside this last view, which refutes itself, We can reconcile the others by admitting that the Masonic Brethren borrowed their name and some emblems of their art from the builders of Strasbourg Cathedral, and that their first public manifestation took place in England, owing to radical institutions and in spite of Cromwell's despotism. It may be added that the Templars were their models, the Rosicrucians their immediate progenitors, and the Johannite sectarians their more remote ancestors. Their doctrine is that of Zoroaster and of Hermes. Their law is progressive initiation. Their principle is equality, regulated by the hierarchy and universal fraternity. They are successors of the school of Alexandria, as of all antique initiations, custodians of the secrets of the Apocalypse and the Zohar. Truth is the object of their worship, and they represent truth as light. They tolerate all forms of faith, profess one philosophy, seek truth only, teach reality, and their plan is to lead all human intelligence by gradual steps into the domain of reason. The allegorical end of Freemasonry is the rebuilding of Solomon's temple. The real end is the restoration of social unity by an alliance between reason and faith and by reverting to the principle of the hierarchy, based on science and virtue, the path of initiation and its ordeals serving as steps of ascent. Nothing, it will be seen, is more beautiful, nothing greater than are such ideas and dedications. Unhappily, the doctrines of unity and submission to the hierarchy have not been maintained in universal Masonry. In addition to that which was orthodox, there arose a dissident Masonry, and all that is worst in the calamities of the French Revolution were the result of this schism. Now, the Freemasons have their sacred legend, which is that of Hiram, completed by another concerning Cyrus and Zerubbabel. The legend of Hiram is as follows. When Solomon projected his temple, he entrusted the plans to an architect called Hiram. This master builder, to ensure order in the work, divided the craftsmen according to their degrees of skill. They were a great multitude, and in order to recognize craftsmen, so that they might be classified according to merit or remunerated in proportion to their work, he provided passwords and particular signs for each of 3 categories, or otherwise for the apprentices, the companions, and the masters. It came about that 3 companions coveted the rank of master without having earned it by their ability. They set an ambush at the 3 chief gates of the temple, and when Hiram was issuing from one of them, the first of these companions demanded the masterword, threatening the architect with his rule. Hiram answered, "It is not thus that I received it." Thereupon the companion in his fury struck him with the iron tool and gave him the first wound. The builder fled to the second gate, where he met with the second companion, who made the same demand and received the same answer. On this occasion Hiram was struck with a square or, as others say, with a lever. At the third gate there stood the third assassin, who completed the work with a mallet. The 3 companions concealed the corpse under a heap of rubbish, planted on the improvised grave a branch of acacia, and then took flight like Cain after the murder of Abel. Solomon, however, finding that his architect did not return, sent 9 masters to seek him, when the branch of acacia revealed the corpse. They drew it from beneath the rubbish, and as it had laid long therein, they uttered in so doing a word signifying that the flesh was falling from the bones. The last offices were rendered duly to Hiram, and 27 masters were dispatched subsequently by Solomon in search of the murderers. The first of these was taken by surprise in a cavern. A lamp was burning near him, a stream flowed at his feet, and a dagger lay for his defense beside him. The master who had been first to enter recognized the assassin, seized the weapon and stabbed him with the exclamation Necum, a word signifying vengeance. The head was carried to Solomon, who shuddered at the sight and said to the avenger, "Unhappy being, did you not know that I reserved to myself the right of punishment?" Then all the masters fell on their knees before the king and entreated pardon for him whose zeal had carried him away. The second murderer was betrayed by one with whom he had found an asylum. He was concealed in a rock near to a burning bush. A rainbow shone above the rock, and a dog lay near him. Eluding the vigilance of the dog, the masters seized the criminal, bound and carried him to Jerusalem, where he perished in the utmost tortures. The third assassin was slain by a lion, and the beast had to be overcome before the body could be secured. Other versions say that he defended himself with a hatchet when the masters fell upon him, but they succeeded in disarming him, and he was led to Solomon, who caused him to expiate his crime. Such is the first legend, and its explanation now follows. Solomon personifies supreme science and wisdom. The temple is the realization and emblem of the hierarchic reign of truth and reason on earth. Hiram is the man who, by science and wisdom, has attained empire. He governs by justice and order, rendering to each according to his works. Each degree is in correspondence with a word, which expresses the sense thereof. For Hiram the word is one, but it is expressed after three manners. One is for the apprentices and can be uttered by them. It signifies nature and is explained by work. Another is for the companions. In their case it signifies thought and is explained by study. The third is for masters. In their mouth it signifies truth and is explained by wisdom. As to the word itself, it is used to designate God, whose true name is indicable and incommunicable. Thus there are 3 degrees in the hierarchy and 3 entrances of the temple. There are 3 modes of light, and there are 3 forces in nature, which forces are symbolized by the rule that measures, the lever which lifts, and the mallet which consolidates. The rebellion of brutal instincts against the hierarchic aristocracy of wisdom arms itself successfully with these 3 forces and turns them from their proper uses. There are 3 typical rebels: the rebel against nature, the rebel against science, and the rebel against truth. They were represented in the classical Hades by the 3 heads of Cerberus, in the Bible by Charon, Dathan, and Abiram, while in the Masonic legend they are distinguished by names which vary in the different rites. The first, who is usually called Abiram or the murderer of Hiram, is he who strikes the Grand Master with the rule. This is the story of the just man immolated by human passion under the pretense of law. The second, named Mephibosheth, after a ridiculous and feeble pretender to the throne of David, attacks Hiram with the lever or the square. So does the popular square or lever of insensate equality become an instrument of tyranny in the hands of the multitude, and assails, still more grievously than the rule, the royalty of wisdom and virtue. The third in fine dispatches Hiram with a mallet. So act the brutal instincts when they seek to establish order, in the name of violence and of fear, by crushing intelligence. The branch of acacia over the tomb of Hiram is like the cross on our altars. It is a sign of knowledge which outlives knowledge itself. It is the green sprig which presages another spring. When men have disturbed in this manner the order of nature, Providence intervenes to restore it, as Solomon to avenge the death of the master builder. He who has struck with the rule shall perish by the poignard. He who has attacked with the lever or square shall make expiation under the axe of the law. It is the eternal judgment on regicides. He who has slain with the mallet shall be the victim of that power which he misused. He who would slay with the rule is betrayed by the very lamp which lights him and by the stream from which he drinks. It is the law of retaliation. He who would destroy with the lever is surprised when his watchfulness fails like a sleeping dog, and he is given up by his own accomplices, for anarchy is the mother of treason. He who struck with the mallet is devoured by the lion, which is a variant of the Sphinx of Oedipus, while he who can conquer the lion shall deserve to succeed Hiram. The decaying body of the builder indicates that forms may change but the spirit remains. The spring of water in the vicinity of the first murderer recalls that deluge which punished crimes against nature. The burning bush and rainbow which betray the second assassin typify life and light denouncing outrage on thought. Finally, the vanquished lion represents the triumph of mind over matter and the definite subjection of force to intelligence. From the dawn of the intellectual travail by which the temple of unity is erected, Hiram has been slain often, but ever he has risen from the dead. He is Adonis destroyed by the wild boar, Osiris put to death by Typhon, Pythagoras in his prescription, Orpheus torn to pieces by Bacchantes, Moses abandoned in the caverns of Mount Nebo, Jesus crucified by Judas, Caiaphas, and Pilate. Now those are true Masons who seek persistently to rebuild the temple in accordance with the plan of Hiram. Such is the great and the chief legend of Masonry. There are others that are no less beautiful and no less profound, but we do not feel justified in divulging their mysteries. Albeit we have received initiation only from God and our researches, we shall keep the secrets of transcendental Freemasonry as we keep our own secrets. Having attained by our efforts to a grade of knowledge which imposes silence, we regard ourselves as pledged by our convictions even more than by an oath. Science is a noblesse qu'oblige, and we shall in no wise fail to deserve the princely crown of the Rosy Cross. We also believe in the resurrection of Hiram. The rites of Masonry are designed to transmit a memorial of the legends of initiation and to preserve them among the brethren. Now, if Masonry is thus holy and thus sublime, we may be asked how it came to be proscribed and condemned so often by the Church, but we have already replied to this question when its divisions and profanations were mentioned. Masonry is the gnosis, and the false Gnostics caused the condemnation of the true. The latter were driven into concealment, not through fear of the light, for the light is that which they desire, that which they seek and adore, but they stood in dread of the sacrilegious, that is to say, of false interpreters, calumniators, the derision of the skeptic, the enemies of all belief and all morality. Moreover, at the present day, there are many who think that they are Masons and yet do not know the meaning of their rites, having lost the key of the mysteries. They misconstrue even their symbolical pictures and those hieroglyphic signs which are emblazoned on the carpets of their lodges. These pictures and signs are the pages of a book of absolute and universal science. They can be read by means of the Kabbalistic keys and hold nothing in concealment for the initiate who already possesses those of Solomon. Masonry has not merely been profaned but has served as the veil and pretext of anarchic conspiracies depending from the secret influence of the vindicators of Jacques de Molay, and of those who continued the schismatic work of the temple. In place of avenging the death of Hiram, they have avenged that of his assassins. The anarchists have resumed the rule, square, and mallet, writing upon them the words liberty, equality, fraternity, liberty, that is to say, for all the lusts, equality in degradation and fraternity in the work of destruction. Such are the men whom the Church has condemned justly and will condemn forever. Book 6. Magic and the Revolution. Vav. Chapter 1. Remarkable authors of the 18th century. China was practically unknown to the outside world until the end of the 17th century, when its vast empire, explored in part by our missionaries, began to be revealed by them and appeared like a necropolis of all sciences in the past. The Chinese may be compared to a race of mummies. Nothing progresses with them, for they live in the immobility of their traditions, from which the spirit and the life have long since withdrawn. They know nothing any longer, but they have a vague recollection of everything. The genius of China is the dragon of the Hesperides, which defends the golden apples in the garden of science. Their human type of divinity, instead of conquering the dragon, like Cadmus, cowers fascinated and magnetized by the monster who flashes before it a changing mirage of its scales. Mystery alone is alive in China. Science is in a state of lethargy, or at least is in a deep sleep and speaks only in dream. We have said that the Chinese tarot is based on the same Kabbalistic and absolute data as the Hebrew Sefer Yetzirah, but China has also a hieroglyphical book consisting exclusively of combinations of two figures. This is the Wai Kim, attributed to the Emperor Fohai, and M. de Maison, in his letters on China, states that it is utterly indecipherable. Its difficulties, however, are not greater than those of the Zohar, of which it appears to be a curious complement and is indeed a valuable appendix thereto. The Zohar explains the work of the balance or of universal equilibrium, and the Wai Kim is the hieroglyphic and ciphered demonstration thereof. The key of the work is a pantacle known as the trigrams of Fohai. According to a legend related in the Vei Kai, a collection of great authority in China, composed by Lian Taoyuan, under the dynasty of the Psalms, some 700 or 800 years ago. The Emperor Fohai was meditating one day on the bank of a river about the great secrets of nature, when he saw a sphinx come out of the water, meaning an allegorical animal, having the composite form of a horse and a dragon. Its head was elongated like that of a horse, it had 2 feet and ended in the tail of a serpent. The back was covered with scales, on each of which there shone the symbol of the mysterious trigrams. They were smaller towards the extremities than those on the breast and back, but were in perfect harmony throughout. The dragon was reflected in the water, but with all its characteristics inverted. This serpentine horse, the inspirer or rather the bearer of inspirations, like the Pegasus of Greek mythology, that symbol of universal light, or like the serpent of Kronos, initiated Fohai into universal science. The trigrams served as the introduction. He numbered the scales and combined the trigrams in such a manner that he conceived a synthesis of the sciences compared and united with one another by the pre-existent and necessary harmonies of nature. The tables of the Waikim were the result of this marvelous combination. The numbers of Fohai are the same as those of the Kabbalah, while his pantacle is analogous to that of Solomon, as explained already in our Doctrine and Ritual of Transcendental Magic. His tables correspond to the 32 paths and the 50 gates of light. Consequently, the Waikim cannot be obscure for those who have the key of the Seper Yetzirah and Zohar. The science of absolute philosophy has therefore existed in China. The Kims are commentaries on this absolute which is hidden from the profane, and their relation to the Waikim is like that of the Pentateuch of Moses to the revelations in the Seper Zeniutha, which is the book of mysteries and the key of the Hebrew Zohar. Kongfutsi, or Confucius, was the revealer or veiler of this Kabbalah, the existence of which he might have denied, to turn the researches of the profane into a wrong path, just as that learned Talmudist Maimonides denied the realities of the Key of Solomon. After Confucius came the materialistic Fo, who substituted the traditions of Indian sorcery for the remnants of Egyptian transcendental magic. The cultists of Fo paralyzed the progress of the sciences in China, and the abortive civilization of this great people collapsed into routine and stupor. A philosopher of sagacity and admirable profundity, the learned Leibniz, who deserved most assuredly initiation into the supreme truths of absolute science, thought that he could discern in the Waikim his own discovery of the differential calculus, while in the straight and divided line he recognized the characters I-O, employed in his own calculations. He was on the threshold of the truth, but, seeing it in only one of its details, he could not grasp it as a whole. The most important discoveries on religious antiquities in China have been the result of theological disputes. This came about through the question whether the Jesuits were justified in permitting the worship of heaven and ancestral worship among the Chinese who were converted to Christianity. In other words, whether the educated Chinese regarded their heaven as God or simply as space and nature. It was reasonable to have recourse to the educated themselves and to public good sense, but these do not constitute theological authorities. There was therefore much debate, much writing, and more intriguing. The Jesuits were fundamentally right but were wrong in their mode of procedure, with the result that fresh difficulties were created which have not been yet overcome and which still continue in China to cost the blood of our indefatigable martyrs. Whilst the conquests of religion in Asia were thus disputed, a great spirit of unrest was agitating Europe. The Christian faith seemed on the point of being extinguished, though on every side there was a rumor of new revelations and miracles. A man who had a definite position in science and in the world otherwise, namely Emanuel Swedenborg, was astonishing Sweden by his visions, and Germany was swarming with new Illuminati. Dissident mysticism conspired to replace the mysteries of hierarchic religion by mysteries of anarchy. A catastrophe was in preparation and was imminent. Swedenborg, the most sincere and the mildest among the prophets of false Illuminism, was not for this less dangerous than the others. As a fact, the pretense that all men are called to communicate immediately with heaven replaces regular religious instruction and progressive initiation by every divagation of enthusiasm, by all excesses of imagination and of dream. The intelligent Illuminati felt that religion was a great need of humanity and hence must never be destroyed. Not only religion itself but the fanaticism which it carries along with it as a fatal consequence of enthusiasm inspired by ignorance, were, however, to be used as arms for the overthrow of hierarchic church authority. They recognizing that from the war of fanaticism there would issue a new hierarchy, of which they hoped to be founders and chiefs. You shall be as gods, knowing all without having the trouble of learning anything. You shall be as kings, possessing everything without the trouble of acquiring anything. Such, in a summary form, are the promises of the revolutionary spirit to envious multitudes. The revolutionary spirit is the spirit of death. It is the old serpent of Genesis, which notwithstanding it is the father of movement and of progress, seeing that generations are renewed only by death. It is for this reason that the Indians worship Shiva, the pitiless destroyer, whose symbolical form was that of physical love and material generation. The system of Swedenborg is no other than the Kabbalah, minus the principle of hierarchy. It is the temple without the keystone and without base. It is a vast edifice, tortuously all airy and fantastic, for had anyone attempted to realize it on this earth it would collapse upon the head of the first child who sought, not indeed to overthrow it, but merely to lean against one of its chief pillars. To organize anarchy is the problem which the revolutionaries have undertaken to solve, and it is with them forever. It is the rock of Sisyphus which will invariably fall back upon them. To exist for a single moment they are and will ever be compelled fatally to improvise a despotism having no other justification than necessity, and it is one which is blind and violent like anarchy. Emancipation from the harmonious monarchy of reason is attained only by passing under the disorderly dictatorship of folly. The means proposed indirectly by Swedenborg for communication with the supernatural world constitute an intermediate state allied to dream, ecstasy, and catalepsy. The illuminated Swede affirmed the possibility of such a state, without furnishing any intimation as to the practices necessary for its attainment. Perhaps his disciples, in order to supply the omission, might have had recourse to Indian ceremonial magic, when a genius came forward to complete the prophetic and Kabbalistic intuitions of Swedenborg by a natural thaumaturgy. This man was a German physician named Mesmer. It was he who had the glory of rediscovering, apart from initiation and apart from occult knowledge, the universal agent of light and its prodigies. His aphorisms, which scholars of his time regarded as a bundle of paradoxes, will ultimately form a basis for the physical synthesis. Mesmer postulated two modes in natural being. These are substance and life, producing that fixity and movement which constitute the equilibrium of things. He recognized further the existence of a first matter, which is fluidic, universal, capable of fixity and motion. Its fixation determines the constitution of substances, while its continual motion modifies and renews forms. This fluidic matter is active and passive. As passive it indraws, and as active it projects itself. In virtue of this matter the world and those who dwell therein attract and repel. It passes through all by a circulation comparable to that of the blood. It maintains and renews the life of all beings, is the agent of their force and may become the instrument of their will. Prodigies are results of exceptional wills or energies. The phenomena of cohesion and elasticity, of density or subtlety in bodies, are produced by various combinations of these two properties in the universal fluid or first matter. Disease, like all physical disorders, is owing to a derangement in the normal equilibrium of the first matter in this or that organized body. Organized bodies are sympathetic or antipathetic to one another by reason of their particular equilibrium. Sympathetic bodies may cure each other, restoring their equilibrium mutually. This capacity of bodies to equilibrate one another by the attraction or projection of the first matter was called magnetism by Mesmer, and as it varies according to the forms in which it acts, he termed it animal magnetism when he studied its phenomena in living beings. Mesmer proved his theory by his experiments, which were crowned with complete success. Having observed the analogy between the phenomena of animal magnetism and those of electricity, he made use of metallic conductors, connecting with a common reservoir containing earth and water, so as to absorb and project the two forces. The complicated apparatus of tubs has now been abandoned, as it can be replaced by a living chain of hands superposed upon a circular non-conducting body like a wooden table, or on silk or wool. He subsequently applied to living organized beings the processes of metallic magnetization and attained certitude as to the reality and similitude of the phenomena which followed. One step only was left for him to take, and it was to affirm that the effects attributed in physics to the four imponderable fluids are diverse manifestations of one and the same force differentiated by its usages, and that this force, inseparable from the first and universal matter which it sets in motion, now resplendent, now igneous, now electric, now magnetic, has but one name, indicated by Moses in Genesis, when he describes its manifestation by the fiat of the Almighty before all substances and all forms. That word is the light. Let us now have the courage to affirm one truth which will be acknowledged hereafter. The great thing of the 18th century is not the encyclopedia, not the sneering and derisive philosophy of Voltaire, not the negative metaphysics of Diderot and D'Alembert, not the malignant philanthropy of Rousseau. It is the sympathetic and miraculous physics of Mesmer. Mesmer is grand as Prometheus. He has given men that fire from heaven which Franklin could only direct. There was wanting to the genius of Mesmer neither the sanction of hatred nor the consecration of persecution and insult. He was hunted out of Germany, ridiculed in France, which, however, provided him with a fortune, for his cures were evident, and the patients who went to him paid him, though they may have stated afterwards that their restoration was a matter of chance, so that they might not draw down upon themselves the hostility of the learned. The authorized bodies did not even so far honor the thaumaturge as to examine his discovery, and the great man resigned himself perforce to pass for a skillful impostor. It was only the really instructed who were not hostile to mesmerism. Sincerely religious persons were alarmed by the dangers of the new discovery, while the superstitious cried out at the scandal and the magic. The wise foresaw abuses. The imbecile would not so much as tolerate the exercise of this marvelous power. Some thought that the miracles of the Savior and his saints would badinide in the name of magnetism. Others wondered how it would fare with the power of the devil. True religion, notwithstanding, has nothing to fear from the discovery of truth, and, further, in putting a limit to human power, does not magnetism give a new sanction to divine miracles instead of destroying them? It follows that the fools will ascribe fewer prodigies to the devil, which will leave them the less opportunity to exercise their hatred and their rage, but persons of real piety will not find this a ground of complaint. The devil must lose ground when light manifests and ignorance recedes, but the conquests of science and of light extend, strengthen and increase more and more our love of the empire and the glory of God. Chapter 2. Thaumaturgic Personalities of the 18th Century. The 18th century was credulous about nothing but magic, and the explanation is that vague beliefs are the religion of souls devoid of true faith. The miracles of Jesus Christ were denied, while resurrections were ascribed to the Comte de Saint-Germain. This exceptional personality was a mysterious theosophist who was credited with possessing the secrets of the great work, and the manufacture of diamonds and of precious stones. For the rest, he was a man of the world, agreeable in conversation and highly distinguished in manners. Madame de Genlis, who saw him almost daily during his early years, says that even his representations of gems in pictures had a natural fire and gleam, the secret of which could not be divined by any chemist or painter. None of his pictures are in evidence, and it can only be speculated whether he had contrived to fix light on canvas or whether he employed a preparation of mother of pearl or some metallic coating. The Comte de Saint-Germain professed the Catholic religion and conformed to its practices with great fidelity. This notwithstanding, there were reports of suspicious evocations and strange apparitions. He claimed also to have the secret of eternal youth. Was this mysticism or was it madness? His family connections were unknown, and to hear him talk of past events suggested that he had lived for many centuries. Of all that was in kinship with occult science he said but little, and when the benefit of initiation was demanded at his hands, he pretended to know nothing on the subject. He chose his own disciples, required passive obedience on their part, and then talked of a royalty to which they were called, being that of Melchizedek and Solomon, a royalty of initiation which is a priesthood at the same time. Be the torch of the world, he said. If your light is that only of a planet, you will be as nothing in the sight of God. I reserve for you a splendor, of which the solar glory is a shadow. You shall guide the course of stars, and those who rule empires shall be governed by you. These promises, the proper meaning of which is quite intelligible to true adepts, are recorded substantially, if not in the words here given, by the anonymous author of a history of secret societies in Germany, and they are evidence as to the school of initiation with which the Comte de Saint-Germain was connected. The following details have been so far unknown concerning him. The Comte de Saint-Germain was born at Lentmeritz in Bohemia at the end of the 17th century. He was either the natural or an adopted son of a Rosicrucian who called himself Comes Cabbalicus, the companion Kabbalist, ridiculed under the name of Comte de Gabalis by the unfortunate Abbé de Villers. Saint-Germain never spoke of his father, but he mentions that he led a life of prescription and errantry in a world of forest, having his mother as companion. This was at the age of 7 years, which, however, is to be understood symbolically and is that of the initiate when he is advanced to the grade of master. His mother was the science of the adepts, while the forest, in the same kind of language, signifies empires devoid of the true civilization and light. The principles of Saint-Germain were those of the Rosy Cross, and in his own country he established a society from which he separated subsequently when anarchic doctrines became prevalent in fellowships which incorporated new partisans of the Gnosis. Hence he was disowned by his brethren, was charged even with treason, and some memorials on Illuminism seem to hint that he was immured in the dungeons of the Castle of Rule. On the other hand, Madame de Genlis tells us that he died in the Duchy of Holstein, a prey to his own conscience and terrors of the life beyond. It is certain in any case that he vanished suddenly from Paris, no one exactly knowing where, and that his companions in illumination permitted the veil of silence and oblivion to fall as far as possible upon his memory. The association which he had formed under the title of Saint Jachin, which has been turned into Saint Joachim, continued till the Revolution, when it dissolved or was transformed, like so many others. A story is told concerning it in a pamphlet against Illuminism. It is derived from a correspondence in Vienna, and, though it is worth reproducing, there is nothing that can be termed certain or authentic therein. Owing to your introduction, I had a cordial welcome from M.N.Z., who had been informed already of my arrival. Of the harmonica he approved highly. He spoke first of all about certain trials, but of this I understood nothing. It is of late only that I have been able to grasp the meaning. Yesterday, towards evening, I accompanied him to his country house, the grounds of which are very beautiful. Temples, grottos, cascades, labyrinths, caves form a long vista of enchantments, but an exceedingly high wall which encompasses the whole pleasaunce was extremely displeasing to me. For beyond this there is also a wonderful prospect. I had brought the harmonica with me at the instance of M.N.Z., with the idea of playing on it for a few minutes in a place indicated, and on receiving an agreed signal. The visit to the garden over, he took me to a room in the front of the house and there left me, somewhat quickly and under a trivial pretext. It was now very late. He did not return. Weariness and the wish to sleep began to come over me, when I was interrupted by the arrival of several coaches. I opened the window, but, being night, I could see nothing, and I was much puzzled by the low and mysterious whispering of those who seemed entering the house. Sleep now overcame me, and an hour must have passed away, when I was awakened by a servant who was sent to conduct me and also carry the instrument. He walked very quickly and far in advance of myself, I following mechanically, when I heard the sound of horns, which seemed to issue from the depths of a cave. At this moment I lost sight of my guide and, proceeding in the direction from which the noise seemed to be coming, I half descended a staircase leading to a vault, from which, to my utter surprise, a funeral chant arose, and I saw distinctly a corpse in an open coffin. On one side stood a man, clothed in white covered with blood. It appeared to me that a vein had been opened in his right arm. With the exception of those who were helping him, all present were shrouded in long black mantles and were armed with drawn swords. So far as I could judge in my state of terror, the entrance to the vault was strewn with human bones, heaped one upon another. The only light which illuminated the mournful spectacle was that of a flame, such as is produced by spirits of wine. Uncertain whether I should be able to overtake my guide, I retreated hurriedly and found him in search of myself a few paces away. There was a haggard look in his eyes, and taking my hand in rather an uneasy manner, he led me into a singular garden, where I began to think that I must have been transported by magic. The brilliance produced by a vast number of lamps, the murmur of falling waters, the singing of mechanical nightingales, and the perfume which seemed to exhale everywhere exalted my imagination at the outset. I was hidden behind a green arbor, the interior of which was richly decorated, and thither they brought immediately a person in a fainting state, apparently the one who had occupied the coffin in the vault. It was at this point that I received the agreed signal to play my instrument. Disturbed very much by the whole scene, there is no doubt that a good deal escaped me, but I could see that the swooning person came to himself as soon as I touched the harmonica. He also began to ask questions with an accent of astonishment, saying, "Where am I? What is this voice?" Shouts of joy, accompanied by trumpets and timbrels, were the only answer. Everyone ran to arms and, plunging into the depths of the garden, were quickly out of sight. I am still in agitation as I write these lines, and if I had not taken the precaution to make my notes on the spot, I should regard it today as a dream. The most inexplicable part of this scene is the presence of the uninitiated person who tells the story. How the association could thus risk the betrayal of its mysteries is a question that cannot be answered, but the mysteries themselves can be explained easily. The successors of the old Rosicrucians, modifying little by little the austere and hierarchic methods of their precursors in initiation, had become a mystic sect and had embraced zealously the Templar magical doctrines, as a result of which they regarded themselves as the sole depositaries of the secrets intimated by the Gospel according to St. John. They regarded the narratives of that Gospel as an allegorical sequence of rites designed to complete initiation, and they believed that the history of Christ must be realized in the person of each one of the adepts. Furthermore, they recounted a Gnostic legend, according to which the Savior, instead of being buried in the new tomb of Joseph of Arimathea, having been swathed and perfumed, was brought back to life in the house of St. John. This was the pretended mystery which they celebrated to the sound of horns and harmonica. The candidate was invited to offer up his life and was actually subjected to bleeding which caused him to swoon. This swoon was called death, and when he returned to himself, his resurrection was celebrated amidst outbursts of joy and gladness. The varied emotions produced, the scenes, by turns mournful and brilliant, must have permanently impressed the candidate's imagination, and rendered him either fanatical or lucid. Many believed that a real resurrection took place in themselves and felt convinced that they were no longer subject to death. The heads of the society thus had at the service of their concealed projects the most formidable of all instruments, namely madness, and secured on the part of their adepts that blind and tireless devotion which unreason produces more often and more surely than goodwill. The sect of St. Jachin was therefore an order of Gnostics steeped in the illusions of the magic of fascination. It drew from Rosicrucians and Templars, and its particular name was one of the two names, Jachin and Boaz, engraven on the chief pillars of Solomon's temple. In Hebrew, the initial letter of Jachin is Yod, a sacred letter of the Hebrew alphabet, and also the initial of Jehovah, which divine name was indeed veiled from the profane under that of Jachin, whence the designation Saint Jachin. The members of this order were theosophists, unwisely addicted to theurgic processes. A view that is told of the mysterious Comte de Saint-Germain supports the idea that he was a skillful physician and a distinguished chemist. He is said to have known how to fuse diamonds so that there was no trace of the operation. He could also purify precious stones, thus making the most common and imperfect of high value. That imbecile and anonymous author whom we have already cited places the latter claim to his credit but denies that he ever made gold, as if one did not make gold in the making of precious stones. Saint-Germain also invented, according to the same authority, and bequeathed to the industrial sciences, the art of imparting greater brilliance and ductility to copper, another invention sufficient to prove the fortune of him who devised it. Performances of this kind make us forgive the Comte de Saint-Germain for having been acquainted with Queen Cleopatra and for chatting familiarly with the Queen of Sheba. He was otherwise good-natured and gallant. He was one who loved children and amused himself by providing them with delicious sweetmeats and marvelous toys. He was dark and of small stature, dressed richly but with great taste and cultivating all the refinements of luxury. He is said to have been received familiarly by Louis XV, and was engrossed with him over questions of diamonds and other precious stones. It is probable that this monarch, entirely governed by courtesans and given up to pleasure, was rather yielding to some caprice of feminine curiosity than to any serious concern for science when he invited Saint-Germain to certain private audiences. The Comte was the fashion for a moment, and as he was an amiable and youthful Methuselah, who knew how to combine the tattle of a roué with the ecstasies of a theosophist, he was the rage in certain circles, though speedily replaced by other fantasiasts. So goes the world. It is said that Saint-Germain was no other than that mysterious Althotas who was the master in magic of another adept with whom we are about to be occupied, and who took the Kabbalistic name of Akarat. The supposition has no foundation, as will be seen in due course. Whilst the Comte de Saint-Germain was thus in request at Paris, another mysterious adept was on his way through the world, recruiting apostles for the philosophy of Hermes. He was an alchemist who called himself Lascaris and gave out that he was an Eastern archimandrite, charged with collecting alms for a Greek convent. The distinction was this, that instead of demanding money, Lascaris seemed occupied, so to speak, in sowing his path with gold and leaving the trail of it behind him wherever he went. His appearances were momentary only and his guises many. Here he was old and in the next place still a young man. He did not make gold in public on his own part, but caused it to be made by his disciples, with whom he left at parting a little of the powder of projection. Nothing is better established than the transmutations operated by these emissaries of Lascaris. M. Louis Figuier, in his learned work on the alchemists, does not question either their reality or their importance. Now, in physics above all, there is nothing more inexorable than facts, and it must be therefore concluded from these that the philosophical stone is not a matter of reverie, if the vast tradition of occultism, the ancient mythologies and the serious researches of great men in all ages are not otherwise sufficient to establish its real existence. A modern chemist, who had not failed to publish his secret, has arrived at the extraction of gold from silver by a ruinous process, for the silver sacrificed by him does not produce in gold more than the tenth of its value, or thereabouts. Agrippa, who never attained the universal dissolvent, was, notwithstanding, more fortunate than our chemist, for he did obtain gold which was equivalent in value to the silver employed in his process and did not therefore lose his labor absolutely, if to employ it in research after the grand secrets of nature can be called loss. To set men upon researches which might lead them to the absolute philosophy by the attraction of gold, such would appear to have been the end of the propaganda connected with the name of Lascaris. Reflection on Hermetic books would of necessity lead those who studied to a knowledge of the Kabbalah. As a fact, the initiates of the 18th century thought that their time had come, some for the foundation of a new hierarchy, others for the subversion of an authority and for setting on the summits of the social order the level of equality. The secret societies sent their scouts throughout the world to sound opinion, and at need awaken it. After Saint Germain and Lascaris came Mesmer, and Mesmer was succeeded by Cagliostro. But they were not all of the same school. Saint Germain was the ambassador of illuminated theosophists, while Lascaris represented the naturalists attached to the tradition of Hermes. Cagliostro was the agent of the Templars, and this is how he came to announce, in a circular address to all Masons in London, that the time had come to build the Temple of the Eternal. Like the Templars, Cagliostro was addicted to the practices of black magic and to the fatal science of evocations. He divined past and present, predicted things to come, wrought marvelous cures, and pretended to make gold. He introduced a new rite under the name of Egyptian Masonry and sought to restore the mysterious worship of Isis. Wearing a nemes like that of the Theban Sphinx, he presided in person over nocturnal assemblies, in chambers emblazoned with hieroglyphics and lighted by torches. His priestesses were young girls, whom he called doves, and he placed them in a condition of ecstasy by means of hydromancy in order to obtain oracles, water being an excellent conductor, a powerful reflector, and highly refracting medium for the astral light, as proved by sea and cloud mirages. It is obvious that Cagliostro was a successor of Mesmer and had the key of mediumistic phenomena. He was himself a medium, meaning that he was a man whose nervous organization was exceptionally impressionable, and to this he joined a fund of ingenuity and assurance, public exaggeration, and the imagination, especially of women, supplying the rest. Cagliostro had an extravagant success. His bust was to be seen everywhere, inscribed the Divine Cagliostro. A reaction equivalent to the enthusiasm was of course to be foreseen. After having been a god, he became an intriguer and impostor, the debaucher of his wife, a scoundrel in fine, to whom the Roman Inquisition shewed grace by merely condemning him to perpetual imprisonment. The fact that his wife sold him lends color to the idea that previously he had sold his wife. He was taken in a snare, his prosecution followed, and his accusers published as much of the process as they pleased. The revolution came in the meantime, and everyone forgot Cagliostro. This adept is, however, by no means without importance in the history of magic. His seal is as significant as that of Solomon and attests his initiation into the highest secrets of science. As explained by the Kabbalistic letters of the names Akarat and Althotas, it expresses the chief characteristics of the great arcanum and the great work. It is a serpent pierced by an arrow, thus representing the letter Aleph, an image of the union between active and passive, spirit and life, will and light. The arrow is that of the antique Apollo, while the serpent is the python of fable, the green dragon of Hermetic philosophy. The letter Aleph represents equilibrated unity. This pantacle is reproduced under various forms in the talismans of old magic, but occasionally the serpent is replaced by the peacock of Juno, the peacock with the royal head and the tail of many colors. This is an emblem of analyzed light, that bird of the magnum opus, the plumage of which is all sparkling with gold. At other times, instead of the emblazoned peacock, there is a white lamb, the young solar ram bearing the cross, as still seen in the armorial bearings of the city of Rouen. The peacock, the ram, and the serpent have the same hieroglyphical meaning, that of the passive principle and the scepter of Juno. The cross and arrow signify the active principle, will, magical action, the coagulation of the dissolvent, the fixation of the volatile by projection, and the penetration of earth by fire. The union of the two is the universal balance, the great arcanum, the great work, the equilibrium of Jachin and Boat. The initials LPD, which accompany this figure, signify liberty, power, duty, and also light proportion, density, law, principle, and right. The Freemasons have changed the order of these initials, and in the form of LDP they render them as liberté de penser, liberty of thought, inscribing these on a symbolical bridge. But for those who are not initiated they substitute liberté de passer, liberty of passage. In the records of the prosecution of Cagliostro, it is said that his examination elicited another meaning as follows: Lilia de true pedibus. trample the lilies underfoot, and in support of this version may be cited a Masonic medal of the 16th or 17th century, depicting a branch of lilies severed by a sword, having these words on the exurg. Talem dabit ultio messem, revenge shall give this harvest. The name Akarat, assumed by Cagliostro, is written Kabbalistically thus, and expresses the triple unity. The unity of principle and beginning, the unity of life and perpetuity of regenerating movement, and the unity of end in an absolute synthesis. The name Althotas, or that of Cagliostro's master, is composed of the word thought, with the syllables al and as, which, if read Kabbalistically, are Sala, meaning messenger or envoy. The name as a whole therefore signifies thought, the messenger of the Egyptians, and such in effect was he whom Cagliostro recognized as his master above all others. Another title adopted by Cagliostro was that of the Grand Coft, and his doctrine had the twofold object of moral and physical regeneration. The precepts of moral regeneration according to the Grand Coft were as follows. You shall go up Mount Sinai with Moses, you shall ascend Calvary, with Phaleg you shall climb Thabor, and shall stand on Carmel with Elias. You shall build your tabernacle on the summit of the mountain. It shall consist of 3 wings or divisions, but these shall be joined together, and that in the center shall have 3 stories. The refectory shall be on the ground floor. Above it there shall be a circular chamber with 12 beds round the walls and 1 bed in the center. This shall be the place of sleep and dreams. The uppermost room shall be square, having 4 windows in each of the 4 quarters, and this shall be the room of light. There, and alone, you shall pray for 40 days and sleep for 40 nights in the dormitory of the 12 masters. Then shall you receive the signatures of the 7 genii and the pentagram traced on a sheet of virgin parchment. It is the sign which no man knoweth, save he who receiveth it. It is the secret character inscribed on the white stone mentioned in the prophecy of the youngest of the 12 masters. Your spirit shall be illuminated by divine fire, and your body shall become as pure as that of a child. Your penetration shall be without limits, and great shall be also your power. You shall enter into that perfect repose which is the beginning of immortality. It shall be possible for you to say truly and apart from all pride, I am he who is. This enigma signifies that in order to attain moral regeneration, the transcendent Kabbalah must be studied, understood, and realized. The 3 chambers are the alliance of physical life, religious aspirations, and philosophical light. The 12 masters are the great revealer, whose symbols must be understood. The signatures of the 7 spirits mean the knowledge of the great arcanum. The whole is therefore allegorical, and it is no more a question of building a house of 3 stories than a temple at Jerusalem in masonry. Let us now turn to the secret of physical regeneration, to attain which, according to the occult prescription of the Grand Coft, a retreat of 40 days, after the manner of a jubilee, must be made once in every 50 years, beginning during the full moon of May, in the company of 1 faithful person only. It must be also a fast of 40 days, drinking May dew, collected from sprouting corn with a cloth of pure white linen, and eating new and tender herbs. The repast should begin with a large glass of dew and end with a biscuit or crust of bread. There should be slight bleeding on the 17th day. Balm of Azoth should then be taken morning and evening, beginning with a dose of 6 drops and increasing by 2 drops daily till the end of the 32nd day. At the dawn which follows thereafter renew the slight bleeding, then take to your bed and remain in it till the end of the 40th day. On the first awakening after the bleeding, take the first grain of universal medicine. A swoon of 3 hours will be followed by convulsions, sweats, and much purging, necessitating a change both of bed and linen. At this stage, a broth of lean beef must be taken, seasoned with rice, sage, valerian, vervain, and balm. On the day following, take the second grain of universal medicine, which is astral mercury combined with sulfur of gold. On the next day, have a warm bath. On the 36th day, drink a glass of Egyptian wine, and on the 37th take the third and last grain of universal medicine. A profound sleep will follow, during which the hair, teeth, nails, and skin will be renewed. The prescription for the 38th day is another warm bath, steeping aromatic herbs in the water, of the same kind as those specified for the broth. On the 39th day drink 10 drops of elixir of Akarat in 2 spoonfuls of red wine. The work will be finished on the 40th day, and the aged man will be renewed in youth. By means of this jubilary regimen Cagliostro claimed to have lived for many centuries. It will be seen that it is a variation of the famous bath of immortality in use among the Menandrian Gnostics. The question is whether Cagliostro believed in it seriously. However this may be, before his judges he shewed much firmness and presence of mind, professing that he was a Catholic who honored the Pope as supreme chief of the religious hierarchy. On matters relating to the occult sciences he replied enigmatically, and when accused of being absurd and incomprehensible, he told his examiners that they had no ground of judgment, at which they were offended, and ordered him to enumerate the 7 deadly sins. Having recited lust, avarice, envy, gluttony, and sloth, they reminded him that he had omitted pride and anger. To this the accused retorted, "Pardon me, I had not forgotten them, but I did not include them out of respect for yourselves and for fear of offending you further." He was condemned to death, which was afterwards commuted to perpetual imprisonment. In his dungeon Cagliostro asked to make his confession and himself designated the priest, who was a man of his own figure and stature. The confessor visited him and was seen to take his departure at the end of a certain time. Some hours after the jailer entered the cell and found the body of a strangled man clothed in the garments of Cagliostro, but the priest himself was never seen again. Lovers of the marvelous declare that the Grand Coft is at this day in America, being the supreme and invisible pontiff of the believers in spirit rapping. Chapter 3. Prophecies of Cazot. The school of unknown philosophers founded by Martinus de Pasquale and continued by L.C. de Saint Martin seems to have incorporated the last adepts of true initiation. Saint Martin was acquainted with the ancient key of the tarot, the mystery, that is to say, of sacred alphabets and hieratic hieroglyphics. He has left many very curious panticles which have never been engraved and of which we possess copies. One of them is the traditional key of the great work and is called by Saint Martin the key of hell, because it is that of riches. The Martinists were the last Christians in the cohort of Illumines, and it was they who initiated the famous Cazot. We have said that during the 18th century a schism took place in Illuminism. On the one hand, the wardens of the traditions concerning nature and science wished to restore the hierarchy. There were others, on the contrary, who desired to level all things by disclosing the great arcanum, thus rendering the royalty and priesthood alike impossible in the world. Among the latter, some were ambitious and unscrupulous, seeking to erect a throne for themselves over the ruins of the world. Others were dupes and zanies. The true initiates beheld with dismay the launching of society towards the abyss, and they foresaw all the terrors of anarchy. That revolution which was destined at a later period to manifest before the dying genius of Vergniaud under the somber figure of Saturn devouring his children had already shown itself fully armed in the prophetic dreams of Cazot. On a certain evening, when he was surrounded by blind instruments of the Jacobinism to come, he predicted the doom of all, for the strongest and weakest the scaffold, for the enthusiasts suicide, and his prophecy, which at the moment was rather like a somber jest, was destined to be realized amply. As a fact, it was only the calculus of probabilities, and it proved strictly correct because it dealt with chances which had already become fatal consequences. La Harpe, who was impressed by the prediction, amplified the details to make it appear more marvelous. He mentioned, for example, the exact number of times that a certain guest of the moment would draw the razor across his throat. Poetic license of this kind may be forgiven to the tellers of unusual stories. Such adornments are of the substance of style and poetry rather than untruths. The gift of absolute liberty to men who are unequal by nature is an organization of social war. When those who should restrain the headlong instincts of the crowd are so mad as to unloose them, it does not need a great magician to foresee that they will be the first to be devoured, since animal Lucies are bound to prey upon one another until the appearance of a bold and skillful huntsman who will end them by shot and snare. Khazat foresaw Marat, as Marat in his turn foresaw reaction and a dictator. Khazat made his first appearance in public as the author of some literary trifles, and it is said that he owed his initiation to the romance of L'Diable Amoureux. There is no question that it is full of magical intuitions, and love, that supreme ordeal of life, is depicted in its pages under the true light of the doctrine of adeptship. Passion in a state of delirium and folly invincible for those who are slaves of imagination. Physical love is but death in the guise of allurement, seeking to renew its harvest by means of birth. The physical Venus is death, painted and habited like a courtesan. Cupid also is a destroyer, like his mother, for whom he recruits victims. When the courtesan is satiated, death unmuzzles and calls in turn for its prey. This is why the Church, which safeguards birth by sanctifying marriage, lays bare in their true colors the debaucheries which are mortal, by condemning without pity all the disorders of love. If she who is beloved is not indeed an angel, earning immortality by sacrifice to duty in the arms of him whom she loves, she is a strige who expends, exhausts and slays him, finally exposing herself before him in all the hideousness of her animal egoism. Woe to the victims of the L'Diable Amoureux! Thrice woe to those who are beguiled by the lascivious endearments of Biondetta. Speedily the gracious countenance of the girl will change into that camel's head which appears so tragically at the end of the romance of Khazat. According to the Kabbalists, there are two queens of the Striges in Sheol. One is Lilith, the mother of abortions, and the other is Nahama, fatal and murderous in her beauty. When a man is false to the spouse set apart for him by heaven, when he is abandoned to the disorders of a sterile passion, God withdraws his legitimate bride and delivers him to the embraces of Nahama, who assumes at need all charms of maidenhood and of love. She turns the hearts of fathers, and at her instigation they abandon all the duties owing to their children. She brings married men to widowhood, while those who are consecrated to God she coerces into sacrilegious marriage. When she assumes the role of a wife she is, however, unmasked easily, for on her marriage day she appears in a state of baldness, that hair which is the veil of modesty for womanhood being forbidden her on this occasion. Later on she assumes airs of despair and disgust with existence. She preaches suicide, deserts him who cohabits with her, having first sealed him between the eyes with an infernal star. The Kabbalists say further that Nahama may become a mother, but she never rears her children, as she gives them to her fatal sister to devour. These Kabbalistic allegories, which are found in the Hebrew book concerning the revolution of souls, included by Rosenroth in the collection of the Kabbalah Denudata and otherwise met with in Talmudic commentaries on the Sota, must have been either known or divined by the author of L'Diable Amoureux. Hence we are told that after the publication of his novel, Khazat had a visit from an unknown person who was wrapped in a mantle, after the traditional manner of emissaries of the secret tribunal. The visitor made signs to Khazat which he failed to understand, and then asked whether indeed he had not been initiated. On receiving a reply in the negative, the stranger assumed a less somber expression and then said, "I perceive that you are not an unfaithful recipient of our secrets, but rather a vessel of election prepared for knowledge. Do you wish to rule in reality over human passions and over impure spirits?" Khazat displayed his curiosity. A long talk followed. It was the preface to other meetings, and the author of L'Diable Amoureux was called to initiation at the end. He became a devout supporter of order and authority as a consequence, and also a redoubtable enemy of anarchists. We have seen that, according to the symbolism of Cagliostro, there is a mountain into which those must go up who are on the quest of regeneration. This mountain is white with light, like Tabor, or red with fire and blood, like Sinai and Calvary. The The Zohar says that there are two chromatic syntheses, one of them is white and is that of peace and moral light, the other, which is red, is that of war and material life. The Jacobins had plotted to unroll the standard of blood, and their altar was erected on the Red Mountain. Khazat was enrolled under the banner of light, and his mystical tabernacle was established on the White Mountain. That which was stained with blood triumphed for a moment, and Khazat was proscribed. The heroic girl who was his daughter saved him from the slaughter at the abbey. It so happened that the prefix denoting nobility was not attached to her name, and she was spared therefore that horrible toast of fraternity which immortalized the filial piety of Mli de Sombreuil, who, to be vindicated from the charge of aristocracy, drank the health of her father in the blood-stained glass of cutthroats. Khazat was in a position to foretell his own death, because conscience compelled him to fight against anarchy even to the last. He obeyed it, was arrested for the second time and brought before the Revolutionary Tribunal as one condemned already. The president who pronounced his sentence added an allocution full of esteem and regret, pledging his victim to be worthy of himself unto the end and to die nobly as he had lived. Even in episodes of the tribunal, the revolution was a civil war and the brethren exchanged salutations as they condemned one another to death. The explanation is that there was the sincerity conviction on both sides and both were entitled to respect. Whosoever dies for that which he thinks to be true is a hero in even his deception. And the anarchists the ensanguined mountain were not only intrepid when dispatching others to the scaffold, but ascended it themselves without blanching. Let God and posterity be their judges. Chapter 4. The French Revolution. Once there was a man in the world who was soured on discovering that his disposition was cowardly and vicious, and he visited his consequent disgust on society at large. He was an ill-starred lover of nature, and nature in her wrath armed him with eloquence as with a scourge. He dared to plead the cause of ignorance in the face of science, of savagery in the face of civilization, of all low-life deeps in the face of all social heights. Instinctively the populace pelted this maniac, yet he was welcomed by the great and lionized by women. His success was so signal that, by revulsion, his hatred of humanity increased, and he ended in suicide as the final issue of his rage and disgust. After his death, the world was shaken in its attempts to realize the dreams of Jean-Jacques Rousseau, and that silent conspiracy which ever since the murder of Jacques de Molay had sworn destruction to the social edifice, inaugurated in Rue Pletrière, and in the very house where Rousseau had once lived, a Masonic lodge, with the fanatic of Geneva as its patron saint. This lodge became the center of the revolutionary propaganda, and thither came a prince of the blood royal, vowing destruction to the successors of Philip the Fair over the tomb of the Templar. It was the nobility of the 18th century which corrupted the people. The aristocracy of that period were seized with a mania for equality, which took its rise in the orgies of the Regency. Low company was kept for the pleasure of it, and the court obtained diversion in talking the language of the slums. The archives of the Order of the Temple testify that the regent was its grand master, that he had as his successors the Duc de Maine, the princes of Bourbon-Condé and Bourbon-Conti, and the Duc de Cosbrissac. Cagliostro drew auxiliaries from the middle class to swell the membership of his Egyptian rite. Everyone was eager to obey the secret and irresistible impulse which drove decadent civilization to its destruction. Events did not tarry, but as if impelled by hands unseen, they were heaped one upon another, after the manner foreseen by Khazat. The unfortunate Louis XVI was led by his worst enemies, who at once prearranged and stultified the paltry project of evasion which brought about the catastrophe of Varennes, just as they had done with the orgy at Versailles and the massacre of August 10th. On every side they compromised the king. At every turn they saved him from the fury of the people, to foment that fury and ensure the dire event which had been in preparation for centuries. A scaffold was essential to complete the revenge of the Templars. Amidst the pressure of civil war, the National Assembly suspended the powers of the king and assigned him the Luxembourg as his residence. But another and more secret assembly had ruled otherwise. A prison was to be the residence of the fallen monarch, and that prison was none other than the old palace of the Templars, which had survived, with keep and turrets, to await the royal victim doomed by inexorable memories. There he was duly interned, while the flower of French ecclesiasticism was either in exile or at the abbey. Artillery thundered on the Pont Neuf. Menacing posters proclaimed that the country was in danger. Unknown personages organized successive slaughters, while a hideous and gigantic being, covered with a long beard, was to be seen wheresoever there were priests to murder. Behold, he cried with a savage sneer, this is for the Albigenses and the Vaudois, this is for the Templars, this for Saint Bartholomew, and this for the exiles of the Cevennes. As one who was beside himself, he smote unceasingly, now with the saber and now with axe or club. Arms broke and were replaced in his hands. From head to foot he was clothed in blood, swearing with frightful blasphemies that in blood only would he wash. It was this man who proposed the toast of the nation to the angelical Mlie de Saint-Breuil. Meanwhile another angel prayed and wept in the tower of the temple, offering to God her own sufferings and those of 2 children to obtain pardon for the royalty of France. All the agonies and all the tears of that virgin martyr, the saintly Madame Elizabeth, were necessary for the expiation of the imbecile joys which characterized courtesans like Madame de Pompadour and Madame du Barry. Jacobinism had received its distinctive name before the old Church of the Jacobins was chosen as the headquarters of conspiracy. It was derived from the name Jacques, an ominous symbol and one which spelt revolution. French iconoclasts have always been called Jacques, that philosopher whose fatal celebrity prepared new Jacqueries and was a peg on which to hang the sanguinary projects of Johannite schemers bore the name of Jean-Jacques, while those who were prime movers in the French Revolution had sworn in secret the destruction of throne and altar over the tomb of Jacques de Molay. At the very moment when Louis XVI suffered under the axe of revolution, the man with a long beard, that wandering Jew significant of vengeance and murder, ascended the scaffold and, confronting the appalled spectators, took the royal blood in both hands, casting it over the heads of the people, and crying with his terrible voice, "People of France, I baptize you in the name of Jacques and of liberty." So ended half of the work, and it was henceforth against the Pope that the army of the Temple directed all its efforts. Spoliation of churches, profanation of sacred things, mock processions, inauguration of the cultus of reason in the metropolis of Paris. These were the signals in chief of the war in its new phase. The Pope was burnt in effigy at the Palais Royal, and presently the armies of the Republic prepared to march on Rome. Jacques de Molay and his companions were martyrs possibly, but their avengers dishonored their memory. Royalty was regenerated on the scaffold of Louis XVI. The Church triumphed in the captivity of Pius VI, when he was taken a prisoner to Valence, perishing of fatigue and suffering. But the unworthy successors of that old chivalry of the Temple perished in their turn, overwhelmed by disastrous victory. Signal abuses had characterized the ecclesiastical state and grave scandals were entailed by the misfortune of great riches. But when the riches melted away, the preeminent virtues returned. Such transitory disasters and such a spiritual triumph were predicted in the Apocalypse of St. Methodius, to which reference has been made already. We have a black-letter copy of the work mentioned, printed in 1527 and embellished with amazing designs. Unworthy priests are shown in the act of casting the sacred elements to swine. The populace in a state of rebellion are seen assassinating the priests and breaking their sacramental vessels on their heads. The Pope appears as a prisoner in the hands of soldiers. A crowned knight raises with one hand the standard of France, and with the other draws his sword against Italy. Finally, 2 eagles are depicted on either side of a cock, bearing a crown on his head and a double fleur-de-lis on his breast. One of the eagles combines with griffins and unicorns to drive the vulture from his eyrie, and there is a host of other marvels. This singular book may be compared with an illustrated edition of the prophecies attributed to Abbé Joachim, the Calabrian, wherein are exhibited portraits of all the popes to come, with the allegorical signs of their respective pontificates, down to the coming of Antichrist. These are strange chronicles of futurity, pictured as things of the past. They seem to intimate a succession of worlds wherein events are repeated, so that the provision of things to come is the evocation of shadows already lost in the past. Chapter 5. Phenomena of Mediomania. In the year 1772, a certain parishioner of Saint Monde, named Loizot, being at church, believed that he saw an extraordinary person kneeling close by him. This was a very swarthy man, whose only garment was a pair of coarse worsted drawers. His beard was long, his hair woolly, and about his neck there was a ruddy circular scar. He carried a book, having the following inscription emblazoned in golden letters. Ecce agnus Dei. Loizot observed with astonishment that no one but himself seemed aware of this strange presence. But he finished his devotions and returned home, where the same personage was awaiting him. He drew nearer to ask who he was and what might his business be, when the fantastic visitor vanished. Loizot retired to bed in a fever and unable to sleep. The same night he found his room illuminated suddenly by a ruddy glow. He sprang up in bed, believing that the place was on fire, and then on a table in the very center of the room he saw a gold plate, wherein the head of his visitor was swimming in blood, encompassed by a red nimbus. The eyes rolled terribly, the mouth opened. A strange and hissing voice said, "I await the heads of kings, the heads of the courtesans of kings. I await Herod and Herodias." The nimbus faded and the sick man saw no more. Some days after he had recovered sufficiently to resume his usual occupations, as he was crossing the place Louis XV, a beggar accosted him and Loizot, without looking, threw a coin into his hat. "Thank you," said the recipient, "it is a king's head, but here," and he pointed towards the middle place of the thoroughfare, "there will fall another, and it is that for which I am waiting." Loizot looked with astonishment towards the speaker and uttered a cry when he recognized the strange figure of his vision. "Be silent," said the mendicant. "They will take you for a fool, as no one but yourself can see me. You have recognized me, I know, and to you I confess that I am John Baptist, the precursor. I am here to predict the punishment which will befall the successors of Herod and the heirs of Caiaphas. You may repeat all that I tell you." From this time forward Loizot believed that St. John was present visibly at his side, almost from day to day. The vision spoke to him long and frequently on the woes which would befall France and the Church. Loizot related his vision to several persons, who were not only impressed but became seers on their own part. They formed among themselves a mystical society which met in great secrecy. It was their custom to sit in a circle, holding hands and awaiting communications in silence. This might continue for hours, and then the figure of the Baptist would appear in the midst of them. They fell, concurrently or successively, into the magnetic sleep, and saw passing before their eyes the future scenes of the revolution, with the restoration which would come thereafter. The spiritual director of this sect or circle was a monk named Domgirl, who became also their leader on the death of Loizot in 1788. At the epoch of the revolution, however, having been won over by Republican enthusiasm, Domgirl was expelled by the other members, acting on the inspirations of their chief somnambulist, who was known as Sister Françoise André. He had a somnambulist of his own, and in a Parisian garret he followed what was then the new craft of a mesmerist. The seeress in question was an old and nearly blind woman, named Catherine Theot. She prophesied, and her predictions were realized. She cured many who were sick, and as her forecasts had a political cast invariably, the police of the Comite de Salut public were not slow in taking up the matter. One evening Catherine Theot was in an ecstasy, surrounded by her adepts. "Hearken," she exclaimed, "I hear the sound of his footsteps. He is the mysterious chosen one of Providence, the angel of revolution, at once its savior and victim, king of ruins and regeneration. Do you see him? He draws nigh. He also has been encircled by the ruddy nimbus of the precursor. It is he who shall bear all crimes of those who are about to immolate him. Great are thy destinies, O thou who shalt close the abyss by casting thyself therein. Do you not behold him, adorned as if for a festival, carrying flowers in his hands, garlands which are crowns of his martyrdom, then sobbing and melting into tears? How cruel is thine ordeal, my son, and how many ingrates shall curse thy memory through the ages? Rise up and kneel down. He comes, the king comes, he is the king of bloody sacrifices. At this moment the door opened quickly. A man entered enveloped in a cloak and having his hat drawn over his eyes. Those who were present rose up. Catherine Theot stretched forth her arms towards the newcomer and said as her hands trembled, I knew that you must come, and I have awaited your coming. He who is at my right side, but unseen by you, shewed you to me yesterday, when an accusation was lodged against us. We are accused of conspiring for the king, and of a king I have indeed spoken. It is he whom the precursor reveals to me at this present moment, having a crown steeped in blood, and I know over whose head it is placed, your own Maximilian. At this name the unknown started, as if a red-hot steel had entered his breast. He cast a swift and anxious glance about him, after which his expression became again impassible. What would you say? I fail to understand, he murmured in a short and abrupt manner. I would say, replied Catherine Theot, that the sun will beam brightly on that day when a man clothed in blue and bearing a scepter of flowers shall be for one moment the king and savior of the world. I would say that you shall be great as Moses and as Orpahis, when, trampling on the head of that monster which is ready to devour you, you shall testify to headsmen and to victims that God is. Cease from this masking, Robespierre. Shew us rather without paling that valiant head which God is about to cast in the empty scale of his balance. The head of Louis XVI is heavy and yours can only be its counterpoise. Do you threaten? Asked Robespierre coldly, letting his cloak fall. Do you think by this juggling to startle my patriotism and influence my conscience? Do you hope by fanatical measures and old wives' fables to surprise my resolves as you have played the spy on my proceedings? You have looked for me, it would seem, and woe to you because you have looked. Since you compel the curiosity seeker, the anonymous visitor and observer, to be Maximilian Robespierre, representative of the people, as such I denounce you to the Committee of Public Weal, and I shall proceed to have you arrested. Having said these words, Robespierre cast his cloak round his powdered head and walked stiffly to the door. No one dared to detain and none to address him. Catherine Theot clasped her hands and said, Respect his will, for he is king and pontiff of the new age. If he strike us, it is that God wills to strike us. Lay bare the throat before the knife of Providence. The initiates of Catherine Theot waited expecting their arrest through the whole night, but no one appeared. They separated on the following day. 2 or 3 further days and nights elapsed, during which the members of the sect made no attempt at concealment. On the 5th day Catherine Theot and those who were called her accomplices were denounced to the Jacobins by a secret enemy of Robespierre, who insinuated skillfully to his hearers certain doubts against the tribune. A dictatorship had been mentioned. The very name of king was pronounced. Robespierre knew, and how came he to tolerate it? Robespierre shrugged his shoulders, but on the morrow Catherine Theot, Dame Girl and some others were arrested and consigned to those prisons which, once entered, opened only to furnish his daily task to the headsman. The story of Robespierre's interview with Catherine Theot had transpired one knows not how. Already the counter-police of the Thermidorians were watching the presumed dictator, whom they accused of mysticism because he believed in God. Robespierre, notwithstanding, was neither the friend nor enemy of the sect of New Johannites. He went to Catherine Theot that he might take account of phenomena, and dissatisfied at having been recognized he departed with threats which he did not attempt to fulfill. Those who converted the conventicle of the old monk and ecstatic into a sect of conspiracy hoped to derive from the proceeding a doubt or an opportunity for ridicule attaching to the reputation of the incorruptible Maximilian. The prophecy of Catherine Theot was fulfilled by the inauguration of the worship of the Supreme Being and the swift reaction of Thermidor. During this time, the sect which had gathered about Sister André, whose revelations were recorded by a Sieur Duce, continued their visions and miracles. The fixed notion which they cherished was to preserve the legitimacy by the future reign of Louis XVII. Times out of number they saved in dream the poor little orphan of the temple and believed also that they had saved him literally. Old prophecies promised the throne of the lilies to a young man who had been once a captive. So Bridget, Saint Hildegard, Bernard Tallard, Lichtenberger, all foretold a miraculous restoration after great disasters. The Neo-Johannites were the interpreters and multipliers of these forecasts. A Louis XVII never failed them. They had 7 or 8 in succession, all perfectly authentic and not less perfectly preserved. It is to the influence of this sect that we owe at a later period the revelations of the peasant Martin de Gallardin and the prodigies of Vintras. In this magnetic circle, as in the assemblies of Quakers or Shakers of Great Britain, enthusiasm proved contagious and was propagated from one to another. After the death of Sister André, second sight and the gift of prophecy devolved upon a certain Legros, who was at Charenton when Martin was incarcerated provisionally therein. He recognized a brother in the Beauceron peasant whom he had never seen. All these partisans, by force of willing Louis XVII, created him in a certain sense, that is to say, they worked such efficacious hallucinations that mediums were made in the image and likeness of the magnetic type, and believing themselves to be literally the royal child escaped from the temple, they attracted all the reflections of this gentle and frail victim, so that they even remembered circumstances known only to the family of Louis XVI. This phenomenon, however incredible it may appear, is neither impossible nor unheard of. Paracelsus states that if, by an extraordinary effort of will, one can picture oneself as another person, one would know thereby and forthwith the inmost thought of that person, and would attract his most secret memories. Often after a conversation which has placed us in thought affinity with a companion in conversation, we dream reminiscences of his private life. Among the simulators of Louis XVII we must therefore recognize some who were not impostors, but hallucinated beings, and among these last is the Swiss who is named Neindorf, a visionary like Swedenborg, one indeed so contagious in his conviction that old servants of the royal family have recognized him and cast themselves weeping at his feet. He bore the particular signs and scars of Louis XVII. He recounted his infancy with a startling appearance of truth and entered into minute details, which are decisive for private remembrances. His very features would have been those of the orphan of Louis XVI, had he really lived. One thing only in fine was wanting for the pretender to have been Louis XVII truly, and that is not to have been Naundorf. Such was the contagious magnetic power of this deluded person that even his death did not undeceive any of the believers in his reign to come. We have seen one of the most convinced, to whom we timidly objected, when he spoke of the approaching restoration of what he called the true legitimacy, that his Louis XVII was dead. Is it then more difficult for God to raise him from death than it was for those who preceded us to save him from the temple? Such was the answer given us, and this with a smile so triumphant that almost it seemed disdainful. We had nothing to rejoin on our own part, but were rather compelled to bow in the presence of such a conviction. Chapter 6. The German Illuminati. Germany is the land of metaphysical mysticism and phantoms. A phantom itself of the old Roman Empire, it seems always to invoke the mighty shade of Hermann, consecrating in his honor the simulacrum of the captive eagles of Varus. The patriotism of young Germany is invariably that of the Germans in elder days. They have no thought of invading the laughing land of Italy. They accept the situation, as it stands, simply as a matter of revenge, but they would die 1,000 times in the defense of their hearths and homes. They love their old castles, their old legends of the banks of the Rhine. They read with the uttermost patience the darksome treatises of their philosophy. They behold in the fogs of their sky and in the smoke of their pipes 1,000 things inexpressible, by which they are initiated into the marvels of the other world. Long before there was any question of mediums and their evocations in America and France, Prussia had its Illuminati and seers, who had habitual communications with the dead. At Berlin, a great noble built a house destined for evocations. King Frederick William was very curious about all such mysteries and was often immured in this house with an adept named Steinert. His experiences were so signal that a state of exhaustion supervened, and he had to be restored with drops of some magical elixir analogous to that of Cagliostro. There is a secret correspondence belonging to the reign in question which is cited by the Marquis de Luchet in his work Against the Illuminati, and it contains a description of the dark chamber in which the evocations were performed. It was a square apartment, divided by a transparent veil. The magical furnace or altar of perfumes was erected in front of the veil, and behind was a pedestal on which the spirit manifested. In his German work upon magic, Eckartshausen describes the whole of the fantastic apparatus, being a system of machines and operations by which imagination was helped to create the phantoms desired, those who consulted the oracle being in a kind of waking somnambulism, comparable to the nervous excitement produced by opium or hashish. Those who are contented with the explanations given by the author just mentioned will regard the apparitions as magic lantern effects. But there is more in it assuredly than this, while the magic lantern was only an accessory instrument in the business and one in no sense necessary for the production of the phenomenon. The images of persons once known on earth and now called up by thought do not appear as reflections of colored glass. The pictures painted by a lantern do not speak, nor do they give answers to questions on matters of conscience. The King of Prussia, to whom the house belonged, was well acquainted with all the apparatus and was not therefore duped by jugglery, as the author of the secret correspondence pretends. The natural means paved the way for the prodigy, but did not perform the latter, and the things which occurred were of a kind to surprise and disturb the most inveterate skeptic. Schroepfer, moreover, made use of no magic lantern and no veil, but those who came to him drank a kind of punch which he prepared. The forms which then appeared by his mediation were like those of the American home, that is to say, partially materialized, and they caused a curious sensation in persons who sought to touch them. The experience was analogous to an electric disturbance, making the flesh creep, and there would have been no such sensation if people had moistened their hands before touching the apparition. Schroepfer acted in good faith, as does also the American home. He believed in the reality of the spirits evoked by him, and he killed himself when he began to doubt it. Lavater, who also died violently, was utterly given over to evocations. He had 2 spirits at his command and belonged to a circle which cultivated catalepsy by the help of a harmonica. A magical chain was formed. A species of imbecile served as the spirit's interpreter and wrote under his control. This spirit gave out that he was a Jewish Kabbalist who died before the birth of Jesus Christ, and the things which the medium recorded under this influence were worthy of Cahagnet's somnambulists. There was, for example, a revelation on sufferings in the life beyond, the communicating spirit stating that the soul of the Emperor Francis was compelled to calculate the number and exact condition of all the snail shells which may exist and have existed in the whole universe. He made known also that the true names of the 3 magi were not, as tradition tells us, Gaspar, Melchior, and Balthazar, but on the contrary Vracepharmion, Melchizedek, and Baliathracerin. It is like reading the names written by our modern process of table turning. The spirit also testified that he was himself doing penance for having threatened his father with the magical sword, and that he felt disposed to make his friends a present of his portrait. Paper, paints, and brushes were placed at his request behind a screen. He was then seen to design on the screen the outline of a small hand. A slight friction was audible on the paper. When it ceased, everyone pressed forward and found rudely painted the likeness of an old rabbi vested in black, with a white ruffle over the shoulders and a black skullcap, a costume altogether eccentric for a personage who was anterior to Jesus Christ. The painting, for the rest, was smudged and ill-drawn, resembling the work of a child amusing himself by daubing with eyes shut. the written instructions of the medium under the inspiration of Gabaldon vie in their obscurity with the characteristics of German metaphysicians. The attribute of majesty must not be conferred lightly, says this authority, for majesty is a derivation from mage. Seeing that the magi were pontiffs and kings, they were therefore the primeval majesties. It is against the majesty of God that we offend when we sin mortally. We wound him as Father, casting death into the sources of life. The fountain of the Father is light and life, that of the Son is blood and water, while the splendor of the Holy Spirit is fire and gold. We sin against the Father by falsehood, against the Son by hatred, and against the Holy Spirit by debauchery, which is the work of death and destruction. The good Lavater received these communications like oracles, and when he asked for some further illuminations, Gabaldon proceeded as follows. The great revealer of mysteries shall come, and he will be born in the next century. The religion of the patriarchs will then be known on earth. It will explain to mankind the triad of Aegon, Helion, Tetragrammaton, and the Savior whose body is girt with a triangle shall be shown on the fourth step of the altar. The apex of the triangle will be red, and the device of mystery thereon will be Venite ad patres osphal. One of the auditors demanded the meaning of the last word, and the medium wrote as follows without other explanations. Alphas, Aphon, Eliphas Magus. Certain interpreters have concluded that the magus whose advent was announced in the course of the 19th century would be named Maphon and would be the son of Eliphisma. But this reading may be somewhat speculative. There is nothing more dangerous than mysticism, for the mania which it begets baffles every combination of human wisdom. It is ever the fools who upset the world, and that which great statesmen never foresee is the desperate work of a maniac. The architect of the temple of Diana at Ephesus promised himself eternal glory, but he counted without Erostratus. The Girondins did not foresee Marat. What is needed to alter the equilibrium of the world? Asked Pascal on the subject of Cromwell. The answer is, a speck of gravel formed by chance in the entrails of a man. So do the great events come about through causes which in themselves are nothing. When any temple of civilization crashes down, it is always the work of a blind man, like Samson, who shakes the pillars thereof. Some wretched preacher, belonging to the dregs of the people, is suffering from insomnia and believes himself elected to deliver the world from Antichrist. Accordingly, he stabs Henry IV and reveals to France in its consternation the name of Ravaillac. The German thaumaturgists regarded Napoleon as the Apollyon mentioned in the Apocalypse, and one of their neophytes, named Stabs, came forward to kill the military Atlas, who at the given moment was carrying on his shoulders a world snatched from the chaos of anarchy. But that magnetic influence which the emperor called this star was more potent than the fanatical impulse of the German occult circles. Stabs could not or dared not strike. Napoleon himself questioned him. He admired his resolution and courage, but, as he understood his own greatness, he would not detract from the new Sevilla by forgiving him. He shewed his estimation indeed by taking him seriously and allowing him to be shot. Karl Sand, who killed Kotzebue, was also an unfortunate derelict child of mysticism, misled by the secret societies, in which vengeance was sworn upon daggers. Kotzebue may have deserved cudgeling, but the weapon of Sand reinstated and made him a martyr. It is indeed grand to perish as the enemy and victim of those who wreak vengeance by means of ambuscades and assassinations. The secret societies of Germany practiced rites which were less or more comparable to those of magic. In the Brotherhood of Mopses, for example, the mysteries of the Sabbath and the secret reception of Templars were renewed in mitigated and almost humorous forms. The Baphometic goat was replaced by a dog, as if Hermenubi were substituted for Pan or science for nature, the latter being an equivalent change, since nature is known solely by the intermediation of science. The two sexes were admitted by the Mopses, as was the case at the Sabbath. The reception was accompanied by barkings and grimaces, And, as among the Templars, the neophyte was invited to take his choice between kissing the back parts of the devil, the Grand Master, or the mops, which was a small image of cardboard, covered with silk and representing a dog called mops in German. The salutation in question was the condition of reception and recalls that which was offered to the goat of Mendes in the initiations of the Sabbath. The mopses took no pledges other than on their word of honor, which is the most sacred of all oaths for self-respecting people. Their meetings were occasions for dancing and festivity, again like those of the Sabbath, except that the ladies were clothed, and did not hang live cats from their girdles or eat little children. It was altogether a civilized Sabbath. Magic had its epic in Germany and the Sabbath its great poet. The epic was the colossal drama of Faust, that completed babble of human genius. Goethe was initiated into all mysteries of magical philosophy. In his youth, he had even practiced the ceremonial part. The result of his daring experiments was to produce in him, for the time being, a profound disgust with life and a strong inclination towards death. As a fact, he accomplished his suicide not by a literal act but in a book. He composed the Romance of Werther, the fatal work which preaches death and has had so many proselytes. Then, victorious over discouragement and disgust, and having entered the serene realms of peace and truth, he wrote Faust. It is a magnificent commentary on one of the most beautiful episodes in the Gospel, the parable of the prodigal son. It is initiation into sin by rebellious science, into suffering by sin, into expiation and harmonious science by suffering. Human genius, represented by Faust, employs as its lackey the spirit of evil, who aspires to become master. It exhausts quickly all the delight that is attributed by imagination to unlawful love. It goes through orgies of folly. Then, drawn by the charm of sovereign beauty, it rises from the abyss of disillusion to the heights of abstraction and imperishable beauty. Their Mephistopheles is at his ease no longer. The implacable laughter turns sad. Voltaire gives place to Chateaubriand. In proportion, as the light manifests, the angel of darkness writhes and tosses. He is bound by celestial angels. He admires them against his will. He loves, weeps, and is conquered. In the first part of the drama, we see Faust separated by violence from Marguerite. The heavenly voices cry that she is saved, even as she is being led to execution. But can that Faust be lost who is always loved by Marguerite? Is not his heart already espoused to heaven? The great work of redemption in virtue of solidarity moves on to its fulfillment. How should the victim ever be consoled for her sufferings? Did she not convert her executioner? Is not forgiveness the revenge of the children of heaven? The love which has first reached the empyrean draws science after it by sympathy. Christianity uprises in its admirable synthesis. The new Eve has washed the mark from the forehead of Cain with the blood of Abel, and she weeps with joy over her two children, who hold her in their joint embrace. To make room for the extension of heaven, hell, which has become useless, ceases. The problem of evil has found its definitive solution, and good, alone necessary and alone triumphant, shall reign henceforth eternally. Hereof is the glorious dream of the greatest of all poets, but the philosopher, by misfortune, forgets the laws of equilibrium. He would swallow up light in a shadowless splendor and motion in an absolute repose, which would signify cessation of life. So long as there is visible light, there will be shadow in proportion therewith. Repose will never be happiness unless equilibrated by an analogous and contrary movement. So long as there shall be free benediction, blasphemy will remain possible. So long as heaven remains, a hell there will also be. It is the unchangeable law of nature and the eternal will of that justice whose other name is God. Chapter 7. Empire and Restoration. Napoleon filled the world with wonders, and in that world was himself the greatest wonder of all. The Empress Josephine, his wife, curious and credulous Emma Creole, passed from enchantments to enchantments. A glory of this kind had, as we are told, been promised her by an old gypsy woman, and the folk of the countryside still believe that she was herself the emperor's good genius. As a fact, she was a sweet and modest counselor who would have saved him from many perils, had he always listened to her warnings, but he was impelled forward by fatality, or rather by providence, and that which was to befall him had been decreed beforehand. In a prophecy attributed to Saint Césaire but signed Jean de Vadiguero, and found in the Liber Mirabilis, a collection of predictions printed in 1524, there are the following astonishing sentences. The churches shall be defiled and profaned, and the public worship suspended. The eagle shall take flight over the world and overcome many nations. The greatest prince and most august sovereign in all the West shall be put to rout after a supernatural defeat. A most noble prince shall be sent into captivity by his enemies and shall mourn in thinking of those who were devoted to him. Before peace is restored to France, the same events shall be repeated again and again. The eagle shall be crowned with a triple diadem, shall return victorious to his eyrie, and shall leave it only to ascend into heaven. After predicting the spoliation of churches and the murder of priests, Nostradamus foretells the birth of an emperor in the vicinity of Italy and says that his reign will cost France a great outpouring of blood, while those who belong to him will betray him and charge him with the spilling of blood. An emperor shall be born near Italy, who shall cost dear to the empire. They shall say, with what people he keepeth company. He shall be found less a prince than a butcher. From a simple soldier he shall come to have the supreme command. From a short gown he shall come to the long one, valiant in arms, no worse man in the church. He shall vex the priests as water doth a sponge. This is to say that at the moment when the church experiences the greatest calamities, he will overwhelm the priests with benefits. In a collection of prophecies published in 1820, and of which we possess a copy, the following phrase occurs after a prediction concerning Napoleon I. And the nephew will accomplish that which the uncle failed to do. The celebrated Mile Lenormand had in her library a volume in boards with a parchment back, containing the treatise of Oliverius on prophecies, followed by 10 manuscript pages, in which the reign of Napoleon and his downfall were announced formally. The seeress imparted the contents of this work to the Empress Josephine. Having mentioned Mile Lenormand, a few further words may be added about this singular woman. She was stout and extremely plain, emphatic in talk, ludicrous in style, but a waking somnambulist of conspicuous lucidity. She was the fashionable seeress under the First Empire and the Restoration. There is nothing more wearisome than are her writings, but as a teller of fortunes by cards she was most successful. Cartomancy, as restored in France by Attila, is literally the questioning of fate by signs agreed on beforehand. These in combination with numbers suggest oracles to the medium, who is biologized by staring at them. The signs are drawn by chance. After having shuffled them slowly, they are arranged according to Kabbalistic numbers, and they respond invariably to the thoughts of those who question them, seriously and in good faith, for all of us carry a world of presentiments within us which any pretext will formulate. Susceptible and sensitive natures receive from us a magnetic shock which conveys to them the impression of our nervous state. The medium can then read our fears and hopes in ripples of water, forms of clouds, counters cast haphazard on the ground, in the marks made on a plate by the grouts of coffee, in the lottery of a card game, or in the tarot symbols. As an erudite Kabbalistic book, all combinations of which reveal the harmonies pre-existing between signs, letters, and numbers, the practical value of the tarot is truly and above all marvelous. But we cannot with impunity, by such means, extort from ourselves the secrets of our intimate communication with the universal light. The questioning of cards and tarots is a literal evocation, which cannot be performed apart from danger and crime. By evocations we compel our astral body to appear before us. In divination we force it to speak. We provide a body for our chimeras by so doing, and we make approximate reality of that future which will actually become ours when it is called up by power of the word and is embraced by faith. To acquire the habit of divination and of magnetic consultations is to make a compact with vertigo, and we have established already that vertigo is hell. Myle Lenormand was infatuated with herself and with her art. She thought that the world could not go on without her and that she was necessary to the equilibrium of Europe. At the Congress of Aix-la-Chapelle, the seeress made her appearance with all her properties, did business at all the customs, and pestered all the authorities, so that they were compelled in a sense to concern themselves with her. She was truly the fly on the wheel, and what a fly! On her return she published her impressions with a frontispiece representing herself surrounded by all the powers who consulted her and trembled in her presence. The great events which had just come to pass in the world turned all minds towards mysticism. A religious reaction began, and the royalties constituting the Holy Alliance felt the need of attaching their united scepters to the cross. The Emperor Alexander in particular believed that the hour was come for Holy Russia to convert the world to universal orthodoxy. The intriguing and turbulent sect of the saviors of Louis XVII sought to profit by this tendency for the foundation of a new priesthood, and it succeeded in introducing one of its seeresses to the notice of the Russian emperor. Madame Bouche was the name of this new Catherine Theot, but she was called Sister Salome by the sect. She spent 18 months at the imperial court and had many secret conferences with Alexander, but he had more of pious imagination than true enthusiasm. He delighted in the marvelous and pretended that it amused him. It came about that his confidence in this class of interests presented him with another prophetess, and Sister Salome was forgotten. Her successor was Madame de Krüdener, an amiable coquette full of piety and virtue, who created but was not herself Valerie. It was, however, her ambition to pass as the heroine of her own book, and when one of her intimate friends pressed her to identify the hero, she mentioned an eminent personality of that period. "Ah, then," said her friend, "the catastrophe of your book is not in conformity with the facts, for the gentleman in question is not dead." But Madame de Krüdener replied, "Oh, my dear, he is little better than dead," and the retort was her fortune. The influence of Madame de Krüdener on the somewhat weak mind of Alexander was strong enough to concern his advisers. He was often shut up with her in prayer, but in the end she was lost by excessive zeal. One day the emperor was taking leave of her when she threw herself before him, conjuring him not to go out and explaining how God had made known to her that he was in great danger, that there was a plot against his life, and that an assassin was concealed in the palace. The emperor was alarmed and summoned the guards. A search followed, and some poor wretch was ultimately discovered with a dagger. In confusion, he finished by confessing that he had been introduced by Madame de Krüdener herself. Was it true, and had the lady played the part of Latude in the vicinity of Madame de Pompadour? Was it false, and, secreted by the emperor's enemies, was the man's mission, in the event of the murder tailing, to destroy Madame de Krüdener? Either way, the poor prophetess was lost, for the emperor, in his shame at being regarded as a dupe, sent her about her business without hearing her, and she had reason to think herself fortunate in escaping so easily. The little church of Louis XVII did not conclude that it was beaten by the disgrace of Madame Bouche, while in that of Madame de Krüdener it beheld a divine punishment. The prophecies continued and were reinforced, as required, by miracles. In the reign of Louis XVIII they put forward a peasant of La Beaucie, named Martin, who declared that he had seen an angel. From the description which he gave, the angel in question was in the guise of a lackey belonging to some good family. He had a long surtout, cut very close at the waist and of a yellow color. He was pale and thin, with a hat which was probably adorned with gold lace. The strange thing is that the seer managed to be taken seriously and obtained an interview with the king, furnishing one more instance of the resources in persistence and boldness. It is said that the king was astonished by revelations concerning his private life, in which there is nothing that is impossible or even of an extraordinary nature, now that the phenomena of magnetism are better authenticated and known. Moreover, Louis XVIII was sufficiently skeptical to be credulous. Doubt in the presence of existence and its harmonies, skepticism in the face of the eternal mathematics and immutable laws of life, by which divinity is manifested everywhere, this assuredly is the most imbecile of superstitions and the least excusable, as it is the most dangerous of all credulities. Book 7. Magic in the 19th Century. Zane. Chapter 1. Magnetic Mystics and Materialists. The denial of the fundamental doctrine of Catholic religion, formulated so magnificently in the poem of Faust, had borne its fruits in the world. Morality, deprived of its eternal sanction, became doubtful and unsettled. A materialistic mystic turned about the system of Swedenborg to create on earth a paradise of attractions in proportion to destinies. By the word attractions Fourier understood the sensuous passions, and to these he promised an integral and absolute expansion. God, who is the supreme reason, marks such condemned doctrines with a terrible seal. The disciples of Fourier began by absurdity and ended in madness. They believed seriously that the ocean would be presently transformed into an immeasurable bowl of lemonade. They believed also in the future creation of anti-lions and anti-serpents, in epistolary correspondence to be established between the planets. We forbear speaking of the famous tale, 32 feet in length, with which it is reported that the human species was to be adorned, because it would appear that they had the generosity to set this notion aside as, according to their master, a purely hypothetical question. To such absurdities does the denial of equilibrium lead. And at the bottom of all these follies there is more logic than would be thought. The same reason which necessitates suffering in humanity renders indispensable the bitterness of seawater. Grant the integral expansion of instincts, and you can no longer admit the existence of wild beasts. Endow man with the capacity of satisfying his appetites as the sum of all morality, and he will still have something to envy in orangutans and monkeys. To deny hell is also to deny heaven, seeing that, according to the most exalted interpretation of the great Hermetic dogma, hell is the equilibrating reason of heaven, for harmony results from the analogy of contraries. Quod superius sicit quod inferius. Superiority presupposes inferiority, the depth determines the height, and to fill up the valleys is to efface mountains, so also to take away shadows would be to destroy light, as this is only visible by the graduated contrast of darkness and day, and universal obscurity would be produced by all-dazzling brilliance. The very existence of colors and light is due to the presence of shadow. It is the triple alliance of day and night, the luminous image of dogma, the light made shadow, as the Savior is the Word made man. All this rests on the same law which is the first law of creation, the one absolute law of nature, being that of the distinction and harmonious balancing of opposing forces in universal equilibrium. That which has revolted public conscience is not the dogma of hell but its rash interpretation. Those barbarous dreams of the Middle Ages, those atrocious and obscene tortures, sculptured on the porticos of churches, that infamous cauldron for the cooking of human flesh which lives forever, so that it may forever suffer, while the elect are rejoiced by the smoke. All this is absurd and impious, but none of it belongs to the sacred doctrine of the Church. The cruelty attributed to God constitutes the most frightful of blasphemies, and it is precisely for this reason that evil is forever irremediable while the will of man rejects the divine goodness. God inflicts the tortures of reprobation on those who are damned only as he causes the death of the suicide. Work in order to possess, and you will be happy, so speaks the supreme justice to man. I would possess and enjoy without labor. You will then be a robber and will suffer. I will rebel. You will be broken and will suffer further. I will rebel forever. Then shall you suffer eternally. Such is the decree of the absolute reason and the sovereign justice. What can be answered hereto by human pride and folly? Religion has no greater enemy than unbridled mysticism, which mistakes its feverish visions for divine revelations. It is not the theologians who have created the devil's empire, but the false devotees and sorcerers. To believe a vision of the brain rather than the authority of public reason or piety has been ever the beginning of heresy in religion and of folly in the order of human philosophy. A fool would not be a fool if he believed in the reason of others. Visions have never been wanting to piety in revolt, nor chimeras to reason which excommunicates and banishes itself. From this point of view, magnetism has its dangers assuredly, for the state which it induces leads to hallucination as easily as to lucid intuition. We are dealing in this chapter, on the one hand, with mystic magnetisers, with materialistic magnetisers on the other hand, and we would warn them in the name of science concerning the risks which they run. Divinations, magnetic experiences and evocations belong to one and the same order of phenomena, being those which cannot be misemployed without danger to reason and life. Some 30 or 40 years ago, a choirmaster of Notre Dame, who, for the rest, was an exceedingly pious and estimable man, became infatuated with mesmerism and gave himself up to its experiences. He also devoted more time than was reasonable to the study of the mystics, and above all the vertiginous Swedenborg. Mental exhaustion followed, and as it was accompanied by sleeplessness, he used to rise and continue his studies. If this failed to quiet the restlessness of his brain, he took the key of the church, entered it by the Porte Rouge, repaired to the choir, which was lighted only by the feeble lamp of the high altar, took refuge in his stall and there remained till morning, immersed in prayers and profound meditation. There came a night when eternal damnation formed the subject of his reflections, in connection with the menacing doctrine of the small number of the elect. He was unable to reconcile such rigorous exclusion of the majority with the infinite goodness of that God who, according to Holy Scripture, wills the salvation of all and their attainment of truth. He thought also of those fiery torments which the most cruel of earthly tyrants would not, were it possible, inflict for one day only on his worst enemy. Doubt entered his heart by all its avenues, and he had recourse to the conciliating explanations of theology. The Church does not define the fire of hell. According to the Gospel, it is eternal, but it is nowhere written that the greater number of men are destined to suffer eternally. Many of the condemned may undergo only the privation of God. Above all, the Church forbids absolutely the assumption of individual damnation. Pagans can be saved by the baptism of desire, scandalous sinners by sudden and perfect contrition, and in fine we must hope for all, as we must pray also for all, save one only, being he of whom the Savior said that it would have been better for him had that man never been born. The last thought brought the choirmaster to a pause, and it came upon him suddenly that a single man was thus carrying officially the burden of condemnation for centuries, that Judas Iscariot, who is the subject of reference in the passage of Scripture quoted, after so far repenting his crime that he died because of it, had become the scapegoat of humanity, the Atlas of hell, the Prometheus of damnation. Yet he it was whom the Savior on the threshold of death had termed his friend. The choirmaster's eyes filled with tears. Redemption seemed ineffectual if it failed to save Judas. For him and for him only, he exclaimed in his exultation, would I have died a second time, had I been the Savior. Yet is not Jesus Christ 1,000 times better than I am, and what must he then be doing in heaven, if I am weeping on earth for his hapless apostle? What he is doing, added the priest, his exultation increasing, is to pity me and console me, I feel it. He is telling my heart that the pariah of the gospel is saved and that he will become, by the long malediction which still weighs upon his memory, the Redeemer of all pariahs. Now, if it be so, a new gospel must be proclaimed to the world, and it will be one of infinite, universal mercy, in the name of the regenerated Judas. But I am astray, I am a heretic, a reprobate, and yet no, for I am sincere. Then, clasping his hands fervently, the choirmaster added, My God, vouchsafe me that which thou didst not refuse unto faith of old and which thou dost not refuse now, a miracle to convince and reassure me, a miracle as the testimony of a new mission. The enthusiast then rose, and in that silence of the night which is so formidable at the foot of altars, in the vastness of the mute and darksome church, he pronounced the following evocation in loud tones, but slowly and solemnly. Thou who hast been cursed for 18 centuries, thou for whom I weep, for thou dost seem to have taken hell solely unto thyself, so that heaven may be left for us, thou unfortunate Judas, if it be true that the blood of thy master has purified thee, so that thou art saved indeed, come and lay thy hands upon me, for the priesthood of mercy and love. While the echo of these words was still murmuring through the affrighted arches, the choirmaster rose up, crossed the choir and knelt under the lamp before the high altar. He tells us, for the account is related by himself, that he felt positively and really 2 warm and living hands placed upon his head, as bishops impose them on the day of ordination. He was not sleeping or swooning, and he felt them. It was a real contact which lasted for several minutes. He became certain that God had heard him, that a miracle had been performed, new duties had been imposed, and that a new life was for him begun. From tomorrow he must be a new man. But on the morrow the unhappy choirmaster was mad. The dream of a heaven without hell, the dream of Faust, has made other victims innumerable in this hapless century of doubt and egoism, which has only succeeded on its own part in the realization of a hell without a heaven. God himself has become of no effect in a system where all is permissible, where all things count for good. Men who have reached the point where they fear no longer a supreme judge find it easy to dispense with that God of simple folk, who is less of a God in reality than the simple folk themselves. The fools who vaunt themselves as conquerors of the devil end by making themselves gods. Our age is above all that of these pseudo-divine mummers, and we have known all grades of them. The god Gano, a good and too poetic nature, who would have given his shirt to the poor, who reinstated thieves, who admired Lacenaire, and who would not have hurt a fly, the god Chinot, a dealer in buttons in the Rue Croix de Petit Champs, a visionary like Swedenborg, and recording his inspirations in the style of Genet, the god Turel, an excellent personage who deified woman and decided that Adam had been extracted from Eve, the god Auguste Comte, who preserved the Catholic religion, intact with only 2 exceptions, being the existence of God and the immortality of the soul, the god Wronski, he being a true scholar, who had the glory and the happiness to rediscover the first theorems of the Kabbalah, and who, having sold their communication for 150,000 francs to a wealthy imbecile named Arsene, has borne witness in one of his most serious works that the said Arsene, having refused to pay him in full, has become actually and literally the beast of the apocalypse. With a view to enforcing payment, Wronski published a pamphlet entitled Yes or No, that is to say, have you or have you not, yes or no, purchased from me for 150,000 francs my discovery of the Absolute? Lest we should be accused of injustice towards one whose works have proved useful to ourselves, and whose eulogium has been pronounced in our former publications, we will give verbatim the passage in Wronski's Reform of Philosophy, which calls the attention of an indifferent universe to the pamphlet above mentioned. It will also offer a curious specimen of the style adopted by this merchant in the Absolute. This fact of the discovery of the Absolute, against which people have appeared to rebel so strongly, has already been established undeniably by means of a great scandal, that of the famous Yes or No, not less decisive by the brilliant victory of truth which followed therefrom than remarkable by the sudden manifestation of the symbolic being foreshadowed in the Apocalypse, the monster of creation who bears the name Mystery on his forehead, and who on this occasion, fearing to be mortally wounded, can no longer hide his hideous contortions in darkness, but comes through the medium of newspapers and by other modes of publicity to expose in the open day his infernal rage and the height of his imposture, etc. It is good to know that this unfortunate Arsene, here accused, had already expended on the Hierophant some 40 or 50,000 francs. We have attained after Wronski that Absolute which he sold so dearly, and we have given it without price to our readers, for truth is due to the world, and none has the right to appropriate or turn it into trade and merchandise. May this one act of justice atone for the error of a man who perished in a condition approaching want after having worked so hard, though not indeed for science, but to enrich himself by means of knowledge that he may have been unworthy to understand or to possess. Chapter 2. Hallucinations. A root of ambition or cupidity is found invariably beneath the fanaticism of all the sections. Christ Jesus himself reprimanded often and severely those of his disciples who cleaved to him during the days of his privations and exile in his own land, with the hope that they would come into a kingdom wherein they would occupy the seats of the mighty. The more egregious the expectations are, the more they inveigle some imaginations, and people are then prepared to pay for the felicity of hope with their whole purse and indeed their whole personality. It is thus that the god Wronski ruined those imbeciles to whom he promised the absolute. It is thus that the god Auguste Comte drew an annuity of 6,000 francs at the expense of his worshippers, among whom he had distributed fantastic dignities in advance, to become realizable when his doctrine should have conquered the world. It is thus that certain mediums draw money from innumerable dupes by promising them treasures which the spirits always make away with. Some of these impostors really believe in their promises, and it is these precisely who are the most unwearying and the boldest in their intrigues. Money, miracles, prophecies, none of these fail them, because theirs is that absolute of will and action which really works wonders, so that they are magicians without knowing it. From this point of view, that sect which may be termed the saviors of Louis XVII belongs to the history of magic. The mania of these people is so contagious that it draws within the circle of their belief even those who have come forward to combat them. They procure the most important and rare documents, collect the most exceptional testimonies, evoke forgotten memories, command the army of dreams, ensure the apparition of angels to Martin, of blood to Rose Tamasier, of an angel in tatters to Eugene Vintras. The last history is curious on account of its extraordinary consequences, and we shall therefore recite it. In 1839, the saviors of Louis XVII, who had filled the almanacs with prophecies for 1840, seemed to have assumed that if the whole world could be made to expect a revolution, that revolution would not fail to be accomplished, but having no longer their prophet Martin, they set about to secure another. Some of their most zealous agents were then in Normandy, of which the pretended Louis XVII claimed to be Duke. They cast their eyes on a devout laborer with an excitable but weak brain, and they planned the following device. They framed a letter addressed to the prince, meaning the pretender, filled it with emphatic promises concerning the reign to come, in combination with mystical expressions calculated to influence a person of feeble mentality, and then arranged that it should come into the hands of the peasant in question, who was named Eugene Vintras, under circumstances as to which he may be left to speak for himself. August 6, 1839. Towards 9 o'clock I was occupied in writing, when there was a knock at the door of the room in which I sat, and supposing that it was a workman who came on business, I said rather brusquely, "Come in." Much to my astonishment, in place of the expected workman, I saw an old man in rags. I asked merely what he wanted. He answered with much tranquility, "Don't disturb yourself, Pierre Michel." Now, these names are never used in addressing me, for I am known everywhere as Eugene, and even in signing documents I do not make use of my first names. I was conscious of a certain emotion at the old man's answer, and this increased when he said, "I am utterly tired, and wherever I appear they treat me with disdain, or as a thief." The words alarmed me considerably, though they were spoken in a saddened and even a woeful tone. I arose and placed a tensis piece in his hand, saying, "I do not take you for that, my good man," and while speaking, I made him understand that I wished to see him out. He received it in silence but turned his back with a pained air. No sooner had he set foot on the last step than I shut the door and locked it. I did not hear him go down, so I called a workman and told him to come up to my room. Under some business pretext I was wishing him to search with me all the possible places which might conceal my old man, whom I had not seen go out. The workman came accordingly. I left the room in his company, again locking my door. I hunted through all the nooks and corners, but saw nothing. I was about to enter the factory when I heard on a sudden the bell ringing for mass and felt glad that, notwithstanding the disturbance, I could assist at the sacred ceremony. I ran back to my room to obtain a prayer book, and on the table where I had been writing, I found a letter addressed to Madame de Jenners in London. It was written and signed by M. Paul de Montfleury of Caen, and embodied a refutation of heresy, together with a profession of orthodox faith. The address notwithstanding, this letter was intended to place before the Duke of Normandy the most important truths of our Holy Catholic, Apostolic, and Roman religion. On the document was laid the tensus piece which I had given to the old man. In another communication, Pierre Michel admits that the face of his visitor was not unknown to him, but that he was struck with strange fear by his sudden appearance, that he barred and barricaded the door when he went out and listened a long time, hoping to hear him go down. As Vintras heard nothing, there is no doubt that the mendicant took off his shoes so that he might descend, making no noise. Vintras ran to the window but did not see him depart, the explanation being that he had done so some time previously. Our witness, in the end, is upset, calls for help, looks everywhere, finally coming across the letter which he was meant to read. But it is for him evidently a letter fallen from heaven. Behold Vintras, devoted henceforth to Louis XVII. Behold him also a visionary for the rest of his days, as the apparition of the old mendicant never quits him henceforward. Then, seeing that he addressed Vintras as Pierre Michel, the latter regards him as the Archangel Michael, by an association of ideas which is analogous to that of dreams. The deluded supporters of Louis XVII had divined, with the second sight of maniacs, the right moment for impressing the feeble wits of Vintras so as to make him by a single experience at once an illumin and a prophet. The sect of Louis XVII consists more especially of persons belonging to the service of the legitimate royalty, and when Vintras became their medium, he was the faithful mirror of their imagination filled with Romanesque memories and obsolete mysticism. In the visions of the new prophet there were everywhere lilies steeped in blood, angels habited like knights, saints disguised as troubadours. Thereafter came hosts affixed on blue silk. Vintras had bloody sweats. His blood appeared on hosts, where it pictured hearts with inscriptions in the handwriting and spelling of Vintras. Empty chalices were filled suddenly with wine, and where the wine fell the stains were like those of blood. The initiates believed that they heard delightful music and breathed unknown perfumes. Priests, invited to witness the prodigies, were carried away in the current of enthusiasm. One of them, from the diocese of Tours, an old and venerable ecclesiastic, left his cure to follow the prophet. We have personally seen this priest. He has narrated the marvels of Vintras with the most perfect accent of conviction. He has shown us hosts intincted with blood in a most inexplicable manner. He has communicated to us copies of official proceedings signed by more than 50 witnesses, all honorable persons, occupying positions in the world, artists, physicians, lawyers, a Chevalier de Razac and a Duchesse d'Armale. Doctors have analyzed the crimson fluid which flowed from the hosts and have certified that it was human blood, the very enemies of Vintras, and he has cruel enemies. Do not dispute the miracles but refer them to the devil. Now, said the Abbé Chevaux, the priest of Touraine whom we have mentioned, can you tolerate the notion of the demon falsifying the blood of Christ Jesus on hosts which have been regularly consecrated? Abbé Chevaux is a real priest, and the signs in question appeared in hosts which had been hallowed by him. This notwithstanding, the sect of Vintras is anarchic and absurd, and God would not therefore perform miracles in its favor. There remains the natural explanation of such phenomena, and in the course of the present work it has been indicated sufficiently to make further development needless. Vintras, whom his partisans represent as a new Christ, has also had his Iscariots, 2 members of the sect, a certain Gazzoli and another named Alexander Geoffroy, published the most scandalous revelations against him. According to them, the devotees of Tilly-sur-Seulles, which was the place of their residence, were given over to the most obscene practices. They celebrated in their private chapel, which they termed the upper chamber, sacrilegious masses, at which the elect assisted in a state of complete nudity. At a given moment all present fell into a paroxysm, and with tears and cries of love, love, they cast themselves into each other's arms. The rest we may be permitted to suppress. It was like the orgies of the old Gnostics, but without even taking the precaution to extinguish the lights. Alexander Geoffroy testifies that Vintras initiated him into a kind of prayer which consisted in the monstrous act of onan, committed at the foot of the altar, but here the accuser is too odious to be believed on his own word. Abbé Chevaux, to whom we mentioned these infamous impeachments, explained that they must be attributed to the hatred of two men who had been expelled from the association for having been guilty on their own part of the acts which they attributed to Vintras. However it may be, moral disorders engender naturally those of a physical kind, and abnormal excitements of the nervous system produce almost invariably eccentric irregularities in morals. If therefore Vintras is innocent, he might have been and may yet be guilty. His sect was condemned formally by Gregory XVI in his brief, dated November 8, 1843. We append a specimen of the style which this illumin adopted. He is a man without education, and his bombastic writings swarm with grammatical errors. Sleep, sleep, ye indolent mortals. Rest, and still rest on your soft couches. Smile at your dreams of festivals and grandeurs. The angel of the covenant has come down on your mountains. He has written his name even in the cups of your flowers. The rings on his feet have touched the rivers which are your pride and hope. The oaks of your forests have borrowed the tincture of a new morning from the radiance of his brow. The sea has made answer to his glance with a yearning leap. She has gone before him. Prostrate yourselves upon the earth, and be not alarmed at the continuous sound heard in the graves beneath. Sleep and still sleep. He is engraving his name on the high hills. He is calling on time to speed his ship, and I have seen the oldest of the old smile at him. Sleep therefore and sleep. Elias, in the west, sets a cross at the gate of the temple. He seals it with fire and with the steel of a dagger. Still the temple and still fire and dagger. It is strange assuredly how the fools reflect one another. All fanaticisms interweave their inspirations, and the prophet of Louis XVII is here an echo of the vengeance cry of the Templars. It is true that Vintras does not hold himself responsible for what he writes. This is how he speaks on the subject. If my mind counted for anything in these condemned works, I should bow my head and fear would possess my soul. But the work is not my work, and I have had no concurrence therein, either by research or desire. Calm is within me. My couch knows no vigils. Watches have not wearied my eyes. My sleep is pure, as when God first gave it. I can say to my God with a tree heart, Custodi animant meum et erumi, non arabescum, quonium speravi in te. Another reputed reformer, he who posed as the Messiah of prisons and the scaffold, namely Lacenaire, with whom we do not assuredly seek to compare Vintras, wrote thus in his prison. As a chaste and pure virgin, I wake and I sleep, ever in dreams of love. Who shall teach me the meaning of remorse? The argument of Vintras, in order to legalize his inspiration, is not therefore conclusive, for it has also served Lacenaire to excuse and even legitimize not only reveries but crimes condemned by the Pope. The sect of Tilly-sur-Sulz condemned the Pope in their turn, and Vintras, on his private warrant, constituted himself sovereign pontiff. The shape of his priestly vestments was revealed to him. He wears a golden diadem, having an Indian lingam over the forehead. He is vested in a purple robe and carries a magical scepter terminated by a hand, the fingers of which are closed except the thumb and little finger, being those consecrated to Venus and Mercury, emblematic of the antique hermaphrodite, the emblem of the old ceremonial orgies and the obscene pageants of the Sabbath. So do the memories and reflections of black magic, transmitted by the astral light, Connect the mysteries of India and the profane worship of Baphomet with the ecstasies of this contagious being whose infirmary is at London, and who continues there to make proselytes and victims. The exaltation of the unfortunate prophet is by no means exempt from terrors and remorse, whatever he may have alleged to the contrary, and mournful confessions escape him from time to time. An example occurs in a letter written to one of his most intimate friends. I am always expecting new torments. Tomorrow the Verger family will come, and I shall behold in their faces the purity of their soul manifested in their joy of spirit. It will recall my past happiness. Names will be mentioned which I pronounced lovingly myself in days not far away. That which will be a delight for others will bring me new tortures. I shall sit at the table, and whilst my heart is pierced with a sword I shall have to smile. Oh, if perchance those terrible words which I have heard were not eternal, I might still embrace my cruel torment. Pardon, most dear, I cannot live without loving God. Listen, if your human charity permits you, as minister of the living God, I do not protest. He whom your master has spewed out of his mouth must be anathematized by you. On the night of Monday, being May 17th or 18, a frightful dream struck a mortal blow at soul and body alike. I was at St. Pake's, and there was no one in the house, though the doors were open. I had ascended hurriedly to the holy chapel, and was about to open the door when I saw emblazoned thereon in characters of fire, "Dare not to enter this place, thou whom I have spewed from my mouth." I could not retreat. I fell down overcome on the first step, and you can judge of my terror when I saw on every side a vast and deep abyss, with hideous monsters therein who hailed me as their brother. The thought came to me at that moment that the holy archangel also once called me his brother. What a difference! His salutation caused my soul to leap with the most intense joy, and at theirs I writhed in convulsions similar to those which they had experienced through the power with which God endowed my cross of grace at their apparition on April 28th last. I tried to cling to something so that I might not fall into the bottomless gulf. I turned to the Mother of God, the Divine Mary, and called on her to help me. She was deaf to my voice. During all this time I continued writhing, leaving strips of my skin on the rugged points which bordered this terrible abyss. Suddenly whirlpools of flame rose towards me from that depth wherein I was about to fall. I heard yells of ferocious joy and could pray no longer, when a voice more terrific than long echoes of thunder in a violent tempest filled my ears, uttering these words: "You think to overcome me, but it is you who are conquered. I have taught you to be humble after my manner. Come, taste of my sweetness, be numbered among my elect, and learn also to know the tyrant of heaven. Join with us in uttering blasphemies and imprecations against him. All else is useless, so far as you are concerned." Then, after a scream of laughter, the voice added, "Dear friend, I saw her above the abyss. Her eyes of celestial blue were filled with fire. Her red lips were violet. Her mild and divine voice had become hard and terrible, and like a thunderbolt she hurled these words at me: 'Writhe, proud one, in those fiery regions inhabited by demons.' All my blood flowed back to my heart. It seemed that the hour had struck wherein an earthly hell was to replace the hell that is eternal. I could still utter a few words of the Ave Maria. How the time passed I knew not, but on returning the servant was asleep and said that it was late. Oh, if only I revealed to the enemies of the work of mercy that which passes within me, would they not cry victory? They would say that here indeed was evidence of monomania. Would God that it were so, for I should have less to lament. And yet fear nothing, if God will not hear my voice when it pleads my own cause. I will pray him to double my sufferings, on condition that he hides them from my enemies." Here triumphant hallucination reaches the point of the sublime. Vintras consents to be damned, provided he is not classed as a fool. It is the last instinct of reason's inestimable value, surviving reason itself. The drunken man is afraid only of being regarded as drunk. The monomaniac chooses death rather than admit his delirium. The explanation is that, according to the beautiful sentence of Sebes, already quoted, there is only one good desirable for man. It is that wisdom which is the practice of reason. There is also one only true and supreme misfortune to dread, which is madness. Chapter 3. Mesmerists and Somnambulists. The Church in its great wisdom forbids us to consult oracles and to violate by indiscreet curiosity the secrets of futurity. In our day, the voice of the Church is no longer heeded. The people go back to diviners and pythonesses. The somnambulists have become prophets for those who believe no longer in the gospel precepts. It is not realized that preoccupation over a predicted event suppresses our freedom in a sense and paralyzes our means of defense. By consulting magic, to foresee future events, we give earnests to fatality. The somnambulists are the Sibyls of our epoch, as the Sibyls were somnambulists of antiquity. Happy are those Cairents who do not place their credulity at the service of immoral or senseless magnetists, for by the very fact of their friendly consultations they place themselves in communion with the immorality or folly of those who inspire the oracle. The business of the mesmerist is easy and his dupes are manifold. Among those who are devoted to magnetism it is therefore important to know who are in earnest. Among these Le Baron du Potet must be placed in the front rank, and his conscientious work has already done much to advance the science of mesmer. He has opened at Paris a practical school of magnetism, to which the public is admitted for instruction in the processes and verification of the phenomena obtained. Baron du Potet is of an exceptional and highly intuitive nature. Like all our contemporaries, including the most instructed, he knows nothing of the Kabbalah and its mysteries, but magnetism has notwithstanding revealed to him the science of magic, and as it is still dread in his eyes, he has concealed that which he has found, even while feeling it necessary to reveal it. The book which he has written on the subject is sold only to his adepts, and then under the seal absolute of secrecy. We have entered into no bond with du Potet, but we shall reserve his secret out of respect for the convictions of a Hierophant. It is sufficient to say that his work is the most remarkable of all products of pure intuition. We do not regard it as dangerous, because the writer indicates forces without being precise as to their use. He is aware that we can do good or evil, can destroy or save by means of magnetic processes, but the nature of these is not clearly and practically put forward, on which we offer him our felicitations, for the right of life and death presupposes a divine sovereignty, and we should regard its possessor as unworthy if he consented to sell it, in what manner soever. Du Potet establishes triumphantly the existence of that universal light wherein lucids perceive all images and all reflections of thought. He assists the vital projection of this light by means of an absorbent apparatus which he calls the magic mirror. It is simply a circle or square covered with powdered charcoal, finely sifted. In this negative space, the combined light projected by the magnetic subject and the operator soon tinges and realizes the forms corresponding to their nervous impressions. The somnambulist sees manifested therein all dreams of opium and hashish, and if he were not distracted from the spectacle convulsions would follow. The phenomena are analogous to those of hydromancy as practiced by Cagliostro. The process of staring at water dazzles and troubles the sight. The fatigue of the eye, in its turn, favors hallucinations of the brain. Cagliostro sought to secure for his experiments virgin subjects in a state of perfect innocence, so as to set aside interference due to nervous divagations occasioned by erotic reminiscences. Du Potet's magic mirror is perhaps more fatiguing for the nervous system as a whole, but the dazzlements of hydromancy would have a more dangerous effect upon the brain. Du Potet is one of those deeply convinced men who suffer bravely the disdain of science and the prejudgment of opinion, repeating beneath his breath the profession of secret faith cherished by Galileo. Eppur si muove. It has been discovered quite recently that the tables turn, as the earth itself turns, and that human magnetization imparts to portable articles made subject to the influence of mediums, a specific movement of rotation. Objects of extraordinary weight can be lifted and transported through space by this force, for weight exists only by reason of equilibrium between the two forces of the astral light. Augment the action of one of them and the other will give way immediately. Now, if the nervous apparatus indraws and expels this light, rendering it positive or negative according to the personal superexcitation of the subject, all inert bodies submitted to its action and impregnated with its life will become lighter or heavier, following the flux and reflux of the light, which, in the new equilibrium of its movement, draws porous bodies and non-conductors about a living center, as planets in space are drawn, balanced, and gravitate about their sun. This eccentric power of attraction or projection supposes invariably a diseased condition in the person who is the subject thereof. The mediums are all eccentric and badly equilibrated beings. Mediomania supposes or occasions a sequence of other nervous manias, fixed notions, deordinated appetites, disorderly erotomania, tendencies to murder or suicide. Among persons so affected, moral responsibility seems to exist no more. They do evil with good as their motive. They shed tears of emotion in a church and may be surprised at bacchanalian orgies. They have a way of explaining everything by the devil or the spirits which obsess and carry them away. What would you have of them? They live no more in themselves. Some mysterious creature animates them and acts in their place. This being is named Legion. The reiterated efforts of a healthy person to develop mediumistic faculties cause fatigue, disease, and may even derange reason. It is this which happened to Victor Hennequin, formerly an editor of La Démocratie Pacifique and, after 1848, a member of the National Assembly. He was a young barrister, with a plentiful flow of eloquence, wanting neither education nor talent, but he was infatuated with the reveries of Fourier. Being banished as an after-consequence of December 2nd, he took up table-turning during his enforced inactivity. He fell a victim all too soon to mediomania and believed himself an instrument for the revelations of the soul of the earth. He published a book entitled Save the Human Race. It was a medley of socialistic and Christian reminiscences. A last gleam of reason flickered therein, but the experiences continued and folly triumphed. In a final work of which only one volume was issued, Victor Hennequin represents God in the guise of an immense polypus located at the center of the earth, having antennae and horns turned inwards like tendrils all over his brain, as also over that of his wife Octavia. Soon afterwards, it was reported that Victor Hennequin had died from the consequences of a maniacal paroxysm in a madhouse. We have also heard of a lady belonging to the aristocracy who gave herself up to communications with pretended spirits and tables, and who, scandalized beyond measure at the unsuitable replies of her particular piece of furniture, undertook a journey to Rome to submit the heretical article to the chair of St. Peter. She carried it with her and had an auto-da-fe in the capital of the Christian world. Better to burn her furniture than to court madness. And to say the truth, it was an imminent danger for the lady here in question. Let us not laugh at the episode, for we are children of an age of reason in which men who pass as serious, like the Comte de Mireville, ascribe to the devil unexplained phenomena of nature. In a drama which is well known on the boulevards, there is much to be heard of a magician who, requiring a formidable auxiliary, created an automaton, being a monster with the paws of a lion, a bull's horns and the scales of Leviathan. To this hybrid sphinx he imparted life, but took flight incontinently, being terrified at the work of his hands. The monster followed in pursuit, appeared between him and his betrothed, set fire to his house, burnt his father, carried off his son, and continuing the chase to the sea, followed him on board a ship which he caused to be engulfed, but finally made an end of himself amidst thunder. This awful spectacle, rendered visible by fear, has been realized in the history of humanity. Poetry has personified the phantom of evil and has endowed it with all forces of nature. It has sought to enlist the chimera as an aid to morality, and has then gone in fear of the ugliness begotten by its own dreams. From this time forward the monster has pursued us through the ages. It makes grimaces between us and the objects of our love, an impure nightmare. It strangles our children in their sleep. It carries through creation, that Father's house of humanity, the inextinguishable torch of hell. It burns and tortures our parents everlastingly. It spreads black wings to hide heaven from our eyes. It shrieks to us, "Hope no more." It mounts the crupper and gallops behind us like remorse. It plunges into the ocean of despair, the last rock of our hopes. It is the old Persian Ahriman, the Egyptian Typhon, the darksome god confessed by the heretics of Manes, the Comte de Mireville and the black magic of the devil. It is the world's horror and the idol of bad Christians. Men have tried to laugh at it and have been afraid. They have caricatured it and trembled. For the cartoons have seemed to take life and to mock at those who made them. All this notwithstanding, its reign is over, though it will not perish overwhelmed by a bolt from heaven. Science has conquered the lightning and converted it into torches. The monster will dissolve before the brightness of science and truth. The genius of ignorance and darkness can only be blasted by the light. Chapter 4. The fantastic side of magical literature. It is now 20 years since Alphonse Esquiros, one of the friends of our childhood, issued a work of high fantasy, entitled The Magician. All that the romanticism of that period conceived to be most bizarre was embodied in the story. The author provided his magus with a seraglio of dead ladies, embalmed according to a process which has since been discovered by Ganel. The characters included an automaton of bronze who preached chastity, a hermaphrodite who was in love with the moon and conducted a regular correspondence with that satellite. There were other wonderful things which one has forgotten at this day. Alphonse Esquiros may be said to have founded a school of fantasiasts in magic by the publication of this romance, its most distinguished present representative being the young and interesting Henri Deluge, who is a productive writer, an unrecognized thaumaturgist, and a gifted charmer. His style is not less astonishing than were the notions of Alphonse Esquiros, his initiator and master. Thus, in his book dealing with those who have risen from the dead, he remarks as follows concerning some objection against Christianity. I take this objection by the throat, and, when I loose my grasp, the earth shall resound sullenly under the weight of its strangled corpse. It is true that his reply to the objection comes to very little, but what would you, when an objection has been strangled and when the earth has resounded sullenly under the weight of its body? We have said that Henri Deluge is an unrecognized thaumaturgist. As a fact, he has informed a person of our acquaintance that during a winter when influenza was prevalent, it was sufficient for him to enter a room and everyone who happened to be therein was cured immediately. Unhappily, he became himself a victim of the miracle, for he contracted a slight hoarseness which has never left him. Many of our friends declare that he has the gift of ubiquity. He is left at the office of La Patrie and is found again with his publisher Dantu. One retires in dismay and goes home, there to find Deluge awaiting one's arrival. He is a skillful charmer. A society lady who had been reading one of his books testified that she knew nothing better written or more beautiful, but it is not to his works alone that Deluge imparts beauty. We had been reading an article signed Fiorentino which said that the physical attractions of the young magician equaled or even surpassed those of angels. We encountered Deluge and questioned him with curiosity on this singular revelation. Deluge then put his hand in his waistcoat, turned 3 parts round and looked smilingly to heaven. It happened fortunately that we were carrying the Enchiridion of Leo 3.0, which is known to preserve from enchantments, so that the charmer's angelical beauty was hidden from our eyes. Let us offer on our part a more serious eulogium to Henri Deluge than do those who admire his good looks. He is sincere when he says that he is a Catholic and when he proclaims loudly his love and respect for religion. Now religion can make you a saint, and this title is more estimable and glorious than that of a sorcerer. It is owing to his rank as a publicist that we have placed this young man in the first place among the fantasiasts of magic, but in all other respects it belongs to the Comte d'Orchez, a man of venerable age who has devoted his life and fortune to mesmeric experiments. Ladies in a state of somnambulism and any furniture at his house give themselves up to frenzied dances. The furniture becomes worn out and is broken, but it is said that the ladies are all the better for their gyrations. For a long time the Comte d'Orchez has been dominated by a fixed idea, which is the fear of being buried alive, and he has written a number of memorials on the need for verifying decease in a more certain way than obtains usually. He has some justification for such a fear on his own part because his temperament is plethoric, while his extreme nervous susceptibility, continually superexcited by experiments with fair somnambulists, may expose him to attacks of apoplexy. In magnetism, he is the pupil of Abbé Faria, and in necromancy, he belongs to the school of Baron de Guldenstub. The latter has published a work entitled Practical Experimental Pneumatology, or The Reality of Spirits and the Marvelous Phenomenon of Their Direct Writing. He gives an account of his discovery as follows. It was in the course of the year 1850, or about 3 years prior to the epidemic of table rapping, that the author sought to introduce into France the circles of American spiritualism, the mysterious Rochester knockings, and the purely automatic writing of mediums. Unfortunately, he met with many obstacles raised by other mesmerists. Those who were committed to the hypothesis of a magnetic fluid, and even those who styled themselves spiritual mesmerists, but who were really inferior inducers of somnambulism, treated the mysterious knockings of American spiritualism as visionary follies. It was therefore only after more than 6 months that the author was able to form his first circle on the American plan, and then thanks to the zealous concurrence of M. Roustan, a former member of the Société de Magnétiseurs Spiritualists, a simple man who was full of enthusiasm for the holy cause of spiritualism. We were joined by a number of other persons, amongst whom was the Abbé Châtel, founder of the Église Française, who, despite his rationalistic tendencies, ended by admitting the reality of objective and supernatural revelation as an indispensable condition of spiritualism and all practical religions. Setting aside the moral conditions which are equally requisite, it is known that American circles are based on the distinction of positive and electric or negative magnetic currents. The circles consist of 12 persons, representing in equal proportions the positive and negative or sensitive elements. This distinction does not follow the sex of the members, though generally women are negative and sensitive, while men are positive and magnetic. The mental and physical constitution of each individual must be studied before forming the circles, for some delicate women have masculine qualities, while some strong men are, morally speaking, women. A table is placed in a clear and ventilated spot. The medium is seated at one end and entirely isolated. By his calm and contemplative quietude, he serves as a conductor for the electricity, and it may be noted that a good somnambulist is usually an excellent medium. The 6 electrical or negative dispositions, which are generally recognized by their emotional qualities and their sensibility, are placed at the right of the medium, the most sensitive of all being next him. The same rule is followed with the positive personalities, who are at the left of the medium, with the most positive among them next to him. In order to form a chain, the 12 persons each place their right hand on the table and their left hand on that of their neighbor, thus making a circle round the table. Observe that the medium or mediums, if there be more than one, are entirely isolated from those who form the chain. After a number of seances, certain remarkable phenomena have been obtained, such as simultaneous shocks, felt by all present at the moment of mental evocation on the part of the most intelligent persons. It is the same with mysterious knockings and other strange sounds. Many people, including those least sensitive, have had simultaneous visions, though remaining in the ordinary waking state. Sensitive persons have acquired that most wonderful gift of mediumship, namely automatic writing, as the result of an invisible attraction which uses the non-intelligent instrument of a human arm to express its ideas. For the rest, non-sensitive persons experience the mysterious influence of an external wind, but the effect is not strong enough to put their limbs in motion. All these phenomena, obtained according to the mode of American spiritualism, have the defect of being more or less indirect, because it is impossible in these experiences to dispense with the mediation of a human being or medium. It is the same with the table turning which invaded Europe in the middle of the year 1853. The author has had many table experiences with his honorable friend, the Comte d'Orchez, one of the most instructed persons in magic and the occult sciences. We attained by degrees the point when tables moved apart from any contact whatever, while the Comte d'Orchez has caused them to rise, also without contact. The author has made tables rush across a room with great rapidity, and not only without contact but without the magnetic aid of a circle of sitters. The vibration of piano chords under similar circumstances took place on January 20, 1856, in the presence of the Comte de Saperi and Comte d'Orchez. Now all such phenomena are proof positive of certain occult forces, but they do not demonstrate adequately the real and substantial existence of unseen intelligences, independent of our will and imagination, though the limits of these have been vastly extended in respect of their possibilities. Hence the reproach made against American spiritualists, because their communications with the world of spirits are so insignificant in character, being confined to mysterious knockings and other sound vibrations. As a fact, there is no direct phenomenon at once intelligent and material, independent of our will and imagination, to compare with the direct writing of spirits, who have neither been invoked nor evoked, and it is this only which offers irrefutable proof as to the reality of the supernatural world. The author, being always in search of such proof, at once intelligent and palpable, concerning the substantial reality of the supernatural world in order to demonstrate by certain facts the immortality of the soul, has never wearied of addressing fervent prayers to the Eternal, that he might vouchsafe to indicate an infallible means for strengthening that faith in immortality which is the eternal basis of religion. The Eternal, whose mercy is infinite, has abundantly answered this feeble prayer. On August 1, 1856, the idea came to the author of trying whether spirits could write directly, that is, apart from the presence of a medium. Remembering the marvelous direct writing of the Decalogue, communicated to Moses, and that other writing, equally direct and mysterious, at the feast of Belshazzar, recorded by Daniel, having further heard about those modern mysteries of Stratford in America, where certain strange and illegible characters were found upon slips of paper, apparently apart from mediumship, the author sought to establish the actuality of such important phenomena, if indeed within the limits of possibility. He therefore placed a sheet of blank letter paper and a sharply pointed pencil in a box, which he then locked and carried the key about him, imparting his design to no one. 12 days he waited in vain, but what was his astonishment on August 13, 1856, when he found certain mysterious characters traced on the paper. He repeated the experiment 10 times on that day, placing a new sheet of paper each time in the box, with the same result invariably. On the following day he made 20 experiments but left the box open, without losing sight of it. He witnessed the formation of characters and words in the Estonian language with no motion of the pencil. The latter being obviously useless, he decided to dispense with it and place blank paper sometimes on a table of his own, sometimes on the pedestals of old statues, on sarcophagi, on urns, etc., in the Louvre, at St. Denis, at the Church of St. Etienne du Mont, etc. Similar experiments were made in different cemeteries of Pans, but the author has no liking for cemeteries, while most spirits prefer the localities where they have lived on earth to those in which their mortal remains are laid to rest. We are far from disputing the singular phenomena observed by Baron de Guldenstub, but would point out to him that the discovery had been made previously by Lavater, and that the watercolor portrait painted by the Kabbalist Gabladon is of far greater importance than the few lines of writing obtained on his part. Speaking next in the name of science, we would tell him, not indeed for his benefit, seeing that he will not believe us, but for serious observers of these strange phenomena, that the writings obtained by him do not come from the other world but have been made unconsciously by himself. We would say to him that your experiments, so unduly multiplied, and the excessive tension of your will, have destroyed the equilibrium of your fluidic and astral body, You have compelled it to realize your dreams, and it has traced, in characters borrowed from your own remembrance, the reflections of your imagination and of your thoughts. Had you been placed in a perfectly lucid state of magnetic sleep, you would have seen a luminous counterpart of your hand, lengthened out like a shadow in the setting sun. You would have seen it trace on the paper prepared by yourself or your friends those characters which have so much surprised you. That corporeal light which emanates from the earth and from you is contained by a fluidic envelope of extreme elasticity, and that envelope is formed from the quintessence of your vital spirits and your blood. This quintessence derives from the light, a color determined by your secret will. It is made in the likeness of your dream, and the characters are impressed on the paper as signs on the bodies of unborn children are imprinted by the imagination of their mothers. That which seems to you ink is your blackened and transfigured blood. You are expending yourself in proportion as such writings multiply. If you continue your experiments, your brain will be weakened gradually and your memory will suffer. You will experience unspeakable pains in the joints of the limbs and fingers, and you will finally die, either struck down suddenly or after a prolonged agony, characterized by hallucinations and madness. So much for Baron de Guldenstub. To the Comte d'Orchez we would say, you will not be buried alive, but you run the risk of dying by the very precautions which you are taking against such a possibility. The awakening of those who are so buried can only be rapid and brief, but they may live long underground, conserved by the astral light in a complete state of lucid somnambulism. Their souls are then bound to the sleeping body by an invisible chain, and if those souls are greedy and criminal, they can draw on the quintessence of the blood in persons who are naturally asleep. They can transmit this sap to their interred bodies for their longer preservation, in the vague hope that they may be restored ultimately to life. It is this frightful phenomenon which is called vampirism, and its reality has been established by many cases as well attested as the most serious things in history. If you question the possibility of this magnetic life of the human body under earth, read the following account of an English officer named Osborne, the good faith of which was attested to Baron du Potet by General Ventura. On June 6, 1838, says Mr. Osborne, the monotony of our camp life was happily interrupted by the arrival of an individual who was famous throughout the Punjab. He was the subject of great veneration among the Sikhs because of his power to remain buried underground for so long a time as he pleased. Such extraordinary stories are told of this man, and their authenticity has been guaranteed by so many reputable persons, that we were most anxious to see him. He told us on his own part that he had followed this business of interment for a number of years in various parts of India. Among serious and creditable people who have borne witness in his favor I may mention Captain Wade, the political agent at Lodron. This officer has told me most seriously that he himself assisted at the resurrection of the said fakir after a burial which took place several months previously, in the presence of General Ventura, the Maharaja and the principal Sikh chiefs. The details concerning the interment as given to Captain Wade, and those which he added on his own authority respecting the exhumation, are as follows. After certain precautions which lasted for several days and the details of which are distasteful, the fakir announced that he was ready to undergo the trial. The Maharaja, Sikh chiefs and General Ventura assembled round a grave of stonework constructed for the express purpose. In their presence the fakir sealed up with wax every opening of his body by which air could enter, with the exception of the mouth. He then cast off his garments, was enveloped in a linen bag and, by his own wish, his tongue was turned back so that it obstructed the gullet. He fell after this into a kind of lethargy. The bag which contained him was closed up, and a seal was placed thereon by the Maharaja. It was then put into a sealed and padlocked chest, which was lowered into the grave. A large quantity of earth was thrown on it, it was trodden down and barley was sown therein. Finally, sentinels were stationed round the spot, with orders to watch day and night. These precautions notwithstanding, the Maharaja still had doubts. Thrice during the period of 10 months, during which the fakir was to remain interred, he visited the grave and had it opened in his presence. but the body was in the sack, just as it had been placed therein, cold and inanimate to all appearance. When the 10 months had expired, the fakir was exhumed finally. General Ventura and Captain Wade undid the padlocks, broke the seals, and raised the chest from the grave. The fakir was taken out, but there was no indication of life either at heart or pulse. As a first means to reanimate him, one of the spectators inserted his finger very gently in the mouth and restored the tongue to its natural position. The top of the head was the sole seat of any sensible heat. By pouring warm water slowly over the body, some signs of life were obtained by degrees. After 2 hours of attention, the fakir rose up and began to move about smiling. The extraordinary being declared that he had delicious dreams during his entombment, but that the time of awaking was always exceedingly painful and that he was in a state of vertigo before his return to consciousness. His age is about 30 years. His countenance is ill-favored and his expression somewhat crafty. We had long conversations with him, and he offered to be buried in our presence. We took him at his word and appointed a meeting at Lahore, where we promised that he would remain underground throughout our stay in that city. Such was the story of Osborne. The question was whether the fakir would really allow himself to be interred once more. The new experiment might well be decisive, but that which happened was as follows. 15 days after the fakir's visit to their camp, the English officers arrived at Lahore. They chose a spot which seemed favorable for the coming operations, had a mural tomb constructed, as well as a very solid chest, and then awaited the fakir. He came on the day following, expressing an ardent desire to prove that he was no impostor. He stated further that he had made the necessary preparations for an experiment, but his demeanor evidenced a certain disquiet and despondency. He began to stipulate concerning his compensation, which was fixed at 1,500 rupees down and 2,000 rupees annually, which the officers undertook to obtain from the king. Satisfied on this point, he wished to be informed as to the precautions that they were proposing to take. The officers shewed him the chest, the keys belonging thereto, and warned him that sentinels chosen among the English soldiers would watch round the place for a week. The fakir cried out and gave vent to much abuse of the Firangis and skeptics, who sought to rob him of his reputation. He expressed also a fear that some attempt would be made on his life, and refusing to trust himself entirely to the surveillance of Europeans, he demanded that duplicate keys should be committed to one of his coreligionists, further insisting, and this indeed above all, that the sentries should not be enemies of his faith. The officers declined to entertain these conditions. Several interviews followed, leading to no result, and finally the fakir intimated, through one of the Sikh chiefs, that the Maharaja having menaced him with his anger if he did not fulfill his engagement with the English, it was his wish to undertake the trial, though he rested assured that the sole object of the officers was to deprive him of life, and that he would never come forth from his tomb. The officers admitted that, as to the last point, they all shared his conviction, adding that as they did not wish to have his death as a reproach against them, they relieved him of his promise. Are such hesitations and fears proof positive against the fakir? Does it follow that all who have testified previously how they had beheld with their own eyes and occurrences to which he owes his celebrity have been guilty of deception themselves, or were the victims of skillful trickery? We confess that, having regard to the extent and quality of the evidence, we cannot doubt that the fakir was frequently and literally interred, and even admitting that after his burial he has on each occasion continued to communicate with the world above ground, it would still be inexplicable how he could be deprived of respiration during the time which intervened between his burial and that moment when his accomplices came to his aid. Mr. Osborne adds in a note a quotation from the Medical Topography of Lodiana by Dr. MacGregor, an English physician who assisted at one of the exhumations, was a witness of the fakir's lethargy, of his gradual return to life, and who tries seriously to explain it. Mr. Boileau, another English officer, in a work published some years ago, recounts how he witnessed another experience which reproduced all the facts in precisely the same manner. Those who are anxious to satisfy their curiosity more fully, those who discern in the narrative an indication of a curious physiological fact, may refer with confidence to the sources which are here indicated. A number of official records of the exhumation of vampires are still extant. In each case, the flesh was in a remarkable state of preservation, but blood oozed from the body. The hair had grown in an abnormal manner and protruded in tufts through the chinks of the coffin. There was no sign of life in the respiratory apparatus, save in the heart only, and this seemed to have become a vegetable rather than an animal organ. To kill the vampire, a stake had to be driven through the breast, and then a frightful cry shewed that the somnambulist of the grave had awakened with a start into a veritable death. To render such death definitive, swords were driven point upwards into the vampire's grave, for the phantoms of astral light are disintegrated by the action of metallic points, which attract that light towards the common reservoir and dissipate its coagulated clusters. To reassure nervous people, it may be added that cases of vampirism are fortunately exceedingly rare, and that no one who is healthy in mind and body can be personally victimized, unless he or she has been abandoned, body and soul, to the creature in its lifetime by some criminal complicity or irregular passion. The following history of a vampire is related by Tournefort in his voyage to the Levant. In the island of Mycona we witnessed a very singular scene, being the alleged return of a deceased person after interment. In northern Europe, those who come back in this manner are called vampires, while the Greeks designated them under the name of brucolocs. The case in question was that of a peasant of Mycona who was naturally gloomy and quarrelsome. It is a circumstance worthy of note on account of parallel instances. He was killed in the countryside, no one knew why or by whom. 2 days after his burial in a church of the city, a report went abroad that he was seen nightly wandering about at a great pace. He also visited houses, turned over the furniture, put out the lights, embraced people from behind, and performed innumerable other tricks. At first it was a laughing matter, but it took a serious turn when reliable people began to complain. The priests themselves certified to the fact, and no doubt they had their reasons. Recourse was had to masses, said for the purpose, but the peasant continued the same course with no sign of amendment. After several meetings of the chief persons, priests and monks of the town, it was concluded to wait for the expiration of 9 days after the interment, following I know not what ancient procedure. On the 10th day a mass was said in the church wherein the body had been buried, for the purpose of expelling the demon who was thought to have entered into it. The mass over, the corpse was disinterred and the heart removed. It was necessary to burn incense owing to the evil smell, but the combination made bad worse and almost stifled those present. It was testified that a thick smoke exhaled from the corpse, and we who were present at the operations did not venture to suggest that it was really the smoke of the incense. There were also those who affirmed that the blood of the unfortunate person was abnormally scarlet, while yet others declared that the flesh was still warm, whence it was concluded that the deceased person was seriously wrong in not being properly dead, or rather in allowing himself to be brought to life by the devil. This is precisely the idea which obtains concerning the vampire, and that word began to be repeated persistently. A crowd assembled, loudly protesting that the body was obviously not rigid when it was carried to the church for burial, and that it was therefore a veritable vampire. Appeal being made to us, we expressed the opinion that the person was undoubtedly dead, and as for the supposed scarlet blood, it was easy to see that it was only bad-smelling slime. For the rest, we attempted to cure or at least not provoke further their excited imaginations by explaining the fumes and warmth attributed to the corpse. Such arguments notwithstanding, it was determined to burn the heart of the deceased person, but after this had been done he was not more amenable than formerly and indeed created greater stir. He was accused of beating people at night, of breaking down doors and windows, tearing garments and emptying pitchers and bottles. Altogether, the deceased made himself highly objectionable. There is reason to believe that he spared no house save that of the consul, in which we happened to be lodging. Every imagination was overwrought, people of good sense being affected as much as others. A disease of the brain seemed abroad, as dangerous as that of madness. Entire families abandoned their houses and carried their pallets to the outskirts, there to pass the night. Even then they complained of fresh insults, and the most sober retired into the country. Citizens who were imbued with a sense of public zeal decided that one essential detail had been missed so far in the observance. From their point of view, the Mass should have been celebrated after, and not before, removing the heart from the body. With this precaution it was pretended that the devil would have been taken by surprise and would not have attempted to return. But unfortunately they began with the Mass, which gave him time to depart, and he was able to come back at his ease. These considerations left matters in their original state of difficulty. There were meetings and still meetings both evening and morning. There were processions for 3 days and 3 nights. Fasts were imposed on the priests. Houses were visited by them. Aspergillus in hand, there was sprinkling with holy water and doors were purified. Even the mouth of the miserable vampire was filled with holy water. In the midst of such prepossessions our course was to say nothing. We should have been regarded as jesters and infidels. What, however, was to be done to help the inhabitants? Every morning brought a fresh scene in the comedy by the recital of new pranks of this nightbird, who was even accused of committing the most abominable crimes. We did, however, represent more than once to the governor of the town that in our own country, under such circumstances, a watch would not fail to be set, to take note of what passed. The precaution was ultimately taken, and led to the arrest of some vagabonds who were undoubtedly at the bottom of the disorder. It was, of course, relaxed too soon, and 2 days subsequently, to atone for the fast which the said wastrels had undergone in prison, they betook themselves to emptying the wine jars in some of the abandoned houses. After driving in numberless drawn swords over the grave of the body, people now returned to their prayers, combined with disinterring the corpse as caprice led them, when an Albanian, who happened to be there, pointed out in an authoritative tone that it was highly ridiculous, in a case of the kind, to make use of the swords of Christians. These being cross-handled effectually prevented the devil from leaving the body, and his recommendation was therefore to substitute Turkish sabers. The advice of this expert came to nothing. The vampire was not more tractable, and they knew not what saint to invoke, when all with one voice, as if a word of command had been given, cried out through the whole town that the vampire must be burned completely, after which they might defy the devil, and that certainly it was better to have recourse to this extremity rather than that the island should be deserted. As a fact, certain families were preparing already for their departure. The vampire was therefore carried, by order of the governors, to the extremity of the Isle of St. George, where a great pyre had been prepared with tar, lest even dry wood should not kindle quickly enough. What remained of the miserable body was cast therein and speedily consumed. This was on the 1st day of January, 1701. Henceforth there were no complaints against the vampire. It was agreed that the devil had that time been overreached and songs were made to deride him. It is to be observed in this account of Tournefort that he admits the reality of the visions which paralyzed the whole people. He does not deny the flexibility or warmth of the corpse but seeks to explain these with the praiseworthy object of reassuring those who were concerned. He does not mention the decomposition of the body but only its evil smell, which is not less characteristic of vampire corpses than of venomous toadstools. Finally, he allows that once the body was burned, the wonders and visions ceased. But we have wandered far from the subject of fantasiasts in magic. Let us return to them and, forgetting the problem of vampires, a word shall be said on the cartomancist Edmond. He is the pet sorcerer of ladies in the Quartier de Notre Dame de Lorette, and he occupies, in the Rue Fontaine St. George's, number 30, a dainty little room, where the vestibule is always full of clients, including those occasionally of the male sex. Edmond is a man of tall stature, somewhat stout, of pale complexion, open countenance and sympathetic voice. He appears to believe in his own art and carries on conscientiously the methods of people like Attila and Mile Lenormand. We have questioned him as to his processes, and he has answered frankly and civilly that he has been passionately devoted to the occult sciences from childhood, that he began divination early, that he is unacquainted with the philosophical secrets of transcendental knowledge, and that the keys of the Kabbalah of Solomon are not in his possession. He states, however, that he is highly sensitive and that the mere proximity of his clients impresses him so keenly that in a way he feels their destiny. I seem to hear singular noises and clankings of chains about those who are doomed to the scaffold, cries and moans round those who will die violently. Supernatural odors assail and almost stifle me. One day in the presence of a veiled lady, clothed in black, I began to tremble at an odor of straw and blood. "Madam," I cried, "pray leave here, for you are surrounded by an atmosphere of murder and prison." "You say truly," she answered, unveiling her pale face. "I have been accused of infanticide and have just come out of prison. Since you have seen the past, tell me also the future." One of our friends and disciples in Kabbalism, utterly unknown to Edmund, went on a day to consult him, and having paid in advance he awaited the oracles, when Edmund, rising respectfully, begged him to take back his money. "I have nothing to tell you," he explained. "Your destiny is closed against me by the key of occultism. Whatsoever I might say you would know already as well as myself." He showed him out with many bows. Edmund is also occupied with judicial astrology. He erects horoscopes and judges nativities at very moderate prices. In a word, he deals with everything belonging to his business, which is otherwise a wearisome and disenchanting thing. With how many disordered brains and diseased hearts must he be continually in relation, and the imbecile requirements of some, the unjust reproaches of others, the tiring confidences, the demand for philters and spells, the obsessions of fools, all combine in making him gain his income hardly. To sum up, Edmund is a somnambulist like Alexis. He is self-magnetized by his cards and by the diabolical figures which adorn them. He wears black and gives his consultations in a black cabinet. In a word, he is the prophet of mystery. Chapter 5. Some private recollections of the writer. On a certain morning in 1839, the author of this book had a visit from Alphonse Esquiros, who said, "Let us pay our respects to the Mappa." The natural question arose. But in any case, who or what is the Mappa? "He is a god," was the answer. "Many thanks," said the author, "but I pay my devotions only to gods unseen. Come notwithstanding. He is the most eloquent, most radiant and magnificent fool in the visible order of things. My friend, I am in terror of fools. Their complaint is contagious. Granted, delectissime, and yet I am calling on you. Admitted, and things being so, we will pay our respects to the Mappa." In an appalling garret there was a bearded man of majestic demeanor, who invariably wore over his clothes the tattered cloak of a woman, and had in consequence rather the air of a destitute dervish. He was surrounded by several men, bearded and ecstatic like himself, and in addition to these there was a woman with motionless features, who seemed like an entranced somnambulist. The prophet's manner was abrupt and yet sympathetic. He had hallucinated eyes and an infectious quality of eloquence. He spoke with emphasis, warmed to his subject quickly, chafed and fumed till a white froth gathered on his lips. Abbé Lamennais was once termed Old 93 fulfilling its Easter duties. The catchphrase is more suited to the Mappa and his mysticism, as will be shown by a fragment from one of his lyrical enthusiasms. Transgression was inevitable for man. It was decreed by his destiny, that he might be the instrument of his own reconstruction, that the greatness and majesty of God might be manifested in the majesty and greatness of human toil, passing through its successive phases of light and darkness. But primitive unity was destroyed by the fall, suffering entered the world in the guise of the serpent, and the tree of life became the tree of death. Things being at this pass, God said to the woman, "In sorrow thou shalt bring forth children," yet added afterwards, "Thou shalt crush the serpent's head." And the first slave was a woman. She accepted her divine mission, and the pains of travail began. From the first hour of the fall, the task of humanity has been, for this reason, a great and terrible task of initiation. For this also the terms of that initiation are all equally sacred in the eyes of God. Their Alpha is our common mother Eve, while the Omega is Liberty, who is our common mother also. I beheld a vast ship, having a gigantic mast with its crow's nest at the top. One of the ship's extremities looked to the west, the other to the east. On the western side it was poised upon the cloudy summits of 3 mountains, their bases lost in a raging sea. On the flank of each mountain was inscribed its ominous name. The first was Golgotha, the second Mont Saint Jean, but the third was Saint Helena. In the middle way of the mast, on the western side, there was erected a 5-armed cross, on which a woman was expiring. The inscription above her head was, France, June 18, 1815, Good Friday. The 5 arms of the cross represented the 5 divisions of the globe. The woman's head rested on Europe and was encircled by a cloud. But at the end of the ship to the east there was no darkness, and the keel paused at the threshold of the city of God, by the summit of a triumphal arch in the full rays of the sun. Here the woman reappeared, but this time transfigured and glorious. She rolled away the stone from the sepulchre, and on that stone was written, Restoration, Days of the Tomb, July 29, 1830, Easter. It will be seen that the Mappa was a successor of Catherine Theot and Dom Girl, and yet, such is the strange sympathy between follies. He told us one day confidentially that he was Louis XVII returned to earth for a work of regeneration, while the woman who shared his life was Marie Antoinette of France. He explained further that his revolutionary theories were the last word of the violent pretensions of Cain, destined as such to ensure, by a fatal reaction, the victory of the just Abel. Now Asquiros and I visited the Mappa to enjoy his extravagances, but our imaginations were overcome by his eloquence. We were 2 college friends, like Louis Lambert and Balzac, and we had nourished dreams in common concerning impossible renunciations and unheard-of heroisms. After visiting Ganyayou, for this was the name of the Mappa, we took it into our heads that it would be a great thing to communicate the last word of revolution to the world and to seal the abyss of anarchy, like Curtius, by casting ourselves therein. Our students' extravagance gave birth to the Gospel of the People and the Bible of Liberty, follies for which Asquiros and his ill-starred friend paid but too dearly. Hereof is the danger of enthusiastic manias. They are catching. One does not approach with impunity the edge of the precipice of madness. The incident which now follows is a different and more terrible fatality. A nervous and delicate young man named Sobrier was numbered among the Mappa's disciples. He lost his head completely and believed himself predestined to save the world by provoking the supreme crisis of a universal revolution. The days of 1848 drew towards the threshold. A commotion had led to some change in the ministry, but the episode seemed closed. Paris had an air of contentment and the boulevards were illuminated. Suddenly a young man appeared in the populous streets of the Quartier Saint-Martin. He was preceded by 2 street Arabs, one bearing a torch and the other beating to arms. A large crowd gathered. The young man got upon a post and harangued the people. His words were incoherent and incendiary, but the gist was to proceed to the Boulevard des Capucines and acquaint the ministry with the will of the people. The demoniac repeated the same harangue at every corner of the streets, and presently he was marching at the head of a great concourse, a pistol in each hand, still heralded by torch and tambour. The frequenters of the boulevards joined out of mere curiosity, and subsequently it was a crowd no longer but the massed populace surging through the Boulevard des Italiens. In the midst of this the young man and his street Arabs disappeared, But before the Hotel de Capucines a pistol shot was fired upon the people. This shot started the revolution, and it was fired by a fool. Throughout that night 2 carts loaded with corpses perambulated the streets by torchlight. On the morrow all Paris was barricaded, and Sobrier was reported at home in a state of unconsciousness. It was he who, without knowing what he did, had for a moment shaken the world. Gano and Sobrier are dead, and no harm is done them by reciting this terrible instance of the magnetism of enthusiasts and the fatalities which may be entailed by the nervous diseases of certain persons. The story is drawn from a reliable source, and its revelations may soothe the conscience of that Belisarius of poetry, who is the author of the History of the Girondins. The magnetic phenomena produced by Gano continued even after his death. His widow, a woman of no education and little intelligence, the daughter of an honest peasant of Auvergne, remained in the static somnambulism in which she had been placed by her husband. Like the child which assumes the form of its mother's imagination, she has become a living image of Marie Antoinette when a prisoner at the conciergerie. Her manners are those of a queen who is widowed and desolate forever. A complaint sometimes escapes her, as though she were weary of her dream, but she is sovereignly indignant with any who seek to awake her. For the rest, she has no symptom of mental alienation, her outward conduct is reasonable, her life perfectly honorable and regular. Nothing is more pathetic, to our thinking, than this persistent obsession of a being fondly loved who lives again in a conjugal hallucination. Had Artemis existed literally, it would be permissible to believe that Mausol was also a powerful mesmerist, and that he had gained and fixed forever the affections of an extremely sensitive woman, outside all limits of free will and reason. Chapter 6. The Occult Sciences. The secret of the occult sciences is that of nature herself. It is the secret of the generation of angels and worlds. It is that of God's own omnipotence. Ye shall be as the Elohim, knowing good and evil. So testified the serpent of Genesis, and so did the tree of knowledge become the tree of death. For 6,000 years the martyrs of science have toiled and perished at the foot of this tree, so that it may become once more the tree of life. That absolute which is sought by the foolish and found only by the wise is the truth, the reality and the reason of universal equilibrium. Such equilibrium is the harmony which proceeds from the analogy of opposites. Humanity has sought so far to balance itself as if on one leg, now on one and now again on the other. Civilizations have sprung up and have fallen through the anarchic alienation of despotism, or alternatively through the despotic anarchy of revolt. Here superstitious enthusiasms and there the pitiful schemes of materialistic instinct have misguided the nations, but at last it is God himself who impels the world towards believing reason and reasonable beliefs. We have had enough and to spare of the prophets apart from philosophy and the philosophers destitute of religion. Blind believers and skeptics are on a par with each other, and both are equally remote from eternal salvation. In the chaos of universal doubt, and amidst the conflict of science and faith, the great men and the seers figure as sickly artists, seeking the ideal beauty at the risk of their reason and their life. Look at them now, even these sublime children. They are whimsical and nervous like women. A shadow maims them, reason injures, they are unjust even to each other, and though assuredly on the quest of crowns, in their fantastic excesses they are the first to be guilty of that which Pythagoras forbids in one of his admirable symbols. They are the first to revile crowns and to trample them under their feet. They are fanatics of glory, but the good God has bound them by the chains of opinion, so that they may not be openly dangerous. Genius is judged by the tribunal of mediocrity, and this judgment is without appeal, because, being the light of the world, genius is accounted as a thing that is null and dead whenever it ceases to enlighten. The ecstasy of the poet is controlled by the indifference of the prosaic multitude, and every enthusiast who is rejected by general good sense is a fool and not a genius. Do not count the great artists as bondsmen of the ignorant crowd, for it is the crowd which imparts to their talent the balance of reason. Light is the equilibrium between shadow and brightness. Motion is the equilibrium between inertia and activity. Authority is the equilibrium between liberty and power. Wisdom is equilibrium in thought. Virtue is equilibrium in the affections. Beauty is equilibrium in form. Outlines that are lovely are true outlines. And the magnificence of nature is an algebra of graces and splendors. Whatsoever is true is beautiful. All that is beautiful should be true. Heaven and hell are the equilibrium of moral life. Good and evil are the equilibrium of liberty. The great work is the attainment of that middle point in which equilibrating force abides. Furthermore, the reactions of equilibrated force do everywhere conserve universal life by the perpetual motion of birth and death. It is for this reason that the philosophers have compared their gold to the sun. For the same reason that same gold cures all diseases of the soul and communicates immortality. Those who have found this middle point are true and wonder-working adepts of science and reason. They are masters of the wealth of worlds, confidants and friends of the princes of heaven itself, and nature obeys them because they will what is willed by the law which is the motive power of nature. It is this which the Savior of the world spoke of as the kingdom of heaven. This also is the sanctum regnum of the Holy Kabbalah. It is the crown and ring of Solomon. It is the scepter of Joseph which the stars obeyed in heaven and the harvests on earth. We have discovered this secret of omnipotence. It is not for sale in the market, but if God had commanded us to set a price thereon, we question whether the whole fortune of the buyers would seem its equivalent. Not for ourselves but for them, we should demand in addition their undivided soul and their entire life. Chapter 7. Summary and Conclusion. It remains for us to summarize and conclude. To summarize the history of a science is to summarize the science itself, and we are therefore to recapitulate the great principles of initiation, as preserved and transmitted through all the ages. Magical science is the absolute science of equilibrium. It is essentially religious. It presided at the formation of dogmas in the antique world, and has been thus the nursing mother of all civilizations. O chaste and mysterious mother who, in giving milk of poetry and inspiration to the dawning generations, didst cover thy face and breast. Before all things she directs us to believe in God and to adore without seeking to define him, since a God in definition is to some extent a finite God. And after deity she points to eternal mathematics and equilibrated forces as to the sovereign principles of things. It is said in the Bible that God has ordered all things according to weight, number, and measure. Omnia in pondera et numero et mensura disposit Deus. Weight is equilibrium, number is quantity, measure is proportion, these three, and these are the eternal or divine basis of the science of nature. Here now is the formula of equilibrium. Harmony results from the analogy of contraries. Number is the scale of analogies, the proportion of which is measure. The entire occult philosophy of the Zohar might be termed the science of equilibrium. The key of numbers is found in the Seper Yetzirah. Their generation is analogous to the affiliation of ideas and the production of forms. On this account, the illuminated hierophants of the Kabbalah combine the hieroglyphic signs of numbers, ideas, and forms in their sacred alphabet. The combinations of this alphabet give equations of ideas, and comprise by way of indication all possible combinations in natural forms. According to Genesis, God made man in his image, but as man is the living synthesis of creation, it follows that creation itself is made in the likeness of God. There are three things in the universe: the spirit, the plastic mediator, and matter. The ancients assigned to spirit, as its immediate instrument, that igneous fluid to which they gave the generic name of sulfur. To the plastic mediator they assigned the name of mercury. Because of the symbolism represented by the caduceus, to matter they gave the name of salt, because of the fixed salt which remains after combustion, resisting the further action of fire. Sulfur was compared with the Father on account of the generative action of fire. Mercury with the mother because of its power of attraction and reproduction, and salt, in fine, was the child or that substance which is subjected to education by nature. For them also the creative substance was one, and the name which they gave it was light. Positive or igneous light was volatile sulfur, light in the negative state, or made visible by the vibrations of fire, was the fluidic or ethereal mercury, and light neutralized or shadow, the coagulated or fixed composite under the form of earth, was termed salt. After such manner did Hermes Trismegistus formulate his symbol, which is called the emerald tablet. That which is above is like that which is below, and that which is below is like that which is above for the operations of the wonders of the one thing. This means that the universal movement is produced by the analogies of fixed and volatile, the volatile tending to be fixed and the fixed to become volatile, thus producing a continual exchange between the modes of the one substance, and from the fact of the exchange the combinations of universal form in everlasting renewal. The fire is Osiris, or the sun, the light is Isis, or the moon. They are the father and mother of that grand telesma which is the universal substance. Not that they are its creators, but rather its generating powers, the combined effort of which produces the fixed or earth, whence Hermes says that this force has reached its plenary manifestation when earth has been formed therefrom. Osiris is not therefore God, even for the great hierophants of the Egyptian sanctuary. He is the igneous or luminous shadow of the intellectual principle of life, and hence in the supreme moment of initiation a flying voice whispered in the ear of the adept that dubious revelation. Osiris is a black god. Woe to the recipient whose understanding had not been raised by faith above the purely physical symbols of Egyptian revelation. Such words would become for him a formula of atheism, and his mind would be struck with blindness. But for the believer, more exalted in intelligence, those same words sounded like an earnest of the most sublime hopes. It was as if the initiator said to him, "My child, you mistake a lamp for the sun, but that lamp is only a star of night. Still, the true sun exists. Leave therefore the night and seek the day." That which the ancients understood by the four elements in no wise signified simple bodies, but rather the four elementary manifestations of the one substance. These modes were represented by the Sphinx, its wings corresponding to air, the woman's breasts to water, the body of the bull to earth, and the lion's claws to fire. The one substance, thrice threefold in essential mode and tetradic in the form of manifestation, such is the secret of the three pyramids, triangular in respect of their elevation, square at the base and guarded by the Sphinx. In raising these monuments, Egypt attempted to erect the Herculean pillars of universal science. Sands have accumulated, centuries have passed, but the pyramids in their eternal greatness still propound to the nations that enigma of which the solution is lost. As to the Sphinx, it seems to have sunk in the dust of ages. The great empires of Daniel have reigned by turn upon the earth and have gone down into the tomb, overwhelmed by their own weight. Conquests on the field of battle, monuments of labors, results of human passions, all are engulfed with the symbolic body of the Sphinx. Now only the human head rises over the desert sands as if looking for the universal empire of thought. Divine or die, such was the terrible dilemma proposed by the Sphinx to the candidates for Theban royalty. The reason is that the secrets of science are actually those of life. The alternatives are to reign or to serve, to be or not to be. The natural forces will break us if we do not put them to use for the conquest of the world. There is no mean between the height of kinghood and the abyss of the victim state, unless we are content to be counted among those who are nothing because they ask not why or what they are. The composite form of the Sphinx also represents by hieroglyphical analogy the four properties of the universal agent, that is to say, the astral light, dissolving, coagulating, heating, and cooling. These four properties, directed by the will of man, can modify all phases of nature, producing life or death, health or disease, love or hatred, wealth even or poverty, in accordance with the given impulsion. They can place all the reflections of the light at the service of imagination, They are the paradoxical solution of the wildest questions which can be set for transcendental magic. Specimens of these paradoxical questions shall here follow, together with the answers thereto. Is it possible to escape death? Is there such a thing as the philosophical stone, and what must be done to find it? Is it possible to be served by spirits? What is meant by the key, ring, and seal of Solomon? Is it possible to predict the future by reliable calculations? Can good or evil be worked at will by means of magical power? What must be done to become a true magician? What are the precise forces put in operation by black magic? We term these questions paradoxical because they are outside all that is understood as science, while at the same time they seem negatived by faith. If propounded by an uninitiated person, they are merely foolhardy, while their complete solution, if given by an adept, would seem like a sacrilege. God and nature alike have closed the sanctuary of transcendent science, and this in such a manner that, beyond a certain limit, he who knows would speak to no purpose, because he would not be understood. The revelation of the great magical secret is therefore happily impossible. The replies which we are about to give will be the last possible expression of the word in magic, and they will be put in all clearness, but we do not guarantee to make them comprehensible to our readers. In respect of the first and second, it is possible to escape death after two manners, in time and in eternity. We escape it in time by the cure of diseases and by avoiding the infirmities of old age. We escape it in respect of eternity by perpetuating in memory personal identity amidst the transformations of existence. Let it be certified that the life resulting from motion can only be maintained by the succession and the perfecting of forms, that the science of perpetual motion is the science of life, that the purpose of this science is the correct apprehension of equilibrated influences, that all renewal operates by destruction, each generation therefore involving a death and each death a generation. Let us now further certify, with the ancient sages, that the universal principle of life is a substantial movement or a substance which is eternally and essentially moved and mover, invisible and impalpable, in a volatile state and manifesting materially when it becomes fixed by the phenomena of polarization. This substance is indefectible, incorruptible, and consequently immortal, but its manifestations in the world of form are subject to eternal mutation by the perpetuity of movement. Thus all dies because all lives, and if it were possible to make any form eternal, then motion would be arrested and the only real death would be thus created. To imprison a soul forever in a mummified human body, such would be the terrible solution of that magical paradox concerning pretended immortality in the same body and on the same earth. All is regenerated by the universal dissolvent of the first substance. The force of this dissolvent is concentrated in the quintessence, that is to say, at the equilibrating center of a dual polarity. The four elements of the ancients are the four forces of the universal magnet, represented by the figure of a cross, which cross revolves indefinitely about its own center and so propounds the enigma respecting the quadrature of the circle. The creative word speaks from the middle of the cross and cries, "It is finished." It is in the exact proportion of the four elementary forms that we must seek the universal medicine of bodies, even as the medicine of the soul is offered by religion in Him who gives Himself eternally on the cross for the salvation of the world. The magnetic state and polarization of the heavenly bodies results from their equilibrated gravitation about suns, which are the common reservoirs of their electromagnetism. The vibration of the quintessence about common reservoirs manifests by light, and the polarization of light is revealed by colors. White is the color of the quintessence. This color condenses towards its negative pole as blue and becomes fixed as black, while it condenses towards its positive pole as yellow and becomes fixed as red. Thus centrifugal life proceeds always from black to red, passing by white, and centripetal life returns from red to black, following the same path. The four intermediates or mixed hues produce with the three primary colors what are called the 7 colors of the prism and the solar spectrum. These 7 colors form 7 atmospheres or 7 luminous zones round each sun, and the planet which is dominant in each zone is magnetized in a manner analogous to the color of its atmosphere. In the depths of the Earth, metals are formed like planets in the sky by the particular influences of a latent light which decomposes when traversing certain regions. To take possession of a subject in which the metallic light is latent before it becomes specialized, and drive it to the extreme positive pole, that is to say, to the live red, by the help of a fire derived from the light itself, such is the secret in full of the great work. It will be understood that this positive light at its extreme degree of condensation is life itself in a fixed state, serving as a universal dissolvent and as a medicine for all kingdoms of nature. But to extract from marcasite, stibium, and philosophical arsenic the living and bisexual metallic sperm, we must have a prime dissolvent which is a mineral saline menstruum, and there must be, moreover, the concurrence of magnetism and electricity. The rest proceeds of itself in a single vessel, being the athanor, and by the graduated fire of one lamp. The adepts say that it is a work of women and children. The heat, light, electricity, and magnetism of modern chemists and physicists were for the ancients elementary phenomenal manifestations of one substance, called Aur, Od, and Ob, that is to say, Od is the active, Ob the passive, and Aur is the name of the bisexual and equilibrated composite which is signified when the Hermetic philosophers speak of gold. Vulgar gold is metallized. Aur and philosophical gold is the same Aur in the state of a soluble gem. Theoretically, according to the transcendental science of antiquity, the philosophical stone which heals all diseases and accomplishes the transmutation of metals exists therefore incontestably. Does it, however, or can it exist in fact? If we answer this in the affirmative, no one will believe, and the simple statement shall stand as a paradoxical solution of the paradoxes expressed by the two first questions, without dealing with the problem as to what must be done in order to find the philosophical stone. M. De la Police would reply in our place that in order to find one must of necessity seek, unless indeed discovery is a matter of chance. Enough has been said to direct and facilitate research. The third and fourth questions concern the ministry of spirits and the key, seal, and ring of Solomon. When the Savior of the world, at his temptation in the desert, overcame the three lusts which keep the soul in bondage, that is to say, the lust of the appetites, lust of ambition, and lust of greed, it is written that the angels came down to serve him. The explanation is that spirits are subject to the sovereign spirit, and he is the sovereign spirit who binds the rebellious turbulence and unlawful propensities of the flesh. It should be noted at the same time that to reverse the natural order of communication subsisting between things which are is opposed to the law of providence. We do not find that the Savior of the world and his apostles evoked the souls of the dead. The immortality of the soul, being one of the most consoling dogmas of religion, is reserved for the aspirations of faith and will never be proved by facts accessible to the criticism of science. Loss of reason, or its distraction at the very least, is hence and will be always the penalty for those who dare to pry into the other life with the eyes of this world only. Hence also magical traditions always represent the spirits of the dead as responding to evocations with sad and angry countenances. They complain of being troubled in their repose, and they proffer only reproaches and menaces. The keys of Solomon are religious and rational forces expressed by signs, and their use is not so much in the evocation of spirits as to shield us from aberration in experiences relative to the occult sciences. The seal is the synthesis of the keys, and the ring indicates its use. The ring of Solomon is at once round and square, and it represents the mystery of the quadrature of the circle. It is composed of 7 squares so arranged that they form a circle. Their bezels are round and square, one being of gold and the other of silver. The ring should be a filigree of the 7 metals. In the silver setting a white stone is placed, and in the gold one there is a red stone. The white stone bears the sign of the macrocosm, while the microcosm is on the red stone. When the ring is worn upon the finger, one of the stones should be turned inwards and the other outward, accordingly as it is desired to command spirits of light or darkness. The plenary powers of this ring can be accounted for in a few words. The will is omnipotent when armed with the living forces of nature. Thought is idle and dead until it manifests by word or sign. It can therefore neither spur nor direct will. The sign, being the indispensable form of thought, is the necessary instrument of will. The more perfect the sign, the more powerfully is the thought formulated, and the will is consequently directed with more force. Blind faith moves mountains, and what therefore would be possible to faith if enlightened by complete and indubitable science? If the soul could concentrate its plenary understanding and energy in the utterance of a single word, would not that word be all-powerful? The Ring of Solomon, with its double seal, typifies all science and faith of the Magi expressed by one sign. It symbolizes the powers of heaven and earth and the sacred laws which rule them, whether in the celestial macrocosm or in the microcosm of man. It is the talisman of talismans and the pantacle which is above pantacles. As a sign of life it is omnipotent, but it is without efficacy as a dead sign. Intelligence and faith, the intelligence of nature and faith in its eternally active cause, of such is the life of signs. The profound study of natural mysteries may alienate the casual observer from God because mental fatigue paralyses the aspirations of the heart. It is in this sense that the occult sciences may be dangerous and even fatal for certain personalities. Mathematical exactitude, the absolute rigor of natural laws, their harmony and simplicity, suggest to many an inevitable, eternal, inexorable mechanism, and for such as these providence recedes behind the iron wheels of a clock in perpetual motion. They fail to reflect on the indubitable fact of freedom and autocracy in thinking beings. A man disposes at his will of creatures organized like himself. He can snare birds in the air, fish in the water and wild beasts in the forest. He can cut down or burn entire forests. He can mine and blast rocks or even mountains. He can modify all forms about him, and yet, notwithstanding the supreme analogies of nature, he refuses to believe that other intelligent beings might at their will disintegrate and consume worlds, extinguish suns by a breath or reduce them to starry dust, being so great that they are too much for our faculty of sight, even as we, in our turn, are probably inappreciable to the eye of the mite or worm. And if such beings exist without the universe being destroyed 1,000 times over, must we not admit that they are under obedience to a supreme will, a wise and omnipotent force, which forbids them to annihilate worlds, even as it forbids us to destroy the swallow's nest and the chrysalis of the butterfly? For the magus who is conscious of this power in the deep places of his nature, and who discerns in universal law the instruments of eternal justice, the seal of Solomon, his keys and his ring are tokens of supreme royalty. The next questions concern the prediction of things to come by means of reliable calculations and the working of good or evil by magical influence. The answers are in this wise. 2 chess players of equal skill being seated at a table and having opened the game, which of them will win? Assuredly the more watchful of the 2. If I knew the preoccupations of both, I could foresee certainly the result of their match. To foresee is to win at chess, and it is the same in the game of life. In life nothing comes by chance. Chance is the unforeseen, but that which the ignorant fail to perceive in advance has been accounted for already by the sage. All events, like all forms, result either from a conflict or from a balancing of forces, which forces can be represented by numbers. The future may thus be determined in advance by calculation. Every extreme action is counterpoised by an equivalent reaction. So laughter presages tears, and for this reason our Savior said, "Blessed are those who mourn." He said also, and again for the same reason, "He that exalteth himself shall be abased, and he that humbleth himself shall be exalted." Today Nebuchadnezzar is a god. Tomorrow he will be changed into a beast. Today Alexander makes his triumphal entry into Babylon and has incense offered to him on all the altars. but tomorrow he will die in a state of degraded drunkenness. The future is in the past, and the past is also in the future. When genius foresees, it remembers. Effects are linked together so inevitably and so exactly to their causes, and become on their own part the causes for further effects in such conformity with the first as regards their manner of production, that a single fact may reveal to a seer an entire succession of mysteries. The coming of Christ makes that of Antichrist a certainty, but the advent of Antichrist will precede the triumph of the Holy Spirit. The money-seeking epoch in which we now live is the precursor of more lavish charities and of greater good works than the world has yet known. But it must be understood that the will of man modifies blind causes, and that a single impetus started by him may change the equilibrium of an entire world. If such is man's power in the world under his dominion, what must be that of the intelligences which rule the suns? The least of the egregores, with a breath, and by dilating suddenly the latent caloric of our earth, might shatter and reduce it into a cloud of dust. Man also can dissipate by a breath all the happiness of one of his kind. Human beings are magnetized like worlds, like suns. They irradiate their particular light. Some are more absorbent, some give forth more freely. No one is isolated in this world. Each is a fatality or a providence. Augustus and Cinna encounter. Both are proud and implacable, and hereof is fatality. That fatality makes Cinna seek to slay Augustus, who is impelled as fatally to punish him, but he elects to forgive. Here fatality is changed into providence, and the epoch of Augustus, inaugurated by this sublime beneficence, was worthy to witness the birth of him who said, "Forgive your enemies." By extending his mercy to Cinna, Augustus atoned for all the revenge of Octavius. So long as man is subject to the dictates of fatality, he is profane, that is to say, a man who must be excluded from the sanctuary of knowledge, because in his hands knowledge would become a terrible instrument of destruction. On the contrary, the man who is free, who governs by understanding the blind instincts of life, is essentially a preserver and repairer, for nature is the domain of his power and the temple of his immortality. When the uninitiated seeks to do good, the result is evil. On the other hand, the true initiate can never will to do evil. If he strikes, it is to chastise and to cure. The breath of the uninitiated is deadly, that of the initiate is life-giving. He who is profane suffers that others may suffer also, but the initiate endures in order that others may be spared. He who is profane steeps his arrows in his own blood and poisons them. He who is initiated cures the most cruel wounds by a single drop of his blood. The last questions are what must be done to become a true magician, and in what precisely do the powers of black magic consist. Now, he who disposes of the secret forces of nature and yet does not risk being crushed by them, he is a true magician. He is known by his works and by his end, which is always a great sacrifice. Zoroaster created the primitive doctrine and civilizations of the East, after which he vanished in a tempest like Oedipus. Orpheus gave poetry to Greece, and with that poetry the beauty of all high things. He then perished in an orgy in which he refused to join. All his virtues notwithstanding, Julian was only an initiate of black magic. His death was that of a victim and not of a martyr. It was an annihilation and a defeat. He failed to understand his epoch. Though acquainted with the doctrine of transcendental magic, he misapplied the ritual. Apollonius of Tyana and Synesius were simply wonderful philosophers. They cultivated the true science but did nothing for posterity. At their period, the magi of the gospel reigned in the three parts of the known world, and the oracles were silenced by the cries of the babe of Bethlehem. The King of Kings, the magus of all magi, had come into the world, and the ritual worships, the laws, the empires, all were changed. There is a void in the world of marvels between Jesus Christ and Napoleon. That incarnate word of battle, that armed Messiah who was the bearer of the last name, came blindly and unconsciously to complete the Christian message. This revelation had so far taught us how to die, but the Napoleonic civilization has shown us how to conquer. The two messages, sacrifice and victory, how to suffer, to die, to strive and to overcome, contrary as they are in appearance, comprise in their union the great secret of honor. Cross of the Savior and crossway valor, you are incomplete when apart from one another, for only he knows how to conquer who has learned self-devotion, even to death, and how can this be attained except by belief in eternal life? Though he died in appearance, Napoleon is destined to return in the person of one who will realize his spirit. Solomon and Charlemagne will return also in the person of a single monarch, and then St. John the Evangelist, who according to tradition shall be reborn at the end of time, will appear as sovereign pontiff, the apostle of understanding and of love. The combination of these two rulers, announced by all the prophets, will bring about the wonder of the world's regeneration. The science of the true magician will be then at its zenith, for so far our workers of miracles have been for the most part sorcerers and bondsmen, that is to say, the blind instruments of chance. Now, the masters whom fatality casts upon the world are soon overthrown thereby, and those who conquer in the name of their passions shall fall the prey of those passions. When Prometheus in his jealousy of Jupiter stole the thunderbolts of the gods, he sought to create an immortal eagle, but what he made and immortalized was a vulture. We hear in another fable of that impious King Ixion, who would have ravished the Queen of Heaven, but that which he received in his arms was a faithless cloud, and he was bound by fiery serpents to the inexorable wheel of destiny. These profound allegories are a warning to false adepts, profaners of magic science and partisans of black magic. The power of black magic is a contagion of vertigo and an epidemic of unreason. The fatality of passion is like a fiery serpent which twists and writhes about the world, devouring the souls therein. But intelligence, peaceable, smiling and full of love, represented by the Mother of God, sets her foot upon its head. Fatality consumes itself and is that old serpent of Kronos eternally devouring its tail. Rather, there are two hostile serpents striving one with another, until such time as harmony intervenes to enchant them and make them interlace peaceably around the caduceus of Hermes. Conclusion: the most intemperate and absurd of all faiths is to believe that there is no universal and absolute intelligent principle. It is a faith since it involves the negation of the indefinite and indefinable. It is intemperate, for it is isolating and desolating. It is absurd, because it supposes complete nothing in place of most complete perfection. In nature all is preserved by equilibrium and renewed by activity. Equilibrium in order and activity signifies progress. The science of equilibrium and movement is the absolute science of nature. Man by its aid can produce and direct natural phenomena as he rises ever towards intelligence that is higher and more perfect than his own. Moral equilibrium is the concurrence of science and faith, distinct in their forces but joined in their action to endow the spirit and heart of man with that rule which is reason. The science which denies faith is not less unreasonable than the faith which denies science. The object of faith cannot be defined and still less denied by science. Science, on the contrary, is itself called to substantiate the rational basis of the hypotheses of faith. An isolated belief does not constitute faith, because it lacks authority and hence moral guarantee. It tends to fanaticism and superstition. Faith is the confidence which is imparted by religion, that is to say, by the communion of belief. True religion is constituted by universal suffrage. It is therefore ever and essentially Catholic, that is to say, universal. It is an ideal dictatorship proclaimed generally in the revolutionary domain of the unknown. When the law of equilibrium is understood more adequately, it will put an end to all the wars and revolutions of the old world. There has been conflict between powers as between moral forces. The papacy is blamed because it clings to temporal power, but what is forgotten is the Protestant tendency towards usurpation of spiritual power. So long as the royalties put forward a pretension to be popes, so long will the popes be driven, by the same law of equilibrium, to the pretension of being kings. The whole world continues to dream of unity in political power, but it does not understand the power resident in equilibrated dualism. Confronted by the royal usurpers of spiritual power, if the Pope were king no longer, he would be no longer anything. In the temporal order he is subject, like others, to the prejudgments of his time. He dare not therefore abdicate his temporal power, if such abdication would be a scandal for a considerable part of the world. When the sovereign opinion of the universe shall have proclaimed publicly that a temporal prince cannot be Pope, when the Tsar of all the Russias and the King of Great Britain shall have renounced their derisive priesthood, the Pope will know that which remains to be done on his own part. Till then he must struggle, and if needs be must die, to maintain the integrity of St. Peter's patrimony. The science of moral equilibrium will put an end to religious disputes and philosophical blasphemies. Men of understanding will be also men of religion when it comes to be recognized that religion does not impeach the freedom of conscience, and when those who are truly religious shall respect that science which recognizes on its own part the existence and necessity of a universal religion. Such science will flood the philosophy of history with new light, and will furnish a synthetic plan of all the natural sciences. The law of equilibrated forces and of organic compensations will reveal a new chemistry and a new physics. So from discovery to discovery we shall work back to Hermetic philosophy, and shall be astonished at those prodigies of simplicity and brilliance which have been for so long and long forgotten. Philosophy in that day will be exact like mathematics, for true ideas, being those which are identical with the living orders and so constituting the science of reality, shall combine with reason and justice to furnish exact proportions and equations as rigorous as numbers. Error thenceforth will be possible to ignorance alone, and true knowledge will be free from self-deception. Aestheticism will be subordinated no longer to caprices of taste which change as fashions change. If the beautiful is the splendor of the true, we shall be able to calculate without error the radiation of a light of which the source shall be certainly known and determined with exact precision. Poetry will abound no longer with foolish and subversive tendencies, nor will poets be those dangerous enchanters whom Plato crowned with flowers and banished from his republic. They will be rather magicians of reason and gracious mathematicians of harmony. Does this mean that the earth will income an El Dorado? No, for so long as humanity exists, there will be children, meaning those who are weak, small, ignorant, and poor. But society will be governed by its true masters, and there will be no irremediable evil in human life. It will be understood that the divine miracles are those of eternal order, and the phantoms of imagination will be worshipped no longer on the faith of unexplained wonders. The abnormal character of certain phenomena is only a proof of our ignorance in the presence of the laws of nature. When God designs to communicate the knowledge of himself, he enlightens our reason and does not seek to confound or surprise it. In that day we shall know the utmost limit of the power of man who is created in the image of God. We shall realize that he also is a creator in his own sphere and that his goodness, directed by eternal reason, is a lower providence for beings which are placed by nature under his influence and domination. Religion will then and forevermore have nothing to fear from progress, and will follow in the course thereof. The blessed Vincent de Lerins, a doctor justly venerated in the golden chain of Catholicism, expresses admirably this accord between progress and conservative authority. According to him, true faith is worthy of our confidence only on account of that invariable authority which safeguards its dogmas from the caprices of human ignorance. This notwithstanding, adds Vincent de Lerins, such immobility is not death. On the contrary, it preserves a germ of life for the future. That which we believe today without understanding will be understood by the future, which will rejoice in the knowledge thereof. Posteritas intellectum gratulator, quod antivestustas non intellectum venerabutur. If therefore we are asked whether all progress is excluded from the religion of Christ Jesus, the answer is no, assuredly, for great is the progress expected. Who indeed would be so jealous of humanity and at such enmity with God as to wish to hinder progress? But the condition is that it should be progress in reality and not change of belief. Progress is the growth and development of each thing according to its class and its nature. Disorder is confusion and the medley of things and their nature. There must be undoubtedly a difference in the degrees of intelligence, science, and wisdom, as much for men in general as for each man in particular, according to the natural succession of epochs in the Church, but only so that all be conserved and that dogma shall ever cherish the same spirit and maintain the same definition. Religion should develop souls successively, as life develops bodies which remain the same through all the stages of their growth. How great is the difference between the infantile flower of early years and the maturity of age, the old notwithstanding, are the same in respect of personality as they were in boyhood. It is the exterior and the appearances which have changed. The limbs of an infant in the cradle are exceedingly frail, yet are they the same organs, having the same root principles as those of the man, and this must be so, for otherwise there is deformity or death. The analogy obtains in the religion of Jesus Christ, for progress therein is fulfilled according to the same conditions and following similar laws. It grows with the years it increases in strength, but nothing is added to the sum total of its being. It was born complete and perfect in respect of proportions, and it grows and extends without changing. Our fathers sowed the wheat, and our nephews ought not to reap tares. The intermediate crops change nothing in the nature of the grain, we leave it perforce as we take it. Catholicism planted roses, and is it for us to substitute brambles? No, unquestionably, otherwise woe to us. The balm and cinnamon of this spiritual paradise must not change in our hands to aconite and poison. All whatsoever which in the Church, that lovely land of God, has been sown by the fathers must be cultivated and nourished by the sons. This only must grow, and this alone blossom, but it may increase, and it should develop. As a fact, God permits that the dogmas of this heavenly philosophy shall be studied, developed, polished in a certain sense, but that which is forbidden is to change them, and that which is a crime is to prune them or to mutilate. May new light come down on them and the wise distinctions multiply, but let them ever preserve their fullness, their integrity, and their native quality. Let us therefore take it for granted that all conquests of science in the past have been achieved for the profit of the universal Church, and, with Vincent de Lerins, let us allocate thereto the undivided heritage of all progress to come. Unto her be the great aspirations of Zoroaster and all discoveries of Hermes. Hers be the key of the holy arch and the ring of Solomon, for she represents the holy and immutable hierarchy. She is stronger by reason of her struggles, and is grounded by her apparent falls in still greater stability. She suffers in order that she may reign. She is cast down that she may be exalted in her rising, and she dies that she may rise again. We must be prepared, says Comte Joseph de Maistre, for a great event in the divine order. We are moving towards it at an accelerated pace, which must be manifest to all observers, while striking oracles announce that the hour is at hand. Many prophecies in the Apocalypse have reference to these modern times. One writer has gone so far as to say that the event is already inaugurated, and that the French nation is destined to become the great instrument of the most mighty of all revolutions. There is perhaps no truly religious man in all Europe, I speak of the educated classes, who is not in expectation of something extraordinary at this present moment. Does a general presentiment of the kind count for nothing? Go back through past ages, even to the birth of our Savior. At that period a high and mysterious voice, beginning in the eastern realms, proclaimed that the East was about to triumph, that a conqueror would come out of Judea, that a divine infant was given us, that he would descend from highest heaven and restore the golden age upon the earth. Such ideas were spread abroad everywhere, and as they lent themselves to poetry, above all things, they were taken over by the greatest of Latin poets and emblazoned with brilliant hues in his Polito. Today, as in the time of Virgil, The universe is in expectation, and how on our part shall we despise such strong persuasion, or by what right condemn those who are devoted to sacred researches on the indications of divine signs? If you seek proof of what is in store, look at the sciences themselves, consider the progress of chemistry, of astronomy also, and you will see where they are leading. Would you think, for example, that Newton takes us back to Pythagoras and that it will be proved presently that the heavenly bodies are set in motion, like human bodies, by intelligences joined thereto? We know not how, but this is what is on the point of being verified beyond all dispute. Such doctrine may seem paradoxical and even ridiculous, because current opinion imposes this view, but let us wait till the natural affinity of religion and science marry both in the mind of a single man of genius. His advent cannot be far off, and then the opinions which now seem bizarre or irrational will become axioms which no one will question, while people will talk of our present stupidity as they now speak of medieval superstition. According to St. Thomas, and it is a beautiful utterance, all that God wills is just, but that which is just should not be so designated only because God wills it, non ex hoc dicitur justum quod Deus illud vult. The moral doctrine of the future is contained herein, and from its fruitful principle one deduction follows immediately. Not only is it good from the standpoint of faith to do what is ordained by God, but even from the standpoint of reason it is excellent and rational to obey him. Man can therefore say, I do good not only because God wills it but because I also will. The will of humanity may be thus at once free and in conformity, for reason, demonstrating in an irrecusable fashion the wisdom of the prescriptions of faith, will act on its proper impulse by following the divine law, of which reason thus becomes, as it were, the human sanction. From that time forward superstition and impiety will be no longer possible, while from these considerations it follows that in religion and in practical, that is to say, in moral philosophy, there will be an absolute authority and moral dogmas will alone be revealed and established. Till then we shall have the pain and consternation of seeing daily the most simple and universal questions of right and duty challenged, while if blasphemies are reduced to silence, it is one thing to impose such silence but another to persuade and convert. So long as transcendental magic was profaned by the wickedness of men, the Church of necessity prescribed it. False Gnostics have discredited that name of Gnosticism which was once so pure, sorcerers have outraged the children of the Magi, but religion, that friend of tradition and guardian of the treasures of antiquity, can no longer reject a doctrine anterior to the Bible and in perfect accord with traditional respect for the past, as well as with our most vital hopes for progress in the future. The common people are initiated by toil and by faith into the right of property and knowledge. There will always be such a people, as there will be children always, but when the aristocracy, endowed with wisdom, shall become a mother to the people, the path of personal, successive, gradual emancipation will be open to all, and he that is called will thereby be enabled through his own efforts to attain the rank of the elect. This is that mystery of the future which antique initiation concealed in its dark recesses. The miracles of nature made subject to the will of man are reserved for the elect to come. The crook of the priesthood shall become the rod of miracles. It was so in the time of Moses and of Hermes. It will be so again. The scepter of the Magus will be that of the world's king or emperor, and that person will by right be first among men who shall have shown himself greatest of all in knowledge and in virtue. Magic at that time will be no longer an occult science except for the ignorant, it will be one that is incontestable for all. Then shall universal revelation resolder one to another all links of its golden chain. The human epic will close and even the efforts of Titans will have served only to restore the altar of the true God. All forms which have clothed the divine thought successively will be reborn immortal and perfect. All those features sketched by the successive art of nations will be united to form the perfect image of God. Having been purified and brought out of chaos, dogma will give birth naturally to an infallible ethic, and the social order will be constituted on this basis. Systems which are now in warfare are dreams of the twilight. Let them pass. The sun shines and the earth follows its course. Distracted is he who doubts that the day is coming. Distracted also are those who say that Catholicism is only a dead trunk and that we must put the axe thereto. They do not see that beneath its dry bark the living tree is renewed unceasingly. Truth has no past and no future. It is eternal. It is not that which ends. It is our dream only. Hammer and hatchet, which destroy in the sight of man, are in God's hand as the knife of a pruner, and the dead branches, being superstitions and heresies in religion, science, and politics, can alone be lopped from the tree of everlasting convictions and beliefs. It has been the purpose of this history of magic to demonstrate that, at the beginning, the symbols of religion were those also of science, which was then in concealment. May religion and science, reunited in the future, give help and shew love to one another, like two sisters, for theirs has been one cradle.